Chapter 475. Vermilion Bird Dance. He disappeared. Even I can't see him. Some King's Spirit Realm experts were even more shocked. The Seven Shadows Evil King's step allowed one to transform into a Shadow Evil King, killing without leaving a trace. Any martial arts that could become a King's stage martial arts were extremely terrifying. This martial art seems to be Lin Xuanwu's trump card. Although it's still a King's stage martial art, he has cultivated it to the greater success stage. He Yuehua nodded slightly. She knew that with this martial art, Tianli and Yan Baihu would never be able to surpass him. This martial art is not bad. Apart from soul power, it would be difficult to capture the aura of the opponent using any other means. It is equivalent to being in a passive situation. It is slightly stronger than the previous martial art. However, if one were to practice martial arts like the Sky Eyes, this Seven Shadow Evil King's steps would be somewhat useless. At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded, causing the crowd's jaws to drop. This youth was not serious and was still evaluating the martial art. He was extremely confident and frivolous. Stronger. You'll only have the right to say that if you survive. In the void, Lin Xuanwu's illusory voice sounded. This was indeed one of his trump cards in the past. Xiao. In the next moment, a terrifying finger shot out. It was formless and colorless, as if it had appeared in the void. This finger was very sharp. Although it was not a martial intent, its attack power was not any weaker than a martial intent. Paw! He still took a light step forward, causing the terrifying finger to pierce through the air. He Yuehua stared at Lin Ling from afar. She was shocked to find that Lin Ling's seemingly casual step had stepped on the weakest point of the attack, causing the entire attack to quietly collapse. This Lin Ling, what terrifying eyesight! Bang! After taking a step, Lin Ling lightly knocked Lin Xuanwu away with his shoulder. The third move. Lin Xuanwu staggered back, his face as ugly as death. Lin Ling had once again broken his martial art. What made him feel the most humiliated was that Lin Ling had the ability to injure him, but he did not attack. Instead, he only lightly knocked him. This was a humiliation in front of countless people. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, when you use the Seven Shadows Evil King's steps and the steps of Kuan, if you go one breath faster, the power will be even stronger. Giving pointers again. The crowd was completely shocked. At this moment, Lin Ling was more like Lin Xuanwu's teacher. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Lin Xuanwu finally roared. What did Lin Ling take him for? Lin Xuanwu, weren't you very arrogant earlier when you let me use my moves? Right now, I'm letting you make a move, and you still have the nerve to say that I'm going overboard. Trash. Lin Ling took a step forward, his aura grand and imposing, causing the crowd to fall silent. They thought that Lin Ling defeating Sky Distant was his limit, but now they discovered that they could not see through this youth at all. He had an endless stream of trump cards, easily humiliating Lin Xuanwu. This caused the geniuses of the Seven Profound Martial House to lose face. Mortal Fist Art, no regrets in the mortal world. In his anger, Lin Xuanwu attacked again. He constantly released his trump cards. All of them were King's Step martial arts, extremely terrifying. Weak, too weak. If you want to comprehend this fist art to perfection, then you must enter the mortal world. But you have the form, but not the spirit. Fourth move. This is the pride of the Seven Profound Martial House. In your hands, a heaven step martial art is simply blasphemy. The fifth move, the sixth move, the battle was like the heavens were falling and the earth was rending. The momentum was deafening, but Lin Ling's voice echoed out from time to time, causing the crowd to fall silent. Lin Ling did not counterattack, he only received the moves. Facing these dreadful heaven-step martial arts, Lin Ling did not meet them head-on, but instead easily broke through them. This was the most terrifying. It had to be known that breaking through was much more difficult than fighting. Some martial arts blocked the entire world, and one could only receive them, not avoid them. Besides using strength, there was no other way. But Lin Ling was still leisurely walking around, easily breaking through. It was as if he was more familiar with the heaven-step martial arts of the 7 profound martial house than anyone else. This martial arts comprehension was extremely terrifying. This made the 7 profound martial house's Lin Xuanwu feel extremely ironic. The 7 profound martial house was not as sacred as he imagined. And he's still giving up moves. Everyone reacted, and sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling had said that he would give up 10 moves, and now he was truly giving up 10 moves. He did not counterattack, but only broke the moves. This courage caused all of Lin Ling's admirers to feel as if they were ducks clutching their necks, unable to utter a single word. Especially the powerhouses of the various regions, their faces were pale. With this martial arts background, even if Lin Ling faced them, he would be in an invincible position. When I was in front of him, I actually said that the 7 profound martial house was very powerful, and that he had never seen anything like it. But now... He Yuehua bitterly smiled. She suddenly felt that speaking up for this youth was simply slapping her own face. Lin Ling. Ah! Lin Xuanwu was no longer as elegant as before. At this moment, his long hair was disheveled and his face was wretched. He had been humiliated by Lin Ling to the point of insanity. Ever since he was a child, he had always been the center of attention. He had been born as a genius, and had entered the 7 profound martial house at the age of 17. But now, his reputation as a genius had been trampled on. This feeling was worse than death. 10th move, Vermilion Bird's Flames. Boom! A terrifying flame aura erupted. Lin Xuanwu had finally used his trump card. At this moment, he was wrapped in flames. The flames were blood red, and the wings of the vermilion bird grew on his back. A destructive aura emanated from him. The tyrant physique of the innate monarch physique. It's finally here. The crowd's pupils constricted. Although the heaven-class martial arts were terrifying, the vermilion bird inheritance was obviously more powerful. For a time, everyone was silent as they waited for the 10th move. Dance of the Vermilion Bird. A voice filled with murderous intent sounded out. The flames around Lin Xuanwu's body became even more exuberant, turning him into a vermilion bird. With a rumbling sound, the earth seemed to be summoned. The fire that was hidden underground shot up into the sky. Pillars of flame shot into the sky. The scene was spectacular. Get back. Retreat. Even an early King Spirit Realm powerhouse was afraid at this moment. These flames were too overbearing. This is the first time I've used the Vermilion Bird inheritance. Very good. I feel like my entire body is filled with flames. Lin Ling, you've lost. I will burn you alive. Roar. Lin Xuanwu faced the sky and roared, his laughter filled with pride. Xiao. Then, everyone saw an ancient vermilion bird fly towards Lin Ling. Its speed was extremely fast. Wherever it went, the earth would explode, as if a monarch of flames had arrived. This was not a martial art, but a powerful ancient bloodline. If Lin Ling wanted to rely on his martial arts background to resist it, it would be very difficult. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the next moment, Lin Xuanwu appeared behind Lin Ling. His hands seemed to embrace the heavens as he suddenly hugged Lin Ling. Boom! At the same time, a blood-red flame that did not belong to heaven and earth shot into the sky. There was also an ancient vermilion bird flying in the flame. He wants to burn Lin Ling to death. Looking at this scene from afar, the crowd's eyes focused. Lin Ling was probably going to be burned to death. Once the tyrant body is used, how can a heavenly spirit realm powerhouse block it? He Yuehua sighed softly. She felt regretful. Lin Ling was too stubborn. Otherwise, with his talent, he could have gone even further in the future. The crowd was silent. Many people sighed. Today, the Cloud Region's Lin Ling had released a dazzling light that shocked the martial artists of the middle three regions. However, in the end, he was still defeated. Rather than saying that he lost to Lin Xuanwu, it was more accurate to say that he lost to the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Arts. Chapter 476. I'm the real Vermilion Bird. Wait, look. 2 vermilion birds. At this moment, a surprised voice rang out. Everyone looked over and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. 2 vermilion birds appeared in the flames. The second vermilion bird was even larger and more ancient. If Lin Xuanwu's vermilion bird was flawed, then the second vermilion bird was flawless. Its bloodline seemed to be more orthodox. What's going on? The crowd forgot how to breathe. They were shocked. The 10th move. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. The second vermilion bird shone brightly and was devouring the first vermilion bird. It was terrifying. How can you devour my flames? Lin Xuanwu's anxious voice rang out from the endless flames. Devour? The crowd was even more confused. Lin Xuanwu had displayed the vermilion bird's flames. They thought that he would definitely win, but now, his flames seemed to be devoured. How could this be? Because I'm the real vermilion bird. Boom! A cold voice rang out. An even hotter flame erupted. The first vermilion bird was devoured. Then, the endless sea of flames began to converge. A dazzling figure appeared and gradually became clearer. It was a slender young man. His entire body was covered in blood-red flames. An even clearer vermilion bird phantom appeared behind him. A pair of vermilion bird wings flapped continuously, allowing the young man to gently descend from the sky. How spirited! The crowd subconsciously exclaimed. This young man was extraordinary, like the king of the vermilion bird. It's Lin Ling. But in the next moment, everyone gasped. They realized that the young man flying down was Lin Ling. Bang! Then, a figure crashed down from the sky. That sound made everyone's hearts tremble. They looked over and saw that it was Lin Xuanwu. But at that moment, Lin Xuanwu's face was pale. He no longer had any flames. He only looked at Lin Ling in fear. Why did you devour my flames? A voice that puzzled countless people came out of Lin Xuanwu's mouth, causing even more people to be curious. I'm sorry. The vermilion bird's inheritance is only the true flames of Samadhi. The real inheritance is in the true flames of Samadhi. I obtained the true flames of Samadhi, so I naturally have to take back the true flames of Samadhi. A calm voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth. Shocking. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was the true vermilion bird. Lin Xuanwu had only obtained the first truth flame, while Lin Ling had obtained the Samadhi true flame. Therefore, Lin Ling had the right to take away Lin Xuanwu's vermilion bird flame. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that they were dreaming. What was laughable was that Lin Xuanwu had thought that he could easily kill Lin Ling by using the vermilion bird's flames. Who would have thought that his vermilion bird would encounter the true master of the vermilion bird? Not only was he unable to kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had also deprived him of the vermilion bird's flames. And Lin Ling's vermilion bird title was well deserved. Puff! Lin Xuanwu lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This scene was too great a blow to him. Lin Ling was the final victor, But what was ironic was that after he left the vermilion bird divine martial tomb, he was still thinking about how Lin Ling would feel if he returned empty-handed. But now, he was the one suffering. He had lost in a shameful way. In fact, I should be thanking you and Zhou Xiaoping. If you didn't push me down the mountain, I wouldn't have been able to reach the real Jiumao mountain. Lin Ling said again, causing Lin Xuanwu to spit out another mouthful of blood. In the distance, Zhou Xiaoping's face turned pale. Lost, everything was lost. The most ironic thing was that not only did she fail to harm Lin Ling, she helped Lin Ling instead. If she didn't push Lin Ling down the mountain, who would have known that the real Jiumao mountain was in the river? Perhaps, no one would have been able to reach that place. Zhou Xiaoping, that's why I have to thank you. Lin Ling's cold voice resounded. Zhou Xiaoping's face was as white as a sheet. How could she not hear the mockery in Lin Ling's voice? At this point, victory and defeat had been decided. The crowd was still in a state of shock. Lin Ling hid his strength so well that no one could see through him. He gave Lin Xuanwu 10 moves, and after 10 moves, not only did he not lose, he even displayed the terrifying vermilion bird's inheritance. No one would have thought that Lin Ling would be the final vermilion bird master in the tomb of the vermilion bird. Then, the crowd looked at Lin Xuanwu again. At this moment, the pride of the heavens suddenly seemed laughable. Because of the vermilion bird's inheritance, Lin Xuanwu did not attack Lin Ling in the Jiumao mountain. However, everyone thought that Lin Xuanwu would seek revenge after leaving the Jiumao mountain. In the end, Lin Xuanwu was the one who lost. This also meant that the one who did not attack in the Jiumao mountain was Lin Ling. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure landed beside Lin Xuanwu. It was He Yuehua. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your martial arts heart to be so firm and your talent to be so terrifying. Now that you've obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance, your future is limitless. Thank you. But what is the meaning of Senior He's appearance? Thank you. Lin Ling nodded and lightly said. Your battle is over. You've won. I will take Lin Xuanwu away. After all, I have some friendship with Lin Xuanwu's master. He Yuehua said with a smile. On the ground, Lin Xuanwu's face was pale. But after hearing these words, his eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. Senior He, I respect you very much. But I must do what I say. If I want to kill him, no one will be able to stop me. Lin Ling shook his head, his eyes firm. He is a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. You are courting death. He Yuehua frowned. Lin Ling was not giving her any face. You said that a martial artist must have a sharp spirit and bravely move forward. How can you retreat because of the 7 profound martial house? Moreover, he said that Senior He would not interfere in our battle. But now that he has lost, Senior He seems to have interfered. Yes. Lin Ling's attitude was still as unyielding as before. He Yuehua appreciated him, and he was grateful to her. But that was another matter. How could Lin Ling be soft-hearted because of some words of appreciation? Senior He's complexion was ugly. He had indeed said those words before, but he was a senior, and Lin Ling was a junior. Now that Lin Ling had said those words, how could he let go of his face? Lin Ling. Yes. He was about to speak, but Lin Ling quickly interrupted him. Senior He said that a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. You said it, but did you do it? I said that I would kill him, so I will do it. Yes. So resolute. Yes. His voice caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble. Lin Ling was very strong. He did not fear the 7 profound martial house, nor did he fear He Yuehua. He wanted to kill Lin Xuanwu in front of everyone. What if I stop you? Yes. He Yuehua's pupils flashed, and she suddenly said. You once helped me, so I will be merciful to you. But only once. An eye for an eye. If you continue to be stubborn, then I will kill you too. Lin Ling slowly said, his killing intent resolute. If God blocked him, then he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, then he would destroy Buddha. He and He Yuehua were not friends, but He Yuehua appreciated him. But because of this appreciation, did he have to be merciful? If everyone praised him, then wouldn't Lin Ling agree to everyone's conditions? Not to mention, He Yuehua's appreciation was the appreciation of someone high above. It was not the appreciation of someone of the same generation. This kind of appreciation had the flavor of a reward. Chapter 477. Even you. You want to kill me too. He Yuehua's eyes narrowed. This young man's heart of martial arts was beyond her imagination, and his attitude was very frivolous. Senior He, kill him. He dares to ignore you. Boom. Suddenly, a voice came from the surroundings, as if lighting a fuse, causing the experts from various regions to shout, arrogant. He dares to be so arrogant in front of a senior from the rainforest's sacred land. Won't he trample all the seniors under his feet in the future? Boom. Their voices were boiling. Every region's expert wanted Lin Ling dead. Lin Ling was too terrifying. He was only from the lower 3 regions, but he defeated the number 1 genius of the middle 3 regions. In the future, wouldn't the cloud region be above their heads? This was not something they wanted to see. Therefore, with the presence of experts, they wanted this terrifying genius to fall. As for the first person to speak, it was Xing Feiyun, the patriarch of the Cloud region's sacred clan. He had always wanted to settle accounts with Lin Ling, but in the vermilion bird divine martial tomb, Lin Ling released a terrifying light, which made him afraid. Most importantly, it had only been a month since Lin Ling defeated his son, Xing Feifan. In this short period of time, Lin Ling had grown to such a level. What would happen if he was given another half a year? Vermilion bird dance. Boom. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, and a huge vermilion bird flew out, burning the clouds with surging flames, directly towards the experts from various regions. Die. Boom. The indifferent voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Everywhere the vermilion bird passed, nothing could not be burned, as if it was an ancient vermilion bird dancing in the sky. Dozens of experts from various regions were burned to death, and among them were early king spirit experts. One move to kill. What a terrifying flame. Boom. The people in the distance gasped. Lin Ling had only casually attacked, but the power of the flame was enough to burn everything. With the strength of a late heavenly spirit expert, he could easily kill an early king spirit expert. Of course, although this was terrifying and fantastical, but thinking about it carefully, all of this was not impossible. The inheritance of the vermilion bird, the tyrant body of a king body. If it couldn't allow Lin Ling to jump ranks to fight, then it wouldn't be qualified to be called the tyrant body of flames. Ever since the opening of the vermilion bird divine martial tomb, you've been nagging non-stop, as if we, the cloud domain, should be your subordinates. But once we surpass you, your sense of superiority starts to act, and you want to act tyrannically to stop us, while our resistance is arrogant and unbridled. Now, I want to see who dares to be dissatisfied with another word. A cold voice sounded out, causing countless gazes to look at Lin Ling. They only saw that the flames on Lin Ling's body were boiling. Those were blood-red flames, and when he stretched out his hand, a palm-sized vermilion bird flew in the air. The vermilion bird was condensed from blood-red flames, and it emitted an ancient aura. Silence. The surroundings were completely silent. No one dared to speak. The young man's voice was resolute. If they continued to be overbearing and arrogant, then the only outcome would be death. How arrogant! A single person had threatened a large number of cultivators in the middle three regions, causing some of the famous cultivators to be extremely dissatisfied. However, after seeing the terrifying vermilion bird, they were so humiliated that they did not dare to speak up. These are the cultivators of the middle three regions. Nothing more than this. The cultivators of the cloud domain laughed disdainfully. Not long ago, the cultivators of the middle three regions had come here to show off their strength, but now, each one of them was like a stray dog. Lin Ling, you really dare to kill me. At this moment, He Yuehua's cold voice sounded out. He knew that Lin Ling's previous actions were a warning to him. Feelings were feelings, and personal enmity was personal enmity. He Yuehua and Lin Ling had only exchanged a few words, and they had not reached the level of deep friendship. What do you think? Lin Ling did not answer. He only asked back, but his attitude was unyielding. If he continued to obstruct him, then even if he was the holy king of the 9 heavens, he would still fight. He Yuehua, has your integrity been eaten by a dog? At this moment, a mocking voice came from afar. He Yuehua looked over and her eyes narrowed. That person was also a cultivator of the rainforest Holy Land, Old Man Huayang. You promised Lin Ling that you would not interfere in the battle between Lin Xuanwu and Lin Ling. Since that is the case, why did you interfere when Lin Ling won? Let me ask you, if Lin Ling lost, would you still interfere? Old Man Huayang. He Yuehua's eyes narrowed. In fact, if Lin Ling lost, he might not have saved Lin Ling. Although he favored Lin Ling had rejected him. This made him lose face, so he wanted to see Lin Ling regret. You can't answer, right? Let me ask you again. You seem to have good intentions in helping Lin Ling, but in fact, you don't know his strength. You also don't know that Lin Ling will lose in the end. So, do you have good intentions or bad intentions? Old Man Huayang's voice came again. He Yuehua's face paled. He thought that Lin Ling would lose, so he helped Lin Ling, which was the same as rewarding Lin Ling. But in fact, Lin Ling did not need his help, and he used his help to make Lin Ling spare Lin Xuanwu. This was too ironic. Lin Ling did not need his help, but he did it on his own. When the battle was over, he ran out and said that he had helped Lin Ling before, so Lin Ling had to return the favor. Wasn't this ironic? This was simply wishful thinking. Scram. If you don't want your reputation to be ruined, then scram. Old Man Huayang shouted coldly. He Yuehua's face turned ugly. Finally, he sighed, Lin Ling, I know I underestimated you. He Yuehua's heart was extremely complicated. He Yuehua said this and left. He did not have the face to stay any longer. Old Man Huayang also appeared, and senior he seemed to have lost face and left. Today's stage was Lin Ling's alone. The crowd sighed incomparably. Everything was like a dream. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling in silence. Lin Ling glanced at Lin Xuanwu, but ignored him for now. His gaze was on the delicate girl not far away. A soft sentence floated out. Flatter. Flatter. Everyone was confused, but when they looked at Zhou Xiaoping, they immediately knew what she meant. In the tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Emperor, Lin Ling had helped Zhou Xiaoping. However, in order to climb up to Lin Xuanwu, Zhou Xiaoping had framed Lin Ling at a critical moment and had won Lin Xuanwu's favor. But now, Lin Ling wanted to make a move on Zhou Xiaoping, so he asked Zhou Xiaoping to flatter Lin Xuanwu again, and even offered herself to Lin Xuanwu in exchange for help. Zhou Xiaoping's face was pale, and she could not speak. What could she say? Continue to flatter Lin Xuanwu. Lin Xuanwu was now a cripple who could not even protect himself, so what was the use of flattering? She thought that Lin Ling could not help her go further, and the person who could help her go further, could help her now. Why aren't you flattering your Lin Xuanwu? Lin Ling said again, and made Zhou Xiaoping step back and sit down with a plop. Of course, you can use your ugly face to flatter others and let them help you. I'll wait here. Lin Ling shouted again. Chapter 478. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. I only wanted to become stronger. I did nothing wrong. Zhou Xiaoping gritted her teeth and stubbornly opened her mouth again. She believed that she did nothing wrong, but was it wrong to want to become stronger? Lin Ling laughed loudly, not even bothering to say anything more. Everyone wants to become stronger, to become famous, to laugh proudly at the world. Zhou Xiaoping was not wrong to want to become stronger, but she was wrong to attack someone who had helped her before, and to frame him. Furthermore, after doing all this, she did not feel any guilt. Instead, she felt that it was an honor for him to die in her place. Was that not wrong? Her heart was already twisted. The crowd shook their heads. Although they were not saints, they knew that this young girl's heart was terrifyingly twisted, giving them the urge to kill her. Lin Ling remained silent, causing Zhou Xiaoping's heart to beat wildly. She finally revealed a pitiful expression. I did not do anything wrong, I only did wrong in my poor judgment and underestimated you. However, it was also because I pushed you down the mountain that you were able to obtain the vermilion bird's inheritance. Therefore, you should be grateful to me and let bygones be bygones, okay? Lin Xuanwu is a good-for-nothing, he can't compare to you. Her voice was soft and gentle, and when paired with her blind appearance, it was indeed a pitiful sight. However, after being ugly once, everyone would feel disgusted by her. So, was there any use in pretending to be pitiful now? Lin Ling remained silent, and that silence brought great pressure to Zhou Xiaoping. I defeated Lin Xuanwu not to prove your judgment, nor to prove that I am stronger than Lin Xuanwu. You do not have that right. After a moment, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out, causing Zhou Xiaoping's body to tremble. As for you pushing me down the mountain so that I could obtain the vermilion bird's inheritance, can you be any more shameless? Lin Ling continued. If an ordinary person were to fall into the true samadhi water, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Lin Ling was still alive, and that was only because his foundation was stronger than those of the same age. Yet Zhou Xiaoping actually thought that the vermilion bird inheritance at the foot of Jiumei Mountain could be obtained so easily. What a joke. In fact, I really did sympathize with you at first. When I first came to this world, I was also a blind person, so I know that blind people have no dignity. In this world of martial arts, anyone can bully and humiliate them. The reason I was able to reach where I am today is because I have a heart of martial arts that will never retreat. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that Lin Ling, who was so dazzling now, had such a low starting point in the past. From a blind man to the number one genius in the middle three regions, Lin Ling's perseverance was terrifying. Therefore, when I saw you, I wanted to help you. I didn't want you to follow my old path. I also subconsciously thought of you as my friend, my family. I wanted to do my best to make your life a bit smoother. Lin Ling said again. His words made the hearts of the second prince and the others in the distance excited. As Lin Ling's friends and family, they deeply understood this point. Lin Ling was very good to his friends and family. In order to protect the peaceful place in his heart, he dared to raise his sword to the ninth heaven. As Lin Ling's friends and family, they felt blessed. Lin Ling, thank you. Thank you. That sentence made the second prince and the others thank him from the bottom of their hearts. Yu, heavenly concubine, and the others also looked at Lin Ling and smiled warmly. They liked being protected by this young man. It was an honor. Zhou Xiaoping's delicate body trembled. She could also feel that being Lin Ling's friend or family was an honor. At least in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, Lin Ling had agreed to all her requests. At that time, she was in a very good mood. He was also the first person in her life to respect her. Endless ripples appeared in her heart. At this moment, she heard the clear voice of a young girl. Big Brother Ling is very good to us. All of us have received his help and protection. Originally, you could have become one of them. Unfortunately, in order to become stronger, you betrayed Big Brother Ling. You, who was everyone's friend, became Big Brother Ling's enemy. Heaven. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. Became Big Brother Ling's enemy. Until now, every one of them has died. Heaven. The young girl's voice was as pleasant as a bell, but it also carried an icy chill. It was Yu. Out of all of them, only she was the most familiar with Lin Ling. She knew his heart. Heaven. Zhou Xiaoping's body trembled again. At this moment, deep regret spread out. She finally regretted it. Lin Ling had treated her as a family member, as a friend. However, she had framed Lin Ling, and pushed a person who had been sincere to her into the abyss. One thought to heaven. If she could become Lin Ling's friend, that would be an honor. But after missing out, one thought to hell. If she could become Lin Ling's enemy, she would be killed. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Zhou Xiaoping cried out with tears streaming down her cheeks. But at this moment, no one sympathized with her. Was there any use in regretting it after knowing it was wrong? If one was wrong, then one had to pay the price. Especially for someone who had done her a favor, the price was not something that a word of regret could make up for. If Lin Ling had not opened the 8 gates or tempered his body, then Lin Ling would have died. At that time, would Zhou Xiaoping say that she regretted it? Lin Ling shook his head, and stepped forward. You won't kill me. Lin Ling, I was really wrong. Please forgive me this time. I will always follow you, and I will enter the 7 profound martial house with you. I will never harm you again. Kill. Zhou Xiaoping was aware that a murderous aura was approaching. She anxiously cried out. She still hoped that Lin Ling would spare her life because she was a girl. Your so-called regret is only regret that you left me and lost everything. You do not regret your actions. If I am inferior to Lin Xuanwu today, you will not regret it. Kill. Lin Ling slowly said, his eyes cold. I won't kill you, but I said that I will make you wish you were dead. Kill. As the last sentence floated out, it was as cold as the 9 nether hells. Not only Zhou Xiaoping, but even the powerhouses of the various regions felt their hearts tremble. To an enemy, this youth was truly cold. Have you heard of the flawless body? This sort of innate spirit body cannot practice martial arts, but it can live for 100 years, be immune to 100 diseases, and not fear 100 poisons. It also has a formidable regenerative ability. I will help you create this rare innate spirit body. Kill. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a burning hot aura enveloped Zhou Xiaoping. Zhou Xiaoping's body trembled, and she faintly felt as if she had become stronger. Immune to 100 diseases, not fearing 100 poisons, this sort of innate spirit body was very strong. Only the flames of the vermilion bird could create this sort of innate spirit body. But this sort of innate spirit body could not practice martial arts, nor could it cultivate. Zhou Xiaoping's heart stirred. Lin Ling had not killed her, but had helped her transform her body. Was this youth really moved by her? Thank you, Lin Ling. But, can you help me create this spirit body so that it can cultivate? Zhou Xiaoping expectantly asked. Her eyes slowly opened. Her eyes had been healed. This caused her heart to be excited. She carefully looked at the youth in front of her, and discovered that this youth was handsome and otherworldly. She was extremely moved. Chapter 479. His name shook the middle 3 regions. Don't tell me you don't have anything other than your own interests. Lin Ling shook his head. This girl was still thinking about her own interests even now. Zhou Xiaoping was puzzled. Lin Ling had modified her body, but he still seemed to be dissatisfied with her. She was about to open her mouth when she heard Lin Ling continue, "In my memories, there is a soul martial art that can seal a person's 3 souls and 6 spirits, leaving only 1 spirit. That spirit cannot control the body and can only see, hear, and feel everything around the body." Yes. And now, I'm going to destroy your 3 spiritual and 6 physical souls, leaving only 1 physical soul. At that time, you won't be able to control yourself, you'll be like a walking corpse, like an idiot. But you'll be able to deeply feel what you're going through. That kind of pain, you can imagine it yourself. Furthermore, I've modified your innate spirit body, allowing you to live for 100 years. Yes. Lin Ling said coldly. Zhou Xiaoping's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had made her innate spirit body perfect, but he did not allow her to control her body, making her like an idiot. The most frightening thing was that she could feel what her body was going through, such as being ridiculed, raped, humiliated, and so on. This also meant that she would experience even more terrible torment in life. For example, if someone took her away and made her a slave, she would not be able to resist, but she would be able to experience the feeling of being a slave. The most frightening thing was that her master would die, but she would not die. She would just have a new master. Living a life worse than death. She finally understood the meaning of those words. Indeed, when a person was in this situation, living a life worse than death. Sometimes, death was a kind of reward. Lin Ling, spare me. Zhou Xiaoping continued to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Lin Ling shook his head coldly. Once he had determined his enemy, he would not be merciful, nor would he be overcautious. He had made this kind of mistake before. In the battle between the Gu Yen sect disciples, he was merciful and caused Hu Leitang to be injured. Soul break. Yes. A cold shout rang out, and a terrifying soul force attacked, enveloping Zhou Xiaoping. Zhou Xiaoping's body trembled, and her soul was shattered one by one. Only 1 spirit remained, and it could clearly feel everything around it. Ha! But she couldn't control her body. She was in a daze. She kept walking forward like an idiot. But the terrifying thing was that her eyes and ears could clearly hear the sounds around her. She could even feel the wind blowing past her body, but she just couldn't control herself. What a ruthless method. This Lin Ling really can only be a friend and not an enemy. When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts trembled violently. Living a life worse than death, this was truly living a life worse than death. As for Lin Ling's friends, they faintly smiled. They didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. After all, if Lin Ling wasn't lucky, then Lin Ling would have died. And if Lin Ling died, then even more people from the cloud domain would die. It could only be said that Zhou Xiaoping brought this upon herself. Moreover, in this world, the strong reigned supreme. Compared to Lin Ling, which martial artist present had not killed before. In fact, he had killed even more powerful cultivators from the various regions. He had killed both the good and the bad, unlike Lin Ling, who at least had his own principles. Your turn. Then, Lin Ling walked step by step towards Lin Xuanwu. Lin Xuanwu's complexion was complex, and his heart trembled. This youth's pace wasn't fast, but every step seemed to trample on his heart. To him, this youth was terrifying. My master is an elder of the 7 profound martial house. You cannot kill me. In his anxiety, Lin Xuanwu said with difficulty. Lin Ling stopped in front of Lin Xuanwu. He looked down at him with arrogance. How sad. The dignified number 1 talent of the middle 3 regions has actually fallen to the point where you have to bring out your master to save your life. This ugly appearance is completely different from how you were not too long ago. You. Lin Xuanwu clenched his teeth. Lin Ling was humiliating him, he was deeply aware of it. I remember you saying before that it was better that I didn't die. Now, do you still dare to say that? Lin Ling lightly said again. Lin Xuanwu's face was extremely pale. He did not dare to say this. If he had known that Lin Ling was not dead, and that Lin Ling was the true owner of the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, then he would not have wished to see Lin Ling again. He would have immediately returned to the rainforest Holy Land. Unfortunately, he did not know this earlier. The surrounding people looked at Lin Xuanwu in silence, their hearts extremely complex. The dignified number one talent of the middle three regions had been suppressed by Lin Ling in such a domineering manner that he could not say anything. It was very sad. And in fact, in Jiumao Mountain, Lin Xuanwu had obtained the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, so he should have immediately left. But when Lin Ling appeared, even if he wanted to leave, it was too late. In fact, I don't have much enmity with you. You came for the Vermilion Bird divine martial art, and so did I. Everyone competed fairly, and the loser should have accepted it wholeheartedly. However, you lost at Jiumao Mountain and then had people frame me. When I came out of the tomb of the Vermilion Bird divine martial art, you did not sympathize with me, nor did you feel guilty. Instead, you wanted to kill me for fun, as if you wanted to satisfy the anger of losing to me at Jiumao Mountain. Unfortunately, your actions led to death. Lin Ling lightly said. Lin Xuanwu's face was filled with despair. He knew that Lin Ling wanted to kill him, and nothing could stop him. Was he going to die? He was extremely unwilling. If it were not for Lin Ling, he would have obtained the Vermilion Bird divine martial art. In the rainforest Holy Land, he would have gone further and even become the most dazzling talent, making a name for himself. However, after Lin Ling's appearance, all of this became a dream. I can't accept this. Lin Xuanwu muttered to himself. Is it because I deprived you of the Vermilion Bird's inheritance, and you are about to die, so you can't accept this? I can tell you that this world does not only have one holy land. Besides the rainforest, there are several other holy lands. Not only that, but the Seven Profound Martial House is not the only martial arts hall in the rainforest Holy Land, but there are also 6 other martial houses. You are only a tiny ant in the Seven Profound Martial House. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. Lin Ling lightly said. He had obtained a wisp of the limitless Sword Saint's remnant soul, so he knew more than Lin Xuanwu. Hearing these words, Lin Xuanwu's pupils shrank. He had always been proud of being a genius of the Seven Profound Martial House, but he discovered that this country boy in front of him seemed to know more than him. Die! Shaking his head, the Vermilion Bird in Lin Ling's hand flew out like a dance of a vermilion bird. When it fell on Lin Xuanwu's body, it suddenly bloomed with a brilliant crimson flame, burning Lin Xuanwu to ashes. At this point, the number one genius of the middle 3 regions had fallen. Countless eyes looked at Lin Ling, their hearts surging. Lin Ling was too terrifying. In today's battle, he had swept away the top 3 geniuses of the middle 3 regions. His name was bound to shake the middle 3 regions. But at this moment, the icy voice sounded out once more. Within an incense stick of time, if you are still in my cloud domain, die. Die. A dreadful chill struck, causing the hearts of the powerhouses of the various regions to tremble. They didn't dare to say anything, and immediately scattered in all directions. None of them dared to have any objections. The strong were revered. Lin Ling was stronger than them, they could only revere and look up to him. At this moment, the tiny cloud domain was thoroughly famous. The top powerhouse here was not the saint race, but the number 1 genius, Lin Ling. The 100 domains were vast and boundless. 18 were the upper 3 regions, 33 were the middle 3 regions, and the rest were the lower 3 regions. But today, the cloud domain, in the name of Lin Ling, had thoroughly become the middle 3 regions. 7 chapters has ended and I'm dizzy from writing. Today is a rare day of rest, so I didn't go anywhere. I just wrote. The next time I explode, I will be like Lin Ling and charge forward bravely. I will keep fighting and strive to surpass today's record. I hope it will be 8 chapters, 10 chapters. Chapter 480. The Growth of the Vermilion Bird's Flames, Lin Ling. Yes. Xing Feiyan's face turned ugly. Their former master of the cloud region had become a supporting character. From the beginning to the end, no one had mentioned the Saint clan. This made them feel deeply humiliated. Of course, this could only mean that they were trash. What did the Saint clan do when the experts from the other regions came here? Nothing. They only dared to hide in the crowd and even bewitch people to kill Lin Ling. This was a disgrace to the cloud region. Of course, they thought that they did it secretly, but in fact, many people from the Stone Saint Nation and the Heaven Mystics Kingdoms saw it and despised them. One day later, Lin Ling shocked the middle 3 regions by himself. The news spread like a snowball throughout the cloud region. Thousands of martial artists from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Stone Saint Nation, and the Snake Swamp Nation admired Lin Ling, making him the master of the cloud region. All he lacked was a proper title. However, Lin Ling obviously didn't care about this. His goal was the rainforest's sacred ground, the world of geniuses. At this moment, in the extreme ice pool of the Stone Saint Nation. This was the coldest place in the Stone Saint Nation. It was said that the coldness of the North Ice originated from here. Even Heaven's Spirit Realm martial artists didn't dare to stay here for too long. Even if they suppressed the bone-chilling cold with spirit chi, they couldn't last long. Gurgle. At this moment, the ice on the surface of the extreme ice pool was melting and bubbling. White smoke was emitted. Under the pool, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. Flames bloomed on his body. Those were blood-red flames. A pair of vermilion bird wings appeared on his back. It was extremely beautiful. 4,000 vermilion birds' flames, also known as the 4 elements' true flames. Lin Ling stood up. The flames on his body burned, causing the ice water around him to boil and evaporate. The temperature of the vermilion bird's flames was terrifying. Moreover, he sensed that his body had 4,000 vermilion bird's flames. They were like little vermilion birds, covering his body and making his body extremely strong. Then, the scene of him defeating the 3 geniuses of the middle 3 regions not long ago flashed through his mind. The flames of the vermilion bird gave him the strength to defeat those at the early stage of the King's Spirit Realm. It had to be known that he had only casually attacked with the vermilion bird's dance, and none of those early stage King's Spirit Realm foreign cultivators had been able to block it. However, those were all ordinary King's Spirit Realm martial artists, not genius King's Spirit Realm martial artists. Genius King's Spirit Realm martial artists had formidable talent, martial arts, and foundations. Most of them were invincible in the same realm, and they could even jump realms to fight. Lin Ling had yet to encounter such an opponent. Of course, if he used his full strength, Lin Ling was confident that he could defeat a genius at the King's Spirit Realm. The first reason was that the vermilion bird's flame was the tyrant physique of the innate king physiques, and it was currently at the 4th grade. Just by relying on the innate king physique, Lin Ling could crush a large number of geniuses. 2. True intent of fire. After obtaining the vermilion bird's inheritance, Lin Ling's true intent of fire reached 40%. This was Lin Ling's foundation and talent. Moreover, the vermilion bird's flame could be continuously awakened, but it required the first shade true fire pill. That ancient pill could raise Lin Ling's 4th shade true fire to 5th shade, or even 6th shade, 9th shade, and finally the true fate flame. Once the true fate flame was formed, it would be the flame of a divine beast. Those who obtained it would have terrifying recovery abilities and a terrifying physical body with the power of nirvanic rebirth. The first shade True Fire pill requires a terrifying amount of herbs and spirit herbs. It must be 100,000 mid-grade spirit crystals, sun essence stone, divine dissolving clay, fire elemental jade, and fire poison fruit. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He had memories of these spirit herbs, but he had never seen them before. Just 100,000 mid-grade spirit crystals was enough to give Lin Ling a headache. When he had broken through to the mid-stage of the sky spirit realm, he had only spent 3,000 spirit crystals. Of course, although the first shade True Fire pill had harsh requirements, its effects were obvious, so Lin Ling was looking forward to it. After shaking his head, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. In his dantian, the aura of the sky spirit essence pill bloomed. But at this moment, it had quietly changed into the highest grade purple sky spirit essence pill, allowing him to easily defeat martial artists at the same stage. But the sky spirit essence pill hit a vermilion bird. If Lin Ling didn't use the vermilion bird's flame, no one would be able to see that his king body was a fourth-grade talent. They would only think that he had a first-grade world-purifying demonic flame. Lin Ling was satisfied with this. The rainforest Holy Land was filled with countless powerhouses. Hiding a card in his hand could sometimes save his life. In the following days, Lin Ling did not rush to the rainforest Holy Land. Instead, he refined a massive number of pills for his friends and family. Although Limitless Sword Saint had left behind a wisp of his soul for Lin Ling, the former Limitless Sword Saint was extremely powerful. Even a wisp of his soul was enough for Lin Ling to benefit greatly. There were all sorts of ancient martial arts, pills, and so forth. It was like a library as vast as the sea. The limit of this library was just below the number 1 person of the 7 profound martial house master. Among the pills that Lin Ling refined, there were some that strengthened the body. There were also 7 revolution awakening pills. At the very least, Yu and the others would be able to display their potential. At that time, they would have the qualifications to step into the rainforest Holy Land. Without a solid foundation, going to the rainforest Holy Land was useless. This world was very large. Before, Lin Ling thought that when a martial artist cultivated, they would constantly absorb the world's spiritual energy and turn it into their own. But now, he knew that the body was the foundation. Only with a solid foundation could one go further. Luckily, Lin Ling had accidentally strengthened his body. He had opened the 8 inner gates, forged his bones, tempered his blood, and strengthened his organs. This had made his foundation incomparably solid. In his memories, if one's foundation was not solid before the king's spirit realm, then even if they broke through to the king's spirit realm, they would not be able to go far. On this day, Lin Ling walked out. In the extreme ice temple, everyone was gathered there. Right now, Lin Ling was the Cloud Sea King of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Lord of Extreme Ice. It meant that he was sitting on 2 kingdoms. Everyone looked at the spirited youth and smiled with gratification. It was because of this youth's existence that they could cultivate peacefully and not be humiliated by external enemies. Lin Ling also smiled and took out a large amount of pills. At the same time, he expressed his thoughts. If Yu and the others also wanted to go to the rainforest Holy Land, they had to have a solid foundation before going. The time was 1 year later. As for his grandfather and the others, they were older, and their martial Tao path was a foregone conclusion. Hence, Lin Ling just wanted them to improve their strength. 1 year later, Alright, you go to the rainforest Holy Land first. We will look for you then. Yu, Heavenly Concubine, and Yuer, and the other girls all smiled. They were looking forward to going to the Sacred Martial Arts Hall 1 year later. Perhaps, this youth's name would have already shaken the sacred ground. Old man Huayang also smiled and said, Lin Ling, we will treat each other as equals in the future. Furthermore, which martial arts hall do you intend to go to when you go to the rainforest Holy Land? As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes narrowed. The arrogant old man from the cloud auction house was actually talking to Lin Ling as an equal. Lin Ling was also very surprised. However, old man Huayang wasn't surprised. He just smiled and didn't explain. Geniuses couldn't be measured with common sense. In the future, Lin Ling would definitely surpass him. Hence, he treated Lin Ling as equals. Furthermore, he was already used to such things in the rainforest Holy Land. That place was a place where miracles were created. It was very common for the new generation of geniuses to replace the old generation of experts. Lin Ling didn't ask further and just nodded. Chapter 481. Great Heavenly Dragon Peer, I plan to go to the 7 Profound Martial House. Lin Ling smiled, causing everyone's complexion to change. It had to be known that Lin Ling had just killed a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House, and now he was actually going to the 7 Profound Martial House. This old man Huayang was also surprised. Lin Ling was fearless and fearless. The more difficult the challenge, the more he would welcome it. Lin Ling smiled and said, "Rest assured, although that place is sacred and has countless talents, I will be stronger than them." His smile was brilliant and full of confidence, causing those who were worried to smile. This young man was always full of confidence, and he was brave enough to move forward without fear of any challenge. 3 days from now, I will first go to the rainforest Holy Land. But before I leave, I will also help you increase your strength. After Lin Ling smiled, he slowly said, I will help you learn several first-grade King Step martial arts. There are Moon Shadow Flower Cut, Evil King 7 Shadow Steps, and Mortal Fist. King Step martial arts. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. These were powerful martial arts that only existed in the rainforest Holy Land. Moreover, these martial arts seemed very familiar. That's right, they were the martial arts that Lin Xuanwu had used in his battle with Lin Ling. Lin Ling had learned them. You only fought once, and you learned them. You are really abnormal. Old man Huayang roared. He came from the rainforest Holy Land, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to learn King Step martial arts. These martial arts, what realm have you reached in your cultivation? Old man Huayang asked again. There were 4 realms in cultivating King Step martial arts. Small success, large success, perfection, and subtle. These represented one's proficiency in the martial arts. Perfection. Lin Ling nodded, causing old man Huayang's body to stiffen. He had only fought once, and not only had he learned them, but he had also cultivated them to the perfection realm. This Lin Ling's perception was too terrifying. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He didn't take credit for this. He knew that this was because of the remnant soul of the limitless sword saint, which allowed him to be familiar with the martial arts of the 7 Profound Martial House. Of course, because it was a remnant soul, there were many powerful martial arts that Lin Ling had to see before he could recall them. 3 days later, Lin Ling embarked on the journey alone. Is mother there? Rainforest sacred land, here I come. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the handsome horse carried the youth and they left together. This time, he would step into the world of geniuses. However, not only was the youth not afraid, he even had a confident smile on his face. Time passed by quietly. The young man crossed rivers and mountains. Along the way, he saw experts from all over the place and the scenery of different regions. A month later, he finally arrived at the upper 3 regions. That was the Rain Sea. He had to cross the Rain Sea in order to reach the rainforest sacred land. In the upper 3 regions Great Tianlong country's dock, at this moment, there was a surging tide of people. Looking carefully, most of them were youths, about 16 to 20 years old. Each and every one of them was full of vigor and vitality. The worst of them were at the late heavenly spirit realm, and the strongest were at the early king spirit realm. The 7 profound martial house recruits disciples once a year, and they must be under 20 years old. If you miss this time, then you will have to wait until next year. There are so many youths going to the 7 profound martial house this year, but I think that most of them will be eliminated. Who do you think you are? You're only at the late heavenly spirit realm. What qualifications do you have to judge others? The youths were all hot-blooded and full of fighting spirit. As they boarded the ship, they saw each other as an eyesore. Pang pang pang. Some of the weaker youths were taught a lesson and sent tumbling into the sea. This caused many of the young boys and girls to laugh with disdain. If one wanted to go to the rainforest's sacred land, they had to take a ship. Therefore, all the geniuses of the 100 domains would gather here. The winds and clouds would surge, and the geniuses would gather. However, there were always some arrogant and proud young geniuses who couldn't see through themselves. They thought that if they were famous in their hometown, then they would be famous in this gathering place of geniuses. But in the end, they could only suffer. At this time, another youth arrived at the dock. He carried a massive greatsword on his back and wore a long blue and white robe. He had a travel-worn appearance, but he was handsome and tall. After he arrived at the dock, he attracted the attention of many young girls. Of course, because he was a new face, he also attracted the disdain of the geniuses of the upper 3 regions. Hey, this greatsword is very mighty, and it looks extraordinary. It belongs to me. A youth with acne on his face lightly said. Wielder, this guy is bullying the newcomers. Looking at this youth, many people shook their heads. This youth called Wielder had a good reputation in the upper 3 regions. He was at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, and was one of the most promising geniuses to enter the 7 profound martial house. There are so many people. Are we going to take a ship to the 7 profound martial house from here? However, the countless youths were waiting to watch a good show. But the blue and white robed youth was indifferent, his eyes looking at the vast sea in front of him. Are you ignoring my words? Wielder frowned. Many people could see that he was dissatisfied. It's fine if he's nameless, but he doesn't even give face to Wielder. Another guy is going to suffer. The crowd was talking, but the youth called Wielder proudly said, Leave your sword behind and go soak in the sea. Without my order, you are not allowed to come up. Are you talking to me? The blue and white robed youth finally turned his head and spoke softly, causing the surrounding youths to narrow their eyes. This fellow had only just heard Wielder's words. This young man was too arrogant. You're very good. I've been waiting at the dock for so long, and you are the first person who dares to ignore me. Wielder was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed in anger. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. His spirit body was not weak, and had almost reached the 2nd grade. It was the Vajra king body. It was said that if one had a deep understanding of this king body, they could transform into a 100,000-foot golden body, invulnerable to swords and spears. It was extremely fierce. Vajra divine palm. Rumble rumble rumble. A terrifying golden light bloomed like a giant golden palm, and then shot towards the blue and white robed youth. You overestimate yourself, you're going to lose face. The surrounding youths smiled faintly. Most of them were from the 18th upper 3 regions. Their bloodlines were ancient, and their family backgrounds were extremely deep. Since they were young, apart from the upper 3 regions, the upper 3 regions was the sacred land of the rainforest. Therefore, they had heard of each other before, and naturally knew of Wielder. As for the blue and white robed youth, they had never heard of him. They guessed that he was from the middle 3 regions. Unfortunately, they had never been to such a place because it was too low class. I haven't even reached the sacred land of the rainforest, and the genius I've met is already very strong. The blue and white robed youth murmured to himself. This was indeed the case. His opponent was about the same age as him, but his cultivation was at the peak of the sky spirit realm, and his innate king body seemed to be very powerful. He had met such an opponent before, and it was the number one genius of the middle three regions, Lin Xuanwu. The difference between the two was that Lin Xuanwu had a king stage martial art, while the youth in front of him had an even more powerful innate king body. Of course, although he was powerful, he was still a bit weak in front of the youth in front of him. Secular fist, no regrets in the secular world. A fist blooming with red light struck out, and ripples rolled out, causing the eyes of the surrounding people to light up. This nameless youth didn't seem to be weak. Bang! The fist and palm collided, and an invisible shockwave rippled out. The surrounding youths formed a spiritual shield to protect themselves, but they still looked over curiously. Chapter 482. Boarding the ship, he actually blocked Wei Da's palm. Everyone was surprised, extremely surprised. Wei Da had a nearly second-grade king body talent, and his strength surpassed the nameless youth's by an entire boundary. Yet, he was only able to tie. Bang! At this moment, the power of a king's step martial art erupted. The light of the mortal world shrouded the area like smoke, and then a figure smashed into the sea like a meteor. With a splash, the sound of waves caused the hearts of the youths to jump. As they looked over, their faces were suddenly filled with excitement. Wei Da had lost. How was this possible? That martial arts aura was even stronger than Wei Da's Vajra divine palm. It seemed to be a king step martial art. A youth recalled and sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone's pupils constricted. A king step martial art was said to be a martial art that only the seven profound martial house possessed. Now, it had actually appeared before their eyes. A genius from the upper three realms. You seem to have a proud background, but your strength seems to be a bit weak. At this moment, an indifferent voice floated out from the blue and white-robed youth's mouth, causing everyone to be even more silent. Splash! In the sea, Wei Da swam back, his face extremely ugly. He had been beaten into the water, and had been humiliated just like the other geniuses. Before I leave, you are not allowed to come up. At this moment, the blue and white-robed youth's voice sounded out again. You dare to make me soak in the water? Wei Da roared. He was unwilling. He was a genius from the upper three realms. He had wanted to go to the seven profound martial house to shine, but on the way there he had lost to a genius from another region. This had caused his heart of martial arts to become timid and weak. You can refuse, but I cannot guarantee your fate. The blue and white-robed youth lightly said. His eyes stared straight at Wei Da, causing Wei Da's heart to tremble. What a cold aura. Was this nameless youth hiding his strength when he fought with him? When you fought with me, you only used 50% of your strength. I admit defeat, I will soak in the water. Without another word, Wei Da was so humiliated that he didn't dare to go ashore again. He had a feeling that this year's 7 Profound Martial House recruitment test was filled with geniuses, and now there was one more. 50%. The surrounding youth's pupils constricted. This blue and white-robed youth was too fierce. When had the middle 3 realms produced such a terrifying genius? 50%. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a slight smile. Earlier, he'd only been able to utilize 30% of his strength at most. Of course, he wasn't arrogant. After all, that young man called Wei Da wasn't the strongest genius, and was only an ordinary member. And with so many people here, there must be even more powerful geniuses hiding here. It was just that they disdained to associate with ordinary geniuses, so they were hiding their strength and trump cards. Interesting. Although Wei Da isn't strong, his strength is ranked in the middle among this batch of disciples. He defeated him with 50% of his strength. That little fellow in the blue and white robe can barely enter my eyes. I'm still a little weak. Against Wielder, my strength can make him lose in shame. As expected, there were indeed many powerful geniuses hidden far away from the dock. They came from the upper three regions and could be said to be favored by the heavens. Since young, they had received guidance from their elders and accumulated endless cultivation resources. Their goal was to enter the rainforest's sacred land. If he could make a name for himself in the rainforest, then he would stand at the peak of the 100 territories. The ship is here. Right at this moment, a shout sounded out. Ahead, an enormous dragon ship sailed over in a grandiose manner. The rumbling sound was like thunder, and its speed was extremely fast. If it didn't stop, it would crash through the dock and even the great sky dragon kingdom. This ship is heading to the rainforest's sacred land. Young men who are about to board the ship, get ready. Right at this moment, a loud and clear voice sounded out. A man with red hair leaped out from the dragon ship and floated above the sea, and he lightly pushed with his right hand. Rumble. A dazzling blue light screen appeared in his palm, and the imposing dragon ship was actually forcefully suppressed and stopped at the side of the dock for a moment. What terrifying strength! That is the true intent of water. All the young geniuses gasped and restrained their arrogance. They knew that there would always be someone better than them. That mysterious ship watcher surely came from the rainforest's sacred land. Get on the ship. That red-haired middle-aged man also stopped at the dock. An iron chain was connected to the dock, and he quietly watched all the young men board the dock. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 483. Disdain. Everyone was shocked. This was the first genius youth that the red-haired middle-aged man praised. Even though this didn't represent everything, the red-haired middle-aged man was strong and could see the potential and talent of these geniuses. The youth called Lan Feng had an ugly expression. He had only received a compliment from the red-haired middle-aged man. Young Master Zhuemo is really strong, and he is so cold, so handsome. After the crowd was shocked, some young girls let out sounds of admiration, hoping to attract Zhuemo's attention. Unfortunately, Zhuemo didn't even look at them. His gaze was on a young girl in a blue dress in the distance. That young girl was like a daughter of heaven, standing silently in the distance. No one dared to approach her. It was as though her background and talent could only be admired and could not be blasphemed. Tang Yu, the little princess of the Tang Empire, has also come. Many people clearly recognized the young girl, and the admiration in their eyes grew. The Tang Empire was a famous empire in the upper three regions. It had a long history, and the entire empire was filled with the strongest. It was extremely famous in the 100 regions. The little princess of the Tang Empire also had terrifying talent, a second-grade king body, and was in the early stages of the king's spirit realm. What was most frightening was that it was said that the little princess had 30% martial essence. Martial essence was above king-level martial arts. It depended on luck and comprehension. Normal geniuses could only cultivate king-level martial arts. True geniuses could comprehend martial essence. Everyone looked at Tang Yu, but Tang Yu seemed to be familiar with this kind of attention. Her presence was indifferent as she walked lightly towards the metal chain. Light bloomed, and there was the sound of a peacock soaring. Then everyone heard the red-haired middle-aged man nod in satisfaction. Good, good, good. Good. 3 was good. Without a doubt, of the youths that boarded this time, the little princess of the Tang Empire was the most dazzling. Of course, her beauty and talent were gathered together, so no one was jealous, only admiring and admiring. Little Princess Tang Yu, ranked 4th in the upper 3 regions, you deserve this. You deserve it. Zhuemo smiled faintly and looked at Tang Yu. He seemed to want to curry favor with Tang Yu, but Tang Yu's exquisite chin nodded slightly and didn't say anything. This made Zhuemo slightly embarrassed. Lan Feng felt slightly embarrassed. He was a youth with an elegant bearing, but he was below a female. Even more importantly, that female had nodded at Swamo, but she didn't even look at him. His heart was in a bad mood. His gaze wandered and suddenly fell on a young man in a blue and white robe on the dock. He immediately frowned. He saw that the young man was actually smiling. Everyone had looks of admiration on their faces, but only that young man was smiling. Was he mocking him? "Are you qualified to laugh at me?" A cold voice drifted out from Blue Maple's mouth, causing all the youths to look at the youth in blue and white robes. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He was indeed laughing earlier, but he wasn't laughing at Blue Maple. He was only shocked by the strength of the 100 Territories geniuses. These youths were around the same age as him, but they had all reached the king's spirit realm. Moreover, their talent was not weak, and their martial arts foundation was extremely deep. This filled him with anticipation, so he smiled confidently. However, the others thought that he was mocking Blue Maple. Moreover, Blue Maple didn't receive Tang Yu's attention and seemed to be very dissatisfied, so he vented the anger in his heart and didn't allow others to laugh. This was too overbearing. "You think too highly of yourself. I'm mocking you. I don't have the leisure to do that, and you are not qualified for me to mock you." The other party was aggressive. Even if Lin Ling wanted to keep a low profile, he wouldn't take this lying down. What? The surrounding youths were surprised. This youth in blue and white actually dared to talk back. Although he had defeated Wei De earlier, Wei Da's strength was only average in the upper 3 regions, while Blue Maple was 8th. "You're very bold." Blue Maple was stunned for a moment, then he laughed out of anger. He had never seen that youth before. He guessed that he was a martial artist from the middle 3 regions or the lower 3 regions. Moreover, he had made a name for himself in those places, so he was arrogant and thought that he could look down on the geniuses of the upper 3 regions. He simply couldn't see through himself. "Young man, let me remind you. Do you know why the geniuses of the upper 3 regions are ranked differently from the middle 3 regions?" Next to Lin Ling, a youth said with a smile. He could also see that Lin Ling seemed to be unfamiliar with the geniuses of the upper 3 regions. Lin Ling shook his head. He really didn't know. Because the middle 3 regions are not qualified to be ranked in the circle of geniuses of the upper 3 regions. However, the geniuses of the middle 3 regions are not reconciled, so they created a genius ranking to prove their strength. However, this is just a joke. The youth explained. It turned out that the middle 3 regions were not qualified to be ranked, and their genius ranking had no authority. The geniuses of the upper 3 regions were not valued at all. Lin Ling nodded, but he was still puzzled as to why the youth next to him would explain for him. After all, he didn't care about the genius ranking of the middle 3 regions. So what if he was first or last? "You said so much to prove that the geniuses of the upper 3 regions are stronger, and the geniuses of the middle 3 regions, no matter what rank they are all trash in your eyes?" Lin Ling asked. "That's right, I just want you to have some self-awareness. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are ranked in the middle 3 regions." The youth laughed. "Is there a difference? To me, any ranking is fake. Strength is everything. What does the first and second place of the upper 3 regions have to do with me?" Sigh. Lin Ling lightly shook his head, causing the youth's face to stiffen. He had said so much to let Lin Ling know the power of the geniuses of the upper 3 regions and make Lin Ling feel inferior. But who would have thought that Lin Ling didn't care at all? "According to your words, I am the same as you. I don't care what kind of genius you are in the middle 3 regions, but in my eyes, do you have the qualifications to stand side by side with me? You don't even have the qualifications to board the ship." Blue Maple still didn't get angry. With so many people watching, if he got angry at the trash of the middle 3 regions, it was the same as lowering his status. Maybe. Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head, too lazy to say anything more, and walked step by step towards the metal chain. Everyone looked mockingly at Lin Ling, wanting to see the moment when Lin Ling would lose face. Zuemo smiled at Tang Yu and said, "No matter where, there are always clowns who don't know their own strength. Little Princess Tang Yu, don't take this kind of person to heart. They just want to use us geniuses to make a name for themselves." Sigh. He was looking for a chance to get close to Tang Yu, so he said that Lin Ling didn't fear Lu Maple in public because he wanted to make a name for himself. However, how could this kind of action move a true genius? In the end, he would only end up losing face. Tang Yu nodded and didn't express any opinion. She only looked curiously at the youth in blue and white robes. For some reason, she had a feeling that the youth wasn't deliberately mystifying things, but a kind of true indifference and indifference. This youth didn't care about the geniuses of the upper three regions. This intuition made her feel very amused, but she was also very curious. "Shall we board the ship?" Sigh. The red-haired middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. He wasn't surprised at all by the competition between the geniuses. This kind of thing happened every year. However, the little guy in front of him was only in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, barely qualified to step into the rainforest's sacred land. He didn't understand why he was so confident before. Chapter 484. Monster Rumble. The rules were the same as before. The red-haired middle-aged man's invisible aura pressed down. In the next moment, his pupils constricted as he sensed that the young man's king body was unfathomable. Most importantly, an ancient martial art was also released. The young man seemed to know a lot of king stage martial arts. Interesting. Ha! The red-haired middle-aged man laughed in his heart. His aura rose again. However, the young man was not willing to be inferior. A terrifying soul force and spirit energy came back. King body is very strong, martial arts foundation is very strong, physical foundation is very solid, and even soul force is very condensed. How did this little guy cultivate? The red-haired middle-aged man was shocked. A martial artist's cultivation was actually a race against time. Some geniuses had strong martial arts foundations but weak physical foundations. Some geniuses had strong foundations but had no time to comprehend martial arts. There were very few people who were perfect in every aspect, but this young man could be said to be perfect. Again. Ha! The red-haired middle-aged man was excited. He was responsible for taking the geniuses to the rainforest's sacred land, but it had been a long time since he had met such a terrifying genius. "Senior, you used the aura of an early king spirit realm cultivator against them, but you used the aura of a mid-king spirit realm cultivator against me. This is a bit unfair." Ha! At this moment, the young man's calm voice sounded, causing the red-haired middle-aged man's pupils to constrict. He wanted to see where the limit of the young man's talent was. The young man's aura kept rising, which was different from the usual rules. Using the aura of a mid-heavenly spirit realm cultivator against a little guy made him feel a bit embarrassed. Their auras collided in the blink of an eye, and no one noticed it at all. Many people only saw that Lin Ling seemed to stay longer than the other geniuses, which made them laugh disdainfully. Daring to provoke the geniuses of the upper three realms like this. Paw! At this moment, Lin Ling finally took a step forward, causing the smiles on the crowd's faces to stiffen. This young man seemed to have the qualifications to board the ship. However, this was just the beginning. Amazing! Ha! The soft voice was filled with shock, which heavily smashed into the hearts of the geniuses. There was no good word. There was only one word, amazing. But these two words represented the blue and white-robed youth's talent. He was above all of them. Amazing. Ha! However, the evaluation wasn't over yet. Shocked voices rang out once again, causing the eyes of all the geniuses to narrow. 2 consecutive, amazing. You're able to withstand my aura of the King's spirit realm with your strength at the late stage of the Sky spirit realm. Your potential is very frightening. The red-haired middle-aged man said solemnly. This was what shocked him the most. He was only in the late stage of the Sky spirit realm, 2 levels lower than the previous geniuses, but his overall combat strength and potential were stronger than theirs. This blue and white robed youth could be called a monster. How is that possible? Lan Feng's pupils constricted. His strength wasn't comparable to the red-haired middle-aged man's, so naturally, he couldn't sense how terrifying Lin Ling was. In his eyes, the blue-white robed youth was only at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, and his innate talent was only at the 1st grade. But, he was still above his head. Senior, did you go easy on him? Suemo also said, anger blooming in his eyes. Before, he had disdainfully commented on Lin Ling, but now, Lin Ling had given him a silent slap. He didn't have the right to comment. But at the same time, a voice beside him said, the red-haired senior has been in charge of accepting geniuses from various regions for decades. He wouldn't go easy on him. What surprised me the most was that when the first genius arrived last year, the red-haired senior only gave 3 good reviews at most. But this time, he said amazing twice in a row, and the last one was even more frightening. The voice floated out of Tang Yu's mouth. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were looking at Lin Ling, full of surprise. She didn't know how Lin Ling was strong, but she knew that the red-haired middle-aged man wouldn't lie. Maybe he used some treasure to bribe Senior. Blue Maple and Zwomo's expressions were ugly. They didn't believe it at all. If the red-haired middle-aged man wasn't here, they would have already taught Lin Ling a lesson and see if Lin Ling was really above them. Especially Zwomo, the fire of jealousy in his heart was boiling. Previously, he had been trying to curry favor with Tang Yu, but Tang Yu only replied politely. However, facing the blue and white robed youth, Tang Yu took the initiative to speak. The geniuses on the docks were still shocked. Suddenly, many people looked at Blue Maple, and then secretly laughed. Previously, Blue Maple had been so arrogant, saying that the blue and white robed youth wasn't qualified to stand side by side with him, but the blue and white robed youth didn't care, only saying, maybe. But the result now was not a matter of standing side by side, but that the blue and white robed youth was above Blue Maple's head. Blue Maple naturally understood this layer of meaning, and his expression was ugly to the extreme. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the people around him. He calmly boarded the boat, then found a corner and sat down cross-legged. Rumble. Not long after, all the geniuses boarded the dragon boat. The dragon boat sailed in the sea at the speed of the wind. The fierce wind blew the sails, but no wind or waves could be felt on the boat. This boat was very large, hundreds of meters long, and made of steel, riding the wind and breaking the waves majestically. Titanic may not be as big as this boat, and it's so fast. Lin Ling stood on the side of the boat, a little surprised. This world's entertainment was weaker than the previous world, but it surpassed the previous world in other aspects. An ape-like fish. In front of them, the waves rose to the sky, as if there was a storm at all times. In the soaring waves, Lin Ling vaguely saw a monster with the upper body of an ape and the lower body of a fish. The monster rode the wind and waves, staring at the dragon boat with its red eyes, as if it wanted to swallow the dragon boat. However, it seemed to have sensed that there were strong people on the dragon boat, so it finally dived into the water. Even the monster is so powerful. The sacred land of the rainforest, I'm looking forward to it. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He was finally going to step into the palace of martial arts, but he knew that it was just the beginning. One day, when he could fly freely in the sacred land of martial arts, he would be one step closer to the top of the clouds in this world. He couldn't help but recall everything when he first came to this world. At that time, he was blind. Later, he cleared Huoletang's name, returned to the Fire Ancient clan, the battle of the 8 clans in the outer city, and the battle of the kings in the inner city. Everything was like a dream. If it was in the previous world, Lin Ling would definitely not be able to do such a pioneering work. Perhaps he would just be an ordinary member of the masses. But here, he was galloping on a horse and ruling the world. It was a wonderful feeling, but it also made people yearn for it. Then, he sat down cross-legged and sensed the aura in his dantian. At this moment, in the center of his heavenly spirit origin core, there were 4,000 vermilion birds' flames, which were the 4 elements true fire. When he was facing the red-haired middle-aged man, he used 10% of the vermilion bird's flames to successfully board the boat. Outside the heavenly spirit origin core, there was the spiritual chi of the world-purifying demonic fire. At this moment, it was like a demonic dragon, revolving around the heavenly spirit origin core. That woman's king body is a peacock, which is very rare. Lin Ling looked at the girl in the blue dress in the distance and knew that she was the strongest person on this boat. Chapter 485. She caught up with him. I don't know. Have they awakened? Lin Ling smiled as he thought about the girls in the cloud region. He didn't bring Yu Yu and the others because he wanted to build a solid foundation for Yu Yu and the others so that they could go further in the future. Hence, everyone agreed to meet in the rainforest's sacred ground 1 year later. At this moment, in the extreme ice palace in the cloud region, the second prince and the others had already left and returned to the heaven mystic's kingdom. Only Yu Yu and the other girls were left behind. They were now soaking in a blood-red pool. If there was a man here, the scene in the pool would make him vomit blood and run away. Yu Yu, you've awakened. Right at this moment, a surprised voice sounded. The other girls all looked at Yu Yu. In the pool, her long black hair was dripping wet and draped over her shoulders. Her jade-like cheeks were dripping with water. She was as elegant and refined as a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. Her lively eyes were slightly closed, and her long eyelashes occasionally fluttered, making her look as beautiful as a fairy and as pure as an angel. Looking down, the girl's proud twin peaks had just emerged from the water. They glowed with a seductive light and aroused the most primitive desires. However, at the same time, the girl's body glowed with a warm light. On her smooth back, the mark of a peacock appeared. The peacock spread its tail, and there were actually 9,999 feathers. She's awakened. I didn't expect Yu Yu's bloodline to be so extraordinary. The heavenly concubine was the first one to awaken her monarch body. At this moment, one of her eyes was black and the other was white. It was as if she had seen something. However, an innate suppressive aura swept over her. She could sense that Yu Yu's monarch body was above hers. Yu Yu, you're so mysterious. Yu Man-yun and Yuer and the others were also surprised. There was a smile in their eyes. They were happy for Yu Yu. Not everyone could unleash the full power of the 7 transformations awakening pill. This pill could only awaken the monarch physique hidden within one's bloodline. At the very least, Yuer and Qin Xiaolan had yet to awaken their monarch physique. After a long time, the light around Yu Yu's body receded. Her long eyelashes fluttered and she finally opened her eyes. Her face was a bit blank, as if awakening her bloodline had caused many things to appear in her mind. Peacock King. Yu Yu muttered to herself, causing the other girls to be shocked. However, when they asked about it in detail, they realized that Yu Yu didn't know much at the moment. For the first awakening, there are many things that you won't understand for the time being. As time passes, you will become more familiar with your king physique. The heavenly concubine explained. Several young girls walked out of the pool. Their long and slender legs were wet with water droplets, causing people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. Yu has also awakened, but we still haven't. We've only opened the 8 gates, bone forging, blood tempering, and organ strengthening. Our foundations are already solid, but our monarch physique is still ordinary. Yu Yun sighed. Don't be discouraged, everyone. The effects of the 7 transformations awakening pill sometimes don't appear immediately. Perhaps, after some time, you will also awaken your monarch physique. The heavenly concubine consoled. Yu Yun, and Yuer, and Qin Xiaolan's faces darkened. They didn't have much confidence in themselves. Sister, you will definitely awaken. Yu also consoled. She was the youngest among the girls, but at this moment, as she grew older, she became even more slender and elegant. She was like a green lotus on a snowy mountain peak, pure and clean. I plan to go out and train. And Yuer pondered for a moment and raised her head. If a martial artist wanted to break through the bottleneck, they had to experience life and death and travel the world. This was indispensable. Lin Ling is getting stronger and stronger. We always become his burden every time. It makes me feel guilty. I also want to help him. I don't want him to get further and further away from me. I will go with you. Yu Yun also said firmly. The young man had saved her from the hands of countless people back then. He had even defeated Xing Fifan for her. She remembered this kindness in her heart, so she wanted to become stronger. She wanted to catch up to the young man. The outside world is even crueler. If the 2 of you go, then. The heavenly concubine was a little worried. She was the smartest among the girls, so she knew more things. Break and rebuild. Maybe there will be other opportunities outside that can make us stronger. Sister heavenly concubine, let us go. And Yuer looked at the heavenly concubine and said. The heavenly concubine finally nodded her head. Everyone had their own martial path and their own world, so the heavenly concubine didn't stop them. Moreover, she knew that if Lin Ling was here, he wouldn't stop them. Lin Ling didn't like girls who had no sense of self. Okay, good luck. The heavenly concubine waved her small fist and said, making the girls laugh. Sister heavenly concubine, I want to go too. At this moment, Yu's sweet voice sounded. Her beautiful eyes looked at the heavenly concubine and said. All this time, she had watched Lin Ling fight all over the world and become stronger constantly to protect them. Therefore, she also wanted to experience the outside world. At least she would know how difficult Lin Ling grew up. Okay, since we've already missed the Rainforest Holy Land's disciple recruitment this year, we'll go next year. During this year, we'll go out and explore. Yu, I'll go with you. The heavenly concubine smiled and stretched out her fist. Yu was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and clenched her small hand into a fist, bumping it against the heavenly concubine's fist. We'll form a group of 2 and go out to train. 1 year later, we'll go back to the Rainforest Holy Land. The girls all laughed. Only Qin Xiaolan shook her head. She planned to stay in the Fire Ancient clan and help the Fire Ancient clan. Young people should go out and explore. Go, Ling Er's world is in that sky. You'll catch up to him. Grandpa doesn't have anything to give you. I can only give you my blessings. At this moment, an old voice sounded. It was Ancestor Taiyan. Then, Elder Wu also appeared. They looked at the younger generation with gratification. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandma Wu. We'll become stronger and catch up to Lin Ling. The girls all smiled and said. Their smiles were like the spring breeze, making the small courtyard even more beautiful. There was only one voice in their hearts. 1 year later, they'll gather at the Rainforest Holy Land. The dragon boat was still breaking through the waves. On the boat, a large number of geniuses waited quietly. They were excited and expectant. That blue-white-robed youth is so powerful. Powerful. He's only in the late stage of the sky spirit realm. Who knows what tricks he used to board the boat? Maybe he used some treasure to bribe the red-haired senior. Probably not, but I think he's very handsome. He's even colder than Suemo. After waiting for a while, the gazes of the geniuses all fell on the corner. The blue-white-robed youth was calmly cultivating. His face was as calm as an ancient well. He wasn't affected by the gossip around him. Previously, the youth had shocked everyone and received the highest praise from the red-haired senior. They couldn't see anything special about the youth, so many people were dissatisfied. Of course, there were also some young girls who were secretly staring at the young girl. Chapter 486. The hidden test, just trash. If it wasn't for the red-haired elder, I would have taught him a lesson already. One of the youths was slightly jealous. He stared at the youth in the distance with a proud gaze, and at the same time, his aura quietly attacked. You dare to cultivate? I'll let you go mad. That aura turned into a small knife and shot out. Many people on the ship saw this scene, but they didn't stop it, especially Suemo and Lan Feng. They were gloating. Bang! However, just as the Ling Chi knife approached the blue and white-robed youth, a terrifying aura was released, and the knife instantly collapsed. Puff! At the same time, the youth who attacked him spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. That person also noticed his sneak attack while he was cultivating. His reaction was terrifying. Clearly, he had rich battle experience. Who dares to harass me? Die! A cold voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing the faces of the geniuses to turn ugly. This blue and white-robed youth was so domineering. Get off! At the same time, a cold voice sounded. The youth who attacked him was grabbed by an invisible hand and thrown off the ship. He was swallowed by the endless sea. I don't care about the grudges between you, but on my ship, no one is allowed to attack. If you violate this rule, the consequence is to be thrown off the ship. The cold voice sounded again. It was the red-haired middle-aged man. His words made the geniuses not dare to act rashly. Suemo and Lan Feng frowned. It seemed that if they wanted to teach that youth a lesson, they could only do it in the rainforest's sacred land. Indifferent. If he's not pretending, then he must have experienced many battles. However, he's only in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, and his aura seems to be of the first-grade king physique. Why does the red-haired elder think that he's the #1 genius on the ship? Tang Yu's curious gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. If it wasn't for Lin Ling being so cold and distant, she would have asked him. Her words made Suemo and Lan Feng very uncomfortable. Just a trash in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, he had the qualifications to be the #1 genius on the ship. Alright, we've arrived at the 9-headed Dragon King's territory. Sit tight and don't get thrown off the ship, or I won't save you. At this time, the red-haired middle-aged man's voice sounded again, but it made many people confused. Roar! At this moment, the sea began to churn, and the rain from the sky was like arrows. Looking ahead, under the gray sky, the shadow of a huge demonic beast appeared. Sea Demon, 9-headed Dragon King. Roar! A roar was heard, causing the waves to explode. The hearts of countless youths trembled. What a terrifying demonic beast! All the youngsters came to the bow of the ship and looked into the distance. They were curious and excited. At the bow of the ship, the red-haired middle-aged man looked behind him and realized that many of the youngsters were not afraid of the 9-headed Dragon King. Their gazes were filled with battle intent. Yes, there are many good seedlings in this batch of geniuses. The red-haired middle-aged man nodded, but then said, however, those who can last until the end are the best. Roar! The terrifying roar resounded once again. The nine-headed dragon king was getting closer and closer. At the same time, a large number of geniuses at the bow of the ship turned pale. They were forced to take a few steps back. Some geniuses with weaker foundation even fell to the ground with a plop. Gradually, there were only 4 people left. They were Lin Ling, Tang Yu, Zhua Mo, and Lan Feng. The 4 of them are so powerful. Their auras are on par with the nine-headed dragon king. The geniuses were shocked and envious. Tang Yu and the other 2 were geniuses in the upper 3 domains. Therefore, it was normal for them to not be afraid of the nine-headed dragon king's aura. However, Lin Ling surprised many. Tang Yu quietly looked to her side and realized that the blue and white-robed youngster was looking into the distance. Not only was he not afraid, his battle intent was boiling. Moreover, she could faintly see that there was a flame burning in his deep eyes. The youngster seemed to want to fight the nine-headed dragon king. Tang Yu's heart trembled. This youngster's martial heart seemed to be fearless. He's just trying to be mysterious. Lan Feng and Zhua Mo said with disdain. However, in reality, the terrifying sea demon was getting closer and closer. Its aura made them feel like taking a step back. Didn't you want to fight before? Now there's a chance. This nine-headed dragon king can be considered a demon king in the Rain Sea. Next, I will severely injure it. Whoever can kill it will be rewarded with 50,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. The red-haired middle-aged man's smiling voice could be heard. He wanted to see how powerful the geniuses on this ship were. All right. The geniuses instantly became excited. Even though they were a little afraid, they also wanted to show off a little and prove their strength. Moreover, there was a reward. Tang Yu and the other 2 nodded. Lan Feng looked at Lin Ling indifferently and snorted. Previously, you seemed to have bribed the red-haired senior and deceived all of us. Now, if you have the ability, attack. That's right. If it wasn't for the red-haired senior, we would have taught you a lesson. However, even though we can easily defeat you, we won't bully you. Next, let's play. Zhua Mo also sneered. Lin Ling didn't even look at the 2 of them and said indifferently, are the geniuses of the upper 3 regions all frogs at the bottom of a well? Don't be too arrogant. Both Zhua Mo and Lan Feng were furious. This youngster said that they were frogs at the bottom of a well. You are the arrogant ones. I have never provoked you. Just because I smiled, you thought that I was mocking you. Just because the red-haired senior gave you a better evaluation, you want to prove yourselves. How boring. Lin Ling still looked ahead and shook his head indifferently. His tone was extremely relaxed, with disdain and even contempt. Especially the last sentence, how boring. This was simply a great humiliation to Zhua Mo and Lan Feng's self-esteem. He's out. At this moment, the red-haired middle-aged man said in a low voice. His body exploded, turning into endless waves that attacked the front. Rumble. A great battle erupted in front of them. The red-haired middle-aged man was facing the nine-headed dragon king alone. One had to know that the nine-headed dragon king was at the peak of the king's spirit realm. Without a certain level of strength, who would dare to face him? Such terrifying strength. The red-haired middle-aged man is like the king of the water. All the geniuses were frightened. The martial artist from the rainforest Holy Land was indeed powerful. True meaning of water, at least 50%, and his king physique is 3rd grade. Lin Ling was also surprised. The red-haired middle-aged man was indeed very powerful. His talent was exceptional, and his cultivation realm was very high. One had to know that every step in the heavenly spirit realm was like climbing a mountain. Countless resources were consumed, not to mention the king's spirit realm. Boom! The great battle lasted for 15 minutes. The nine-headed dragon king was heavily injured. Then, an endless amount of water mist floated over. The red-haired middle-aged man appeared at the bow of the ship again. The Demon King is heavily injured. Which one of you can try to kill it? But let me remind you, an injured Demon King will be even more violent. The geniuses on the ship were boiling with fighting spirit. Those who could become geniuses mostly had the heart of martial arts. Moreover, now was the time to prove themselves. Why would they be afraid of a battle? I'll do it. A youngster shot out and pounced on the nine-headed Dragon King. Wind Thunder Spear. Chapter 487. Nine-headed Dragon King, it's Qin Lin, a disciple of the Upper Three Regions Qin clan. He has a king body and is good at speed. The crowd exclaimed. That youth was above average in the circle of geniuses in the 100 regions. Obviously, he wanted to take advantage of the nine-headed Dragon King's injury to amaze the world. Roar! The nine-headed Dragon King was getting closer and closer. Only now did the crowd see clearly that it was a nine-headed sea demon. It was as huge as a mountain and could easily overturn rivers and seas. Its body was covered in black scales and emitted the aura of a demon king. Clang! One of the dragon heads collided with the wind thunder spear. A deafening sound was heard, shocking everyone. Just one dragon head was enough to block Qin Lin's spear. One must know that no early-stage King Spirit Realm martial artist could block that spear's power. Retreat. After his strongest attack failed, Qin Lin exploded with terrifying speed and retreated. However, it was still too late. A beam of black ice shot over like a light pillar and froze Qin Lin. Then, a dragon head rushed over and swallowed Qin Lin. He's dead. His attack failed and he retreated too slowly. Many people said regretfully. Even though the nine-headed Dragon King was injured, its strength was still terrifying. I'll do it. Next, each and every one of the geniuses made their moves, releasing their brilliance. However, when they executed their strongest moves, most of them were blocked by the nine-headed Dragon Kings. Some of them managed to escape, while some of them were too slow and were devoured. Let me do it. Finally, Tang Yu made her move. Countless geniuses were looking forward to it. Tang Yu was ranked 4th in the 100 regions and was also the strongest genius on this ship. What would her result be? Peacock treasured vase seal. A delicate shout sounded in the sky. A 9-feathered peacock appeared behind Tang Yu. Countless rays of light in the sky turned into specks of stars and condensed on her delicate palm, causing her palm to emit a sacred light. Martial intent at least 30% and can absorb the rays of light in the sky for her own use. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He was very knowledgeable and could see through Tang Yu's martial arts with a glance. However, although that palm was 30% martial intent, it seemed to be mainly for defense and secondary for offense. Therefore, it couldn't compare to his sword intent and fire intent. Currently, Lin Ling had 40% fire intent and 20% sword intent. These two types of martial intent, one was destruction and the other was sharpness. Seal. The delicate voice rang out again, and a huge palm print pressed out. Rumble. The palm imprints were like the radiance of the sun in the sky. Layers upon layers of palm imprints landed on the nine-headed Dragon King's head. After a few bangs, 2 of the nine-headed Dragon King's heads exploded. Amazing! All the geniuses sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of Tang Yu. As for Tang Yue, he flew back to the ship and smiled at the red-haired middle-aged man. The red-haired middle-aged man nodded his head approvingly. Previously, I roughly tested you. Your talent is ranked 2nd, but your strength is very strong. You are the first to injure the nine-headed Dragon King. Not bad. Previously, boarding the ship was only a test of talent, not a test of strength. But now, it was time to prove their strength. Tang Yu, amazing. The youths all let out sounds of admiration. My turn. Zhuemo smiled and leaped forward. He was the fifth strongest genius in the upper three realms. He was from the Zhuo clan in the realm of void heaven, and was extremely powerful. Eyes of myriad forms. His king physique was extremely rare. It was as if he could see through everything in the world and instantly find the enemy's weakness. Fist of myriad forms. Then, he threw out a punch. It was as if 10,000 elephants were galloping. The power was so great that even the air was torn apart. This punch hit the nine-headed Dragon King's weak point. Boom! Another head of the nine-headed Dragon King exploded, causing the crowd to cheer. What a mysterious king physique. Previously, his right eye turned red and saw through the sea demon's weak point. Then, he attacked. Lin Ling nodded. This king physique was similar to the heavenly concubine, but the heavenly concubine was stronger than him. She could borrow strength to fight strength. Then, Zhuemo proudly walked back to the dragon ship, enjoying the admiration of the youths of the same age. My turn. Blue Maple was not to be outdone. His body flew out gracefully. A dazzling blue longbow appeared in his right hand. It was more than 2 meters long. The bow was like a pair of wings, emitting a mysterious light. He was actually a rare archer. Then, he drew the bow and shot out an arrow, piercing through heaven and earth. The attack power of an archer was extremely strong. It was very suitable for catching the enemy off guard and killing with one arrow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrow shadows broke through the air. Every arrow that hit the nine-headed Dragon King's head would explode. The power was very terrifying. Then, the fourth head collapsed. The remaining 5 heads became violent. Carrying a fishy smell, they pounced on Blue Maple. Blue Maple's expression changed, and he anxiously retreated to the dragon ship. In the end, the 9-headed Dragon King was blocked by the red-haired middle-aged man. How is it? Now you know how powerful I am. After Blue Maple returned to the dragon ship, he looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Although he only broke 1 head, at least there were not many geniuses on the ship who could break a head. So he had the right to be proud. He might be surprised by your strength. After all, he's just a junior in the heavenly spirit realm. He doesn't know how powerful a genius in the king's spirit realm is. Zhuemo also smiled indifferently. Both of their results were not bad, just below Tang Yu. It's just an injured monster. With the strength of the early stage of the king's spirit realm, you guys only broke 1 head. You should consider where you are weak. Lin Ling glanced at them and replied indifferently. You. Zhuemo and Blue Maple glared fiercely. In their eyes, anger erupted like a volcano. This youth from the countryside actually used the tone of a senior to evaluate them. You should consider where you are weak. This sentence was said so matter-of-factly, as if the two of them were weaker than the youth. This youth really dares to say that. The pupils of the other youths shrank, and they were stunned. The red-haired middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "Are you going?" "Of course, I won't let go of 50,000 mid-grade spirit crystals." Lin Ling smiled at the red-haired middle-aged man and jumped up. He didn't use any martial arts, and just walked step by step towards the sea and the sky. Good courage. Looking at the carefree youth, the red-haired middle-aged man smiled with praise. In reality, he thought the most highly of Lin Ling on this ship. However, Lin Ling's talent was not bad, but his strength still needed to be evaluated. And now was the time. Many people knew this, and they all looked forward to it. Lin Ling's evaluation of the red-haired middle-aged man was very high, but what about his strength? He was only in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He might not even be able to break 1 head. I say, he will definitely be scared back to the dragon ship. Deliberately mystifying. We can easily defeat him, but we won't bully the weak. It's just that he doesn't know his own strength. Swamo and Blue Maple said coldly. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling still walked forward slowly. His calm appearance made many people's eyes flicker. But gradually, they realized that something was wrong. Lin Ling hadn't made a move yet, and he was still walking towards the nine-headed Dragon King. Was he courting death? It should be known that the geniuses who fought before mostly fought from afar. After one move, they immediately returned to the dragon ship. However, Lin Ling didn't fight from afar, but kept approaching. Chapter 488. The evilness of that sword. Hee, you don't even know a long-range attack. Is this the number one genius on this ship? Blue Maple laughed disdainfully. The red-haired man was also surprised, but he didn't say anything. He only looked like he was about to help. It's getting closer. A teenager exclaimed. Then they saw the remaining 5 heads of the 9-headed Dragon King pouncing towards Lin Ling. He's dead. Lin Ling had nowhere to run at such a close distance. Roar! The 5 dragon heads, each carrying fire, ice, lightning, dark, and gold energy, pounced over violently. In its eyes, this puny human was simply courting death. Not good. The red-haired man finally made a move. Although it wasn't suitable for him to make a move, he didn't want the blue and white-robed teenager to die in the mouth of the 9-headed Dragon King. After all, this teenager's talent wasn't weak. Just as he moved, a calm voice was heard at the same time. Only this sword sings hegemony of the world. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling gently placed his right hand on the large sword on his back. In the next moment, he unsheathed the sword and slashed with a magnificent aura. The entire process was smooth and pleasing to the eye. The demonic fire bloomed, and the sword radiance was like a peerless demonic dragon. It swept out with a terrifying sword intent. Whoosh! The 5 dragon heads trembled slightly under the demonic fire and slowed down. In the next moment, the 5 dragon heads were chopped off at the same time. Boom! At the same time, the sword cut through everything. After passing through the 5 dragon heads, it cut into the endless sea in the distance, causing a terrifying tsunami. Endless sea water poured down like rain. In the rain, Lin Ling hung the sword on his back again. He turned around and slowly walked towards the dragon ship. Decapitation of the dragon heads. Silence. The sea was silent at this moment. Only the sound of the falling sea water could be heard. On the dragon ship, there was a deathly silence. No one would have thought that the blue and white-robed teenager would cut off the remaining 5 dragon heads with a single slash. This result was even better than Tang Yu's. After all, Tang Yu had only destroyed 2 dragon heads. The evilness of that slash was as dazzling as a shooting star. And the most terrifying thing was that this youth was only at the late heavenly spirit realm. 20% of the sword intent, and that is the overlord sword art. The red-haired man muttered to himself. What a terrifying talent. He had naturally heard of the overlord sword art. It was a powerful sword art within the 7 profound martial house. It was the only sword art that could cultivate the true meaning of the sword to 50%. Unfortunately, there were very few people who had successfully cultivated it. The only famous one was the legendary Limitless Sword Saint. What a fierce sword art. Tang Yu covered her mouth with her small hand, unable to speak. In her eyes, the young man was like a peerless swordsman, carrying a big sword and strolling in the rain. That sword, that rain, coupled with the clean blue and white robe, the young man at this moment was extremely handsome and out of this world. Tang Yu's Tang. Since she was like this, the other girls were even more so. Their beautiful eyes were filled with adoration. I swear you can easily defeat me, but you won't bully the weak. Arriving at the bow of the ship, Lin Ling looked at Lan Feng and Zui Mo. Their faces were extremely ugly. To cut off a dragon head, this youth's attack power was terrifying. Could they really defeat this youth so easily? They wouldn't bully the weak, but who was strong and who was weak? Their faces were as ugly as a pig's liver, but they were silent. They didn't dare to say anything. Lin Ling shook his head. He landed on the bow of the ship with his sword on his back, and then walked step by step into the depths of the ship. Now, you have nothing to say. The red-haired man looked at the geniuses. His meaning was that Lin Ling was the number one genius on the ship, but many of the geniuses were dissatisfied with him. Now, who was dissatisfied with him? The geniuses were silent. Their eyes were filled with dread. The red-haired man faintly smiled. He looked at the youth sitting cross-legged in the distance, and thought to himself, my ship finally has a monstrous genius. I wonder how the other ships will fare. Also, there are many geniuses that have passed the test. There are only a dozen or so that will be eliminated. If these geniuses knew that this was the 7 profound Marshall House's disciple recruitment test, what would they think? Especially those that didn't dare to fight against the 9-headed Dragon King. They would be filled with regret. Because of their cowardice, they had already been eliminated. Even if a martial artist faced a strong enemy, what was there to fear? If they didn't dare to fight, then how far could they go in the future? The dragon ship broke through the waves, and once again moved forward on the vast sea. However, the surface of the sea was somewhat calm. This caused the geniuses on the ship to relax. They all sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. But their eyes were faintly looking at the blue and white-robed youth in the distance. That youth's sword was very sharp, and his talent seemed to be number one. He could be called the number one genius on this ship. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes of those around him. He was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, grasping the time to enhance his strength. He was getting closer and closer to the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. I admire you. That sword was just too dazzling. I dare say that in this year's 7 profound Marshall House geniuses, your strength is absolutely in the top 3. At this moment, a smiling voice sounded in front of Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to open his eyes and look. A young man in a golden robe had already sat down in front of him. This young man was as handsome as jade, with red lips and white teeth. He was extremely handsome, so much so that his handsomeness was somewhat devilish. It was a kind of feminine beauty, not the kind of handsomeness that was masculine. Behind this youth stood an old man, causing Lin Ling to be secretly surprised. It had to be known that this dragon ship was filled with many geniuses, but this golden-robed youth seemed to have a servant with him. This also showed that this golden-robed youth was not simple. My name is Emperor Inch. Nice to meet you. The golden-robed youth had a smile on his face. Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling also faintly smiled. This youth was very polite, and not arrogant like the other geniuses, so he also returned the greeting. Lin Ling, sharp and fierce, just like your name. In fact, I just want to ask, did you use the Overlord sword art? Emperor Inch asked expectantly. He seemed to want to know this question. But the old man beside him frowned and reminded him, young master. Young master. What he meant was, don't talk to strangers. It's fine. I can feel that Brother Lin Ling is a good person. Young master. But Emperor Inch waved his hand and smiled. He was open and candid, not concealing anything. This caused Lin Ling to have an even better impression of him. As for Emperor Inch, the Overlord sword art was indeed the famous sword art of the limitless sword saint. It was just that he had left the true meaning of the sword in the Overlord Song sword, allowing Lin Ling to display the true meaning of the sword as long as he instilled spiritual energy into it. Chapter 489. Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling nodded. Just as he was about to reply, his gaze fell on the jade pendant hanging from Dijichuan's waist. It seemed to be the fire elemental jade. This was one of the essential treasures for him to refine the true fire pill. This kind of jade was of the fire element and was extremely rare. Brother Lin Ling, you seem to like this piece of jade. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Yes. Dijichuan noticed Lin Ling's gaze and immediately took off the jade pendant and handed it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was extremely surprised. They had only met by chance, but Dijichuan was giving such a precious treasure to him so easily. Young master. Yes. The old man's expression changed and he couldn't help but remind him. This jade is useless to me. It's better to give it to someone who needs it. Dijichuan said with a smile. His smile was very clean, without any scheming. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile gratefully. He didn't act pretentious and accepted the jade pendant. Brother D, this fire elemental jade is indeed very important to me. However, the fact that Brother D can give it away so casually is enough to prove Brother D's magnanimity. I owe you this favor. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and then replied, what I used before was indeed the hegemon sword art. As for how I learned it, it's not convenient for me to say. Yes. His words caused Dijichuan's eyes to flicker. The reason he talked to Lin Ling was because Lin Ling was very similar to one of his seniors. Unfortunately, that senior had passed away, causing his D bloodline to decline. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling use the hegemon sword art, he instantly had a good impression of him. The hegemon sword art is not some hidden martial art. There are countless geniuses in the Rainforest Holy Land. How can you be the only one who knows it? Being arrogant at such a young age, you won't go far in the future. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. It was the old man beside Dijichuan. He seemed to dislike Lin Ling very much. Old Liu. Dijichuan called out softly. Then, he smiled apologetically at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't mind and just shook his head. You didn't even say a word of thanks after receiving benefits from others. Is this how your elders taught you to behave? Seeing how arrogant you are, I'm afraid your family's elders aren't good people either. The old man ignored Dijichuan and continued harshly. This time, Lin Ling frowned. Although he wanted the fire elemental jade, he wasn't greedy. Moreover, although he had accepted the fire elemental jade, he would naturally repay it in the future. Moreover, Dijichuan didn't say anything. Instead, it was the old servant who spoke harshly and scolded Lin Ling's family elders. This old man had gone too far. Elder Liu. Dijichuan was finally dissatisfied. However, after he spoke, the old man sighed and said, Young master, you rarely leave home and don't know how sinister people can be. I'm just afraid that you'll be deceived. Some people look decent on the surface but are actually dark inside. These people always want to take advantage of you. He seemed to be trying to persuade Dijichuan, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. Obviously, he was talking about Lin Ling. Lin Ling also frowned. If it wasn't for Dijichuan, he would have already retaliated against the harsh old man. Brother Lin Ling, I'm sorry. He's just worried about me. That's why he spoke so bluntly. Please don't take it to heart. Dijichuan hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. Then, he didn't want to say anything more. Brother D, I, Lin Ling, will remember your favor. If there's a chance, I'll definitely repay you. With that, he stood up and left. Repay? Who do you think you are? Do you have the ability to repay me? As he was leaving, Lin Ling still heard the old man's disdainful voice. Shaking his head, Lin Ling ignored him for the time being. Then, he quietly waited for the dragon boat to dock. In his hand, he held a fiery red jade pendant. This was the fire elemental jade. If one looked closely, this jade looked like a ball of flame. It was extremely magical. The ingredients for refining the true fire pill are really harsh. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, he had gained a lot from this trip. He had obtained the fire elemental jade and 50,000 middle spiritual crystals as a reward. Especially the spiritual crystals, it was enough for him to reach the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly and looked into the distance. Suddenly, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. In the endless sea, a vast and boundless continent appeared. A huge tree sat on the ground, covering the entire continent. This tree was so tall that it reached the clouds. Even from afar, one could see it clearly. It was hard to imagine how magnificent this tree would be when it reached the ground. No wonder it was called the sacred land of the rainforest. We're about to arrive at the sacred land of the rainforest. That world is the world of the strong and the cradle of geniuses. Are you all ready to accept the challenge? The red-haired man's voice sounded out, causing everyone's blood to boil. The world of the strong, they were all looking forward to it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Before long, the dragon boat reached the shore. A mysterious aura spread out from the earth. The spiritual energy here was much richer. Looking up, one could only see ancient trees towering into the sky. They couldn't see the end of the trees, mysterious and ancient. Take the jade cards in your hands and report to the 7 profound martial house. After the red-haired man stopped the boat, he waved his right hand and a large number of jade cards flew out. Each of the talented youths took one, but some of them didn't receive a jade card. Those who didn't receive a jade card, wait here in the evening. I will send you back. The red-haired man expressionlessly said. Everyone understood that those youths who didn't receive a jade card had been eliminated. Go. Then, the red-haired man waved his right hand, and all the talented youths left. Lin Ling also received a jade card. He had just taken a few steps when he heard the red-haired man's smiling voice. Your talent and strength are good. Don't be late. In this year's 7 profound martial house disciple recruitment, you are ranked 3rd. Hearing this, Lin Ling was surprised. He was actually ranked 3rd. Then, he smiled and saluted, and also rushed forward. This place was very large and exuded an ancient aura. The mountains were desolate and ancient, and the trees towered into the sky. But deep in the depths, the terrifying sounds of monstrous beasts were deafening. What a huge aura! Lin Ling's expression was dignified. Whether it was the martial artists or the monstrous beasts in the rainforest Holy Land, they were obviously more powerful than those in the 100 territories. Then, following the jade card in his hand, he walked all the way to the 7 profound martial house. At the same time, he secretly sighed. The land here was so vast. If he didn't have a jade card to guide him, he would definitely get lost. After walking like this for a full hour, before long, he could feel billowing spiritual energy fluctuations. There were even faint sounds of fighting, causing Lin Ling to frown. He pondered for a moment and quietly walked forward. In an open space, several people were besieged by a large number of black-clothed martial artists. Who are you, and why are you attacking us? We are bandits. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerhouses on both sides were not weak. There were early King Spirit Realm martial artists guarding them. But the besieged side had obviously been caught off guard, so they couldn't react in time, and people were constantly dying. In the cloud domain, a King Spirit Realm martial artist is equal to a king, but here you can see them everywhere. Atop an ancient tree, Lin Ling looked at the battle in front of him. He was about to leave when he suddenly frowned. In that group of people being besieged, he saw the Emperor's Inch. The Emperor's Inch had given him a piece of fire elemental jade. Now that they were in trouble with Lin Ling's personality, he would naturally help them. Chapter 490. Attack. At this moment, the slaughter was still ongoing. Di Jichuan had many guards around him, all of whom were at the latent peak of the heavenly spirit realm, but they were dying one after another. On the other side, the black-clothed men cooperated better and suppressed the guards step by step. Demonic dragon fire. At this moment, a cold voice came from the outermost area, followed by a demonic flame. Several black-clothed men couldn't react in time and were instantly enveloped by the flames, crying out in pain. This sudden scene had obviously disrupted the black-clothed men's siege, causing them to become somewhat disorganized. The leader of the black-clothed men turned around and frowned. "You're courting death, kill him." Anger surged in his heart. He was so close to completing his mission, but who knew that a youth with tyrannical strength would suddenly appear and disrupt his plan? "Brat, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, so die." 5 black-clothed men pounced on Lin Ling. They were all at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, and one of them was even at the king's spirit realm. Only this sword sings hegemony of the world. Lin Ling's blue and white robes fluttered like the wind. He raised the sword in his hand, and the saber-like sword blossomed with a dazzling light. Spirit chi poured into the hegemony song sword, and sword intent gushed out. Swish! The sword slashed out. This sword is so sharp. 4 peak heavenly spirit realm cultivators were split into 2. The remaining king's spirit realm cultivator's pupils constricted, and he subconsciously blocked with the large saber in his hand. Clang! The saber broke, and the man flew. Plop! Although the king's spirit realm cultivator didn't die, he was still slashed into the distance by the terrifying sword intent and smashed into the ground. So powerful! The remaining black-clothed men's pupils constricted. They thought that he was just an ordinary heavenly spirit realm cultivator, but who knew that he would be so difficult to deal with? Sword intent, he's a genius of the martial house. The leader's expression changed drastically. He was most afraid of encountering those geniuses, who could fight above their level. It was extremely terrifying. Kill! Kill! The leader of the black-clothed men was stronger. He was good at using a staff, and when he stirred up the wind and clouds, he turned into a shadow and pounced on Lin Ling. Clang! In the next moment, the staff and sword collided with a deafening sound. A strong gust of wind blew out from the two of them, cutting a large number of trees in half. Brat, this has nothing to do with you. Scram immediately, or die. Holding the coiling dragon staff in hand, the black-clothed man stared coldly at the youth in front of the staff. If you can kill me, then do it. Lin Ling's sword blocked the staff, and his mouth curved into a cold smile. You! The black-robed man's eyes burned with anger. This young man was detestable, and he had also tested the young man's strength with his staff. He was afraid that the young man was no weaker than an early-stage king's spirit realm cultivator. Kill! At this moment, the martial artists from Emperor Inch's side charged over, causing the black-robed men's morale to plummet. They were either killed or turned to flee. Take care of yourself. The leader of the black-robed men didn't dare to continue fighting. He slapped the ground with his right hand, causing a cloud of dust to erupt into the air. Lin Ling faintly glanced at them, but didn't chase. In fact, it wasn't difficult for him to kill the black-robed man, he only needed to reveal one of his cards. But his goal was to save someone, so there was no need to reveal all of his cards. It's Brother Lin Ling, thank you. Thank you. After the battle ended, Emperor Inch was the first to see Lin Ling. He gratefully walked over. This young man is fierce. Wow! The martial artists beside Emperor Inch were surprised. They had personally witnessed this young man turn the tide of battle and save them. They obviously hadn't come on a boat, but had come here to greet Emperor Inch. Otherwise, if they had been on the boat, they would have known that Lin Ling's strength wasn't weak. Young master, wait. Oh. At this moment, a cold voice sounded out, causing everyone to stop in their tracks towards Lin Ling. Everyone looked over and saw that the one speaking was young Master D's servant, Old Lu. When we went to the Seven Profound Martial House, we didn't leak any information. Why would there be people trying to kill us midway? Old Lu coldly looked at Lin Ling, causing everyone to be surprised. Old Lu, what was the meaning of this? Those people seem to be bandits, so it's not strange that we met them midway. A martial artist guard said. No, they obviously didn't come for money, but to kill young Master D. Old Lu said in a low voice. His eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. Little friend, why are you following us? And if I'm not wrong, those people were called by you. Brother. As these words came out, everyone's complexion changed. They looked at Lin Ling with vigilance. Old Lu, there must be some misunderstanding here. Brother Lin Ling just saved us. Emperor's Inch frowned. Young master, you don't understand how sinister people can be. First, our whereabouts are hidden, but how could someone know where we are? And the only person you've come in contact with is that youth. Second, he saved you because he wanted to get closer to you so that it would be easier to kill you. After all, if those black-clothed men wanted to kill us, they might not have succeeded. And even if they did succeed, they would have to pay a great price. Sigh. This youth is very sinister. Sigh. As his words fell, everyone became even more vigilant. One of them coldly said, Who sent you? If you don't tell us, you won't be able to leave here. Sigh. Lin Ling tightly frowned. He had saved Emperor's Inch, but he hadn't thought that there would be such a result. He would be slandered as an assassin. If I really wanted to get close to Emperor's Inch, I could have killed him on the boat. Why bother? Not to mention, if I hadn't appeared, you would have all died at the hands of those black-clothed men. From another perspective, I saved your lives. Sigh. Lin Ling coldly said. Everyone's eyes flashed. This youth's words were also reasonable. Saving people is to make it easier to kill them. Old master. But soon, Old Lu darkly smiled and said, Little friend, you're so young and yet you're so cruel and merciless. You're so shrewd. This is not good for your martial arts path. Old master. Old Lu, there must be a misunderstanding. Emperor's Inch finally couldn't help but open his mouth. He believed that Lin Ling would not harm him because of the overlord sword art. Those who cultivated this sword art had a pure and innocent heart, and treated others with sincerity. His predecessor had been like this, and this youth in front of him must also be like this. Young master, I'm thinking for you. You must go to the Seven Profound Martial House to see the Sword Elder. How could you make a mistake midway? Old Lu gently sighed, and then looked at Lin Ling. You go. My family's young master is kind and has been deceived by you. But he doesn't want you to die. As servants, we will respect the young master's opinion. Old master. His words were pleasant to hear, but in truth, when had he ever respected Emperor's opinion? From beginning to end, he was the only one speaking. Deceive, ha. Lin Ling laughed. Although he had a good impression of Emperor's Inch, he wouldn't shamelessly stay. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, Brother D, I helped you before because I wanted to return a favor. But now, I bid you farewell. Farewell. With that, he turned and left. Brother Lin Ling, there must be a misunderstanding. Emperor's Inch anxiously said. Chapter 491. Behind the scenes, you wanted to kill me, but you didn't. Instead, you spared my life. Is this a great favor to me? But it seems that you don't have the strength to kill me. Just then, Lin Ling's icy cold voice sounded from afar, causing everyone's pupils to constrict and their expressions to turn ugly. Only now did they realize that the young man was very strong, and they might not be a match for him. Therefore, those words from before seemed to be somewhat mocking. "Let's go. Just a bunch of clowns, don't bother with them." Old Lu looked deeply at Lin Ling. Finally, he waved his hand, and everyone moved forward again. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were icy cold. He was also moving in another direction, but his eyebrows were wrinkled. There had been too many tricks before. He had saved that group of people, but they hadn't been grateful. Instead, they had wanted to kill him and drive him away. Drive him away. No, their true intention was to not let him near Emperor Inch. Obviously, the one who wanted Emperor Inch dead was one of those people. Just what was Emperor Inch's background that these people wanted to kill him? Wait, surname D. Suddenly, Lin Ling's footsteps stopped. This surname was very familiar. Limitless Sword Saint's name was Di Wuji, and Di Zhichuan had gone to the Seven Profound Martial House. Then, Di Zhichuan might have the same bloodline as Di Wuji. The person who wanted to kill him was also obvious. It was absolutely Di Wuji's former senior apprentice brother. Perhaps he didn't want Emperor Inch to go to the Seven Profound Martial House and expose his ugly past. Di Wuji is my benefactor, so I must help his junior. Not to mention, Di Inch even gifted me the fire elemental jade. Whoosh! Lin Ling didn't leave, nor did he chase after Emperor Inch. Instead, he ran deep into the forest. At this moment, he had turned into an assassin in the shadows, hiding his aura as he searched for the person who had intercepted Emperor Inch. His eyes emitted a strange light. The Eye of Time appeared, allowing him to constantly pay attention to any traces around him. The black-clothed men that had left appeared in the Eye of Time, and their escape routes were also clearly visible. Found them. With the help of the Eye of Time, Lin Ling followed the path that the black-clothed men had taken. Not long after, in a rocky mountain valley, he saw dozens of black-clothed men gathered there. "We've finally found their lair." Lin Ling hid behind a rock, a cold smile on his face. If it weren't for the Eye of Time, it would have been really difficult for him to find these black-robed men. Emperor's Inch, I absolutely cannot allow him to reach the Seven Profound Martial House. If he goes to the Sword Elder, then it will be difficult to kill him. According to the higher-ups, no matter why the Emperor's Inch came, as long as it's the bloodline of the former Manor Lord, it must be obliterated, not giving the enemy any chance. A cold voice drifted out from the mouth of a short black-clothed man, causing everyone to nod their heads. This black-clothed man's status seemed to be very high. Lay down the 10,000 stones array, here and there. The short man in black kept talking to the map. He seemed to be an expert in formations and was extremely powerful. Of course, he was so confident in setting up traps because he was very familiar with the whereabouts of Di Zhichuan and the others. Go! Then, the short black-clothed man waved his hand, and all the black-clothed men disappeared from the mountain valley, leaving behind several black-clothed men to guard them. Lin Ling was still hidden in the distance. Through the black-clothed men's conversation, he realized that this short black-clothed man's status was indeed very high. Moreover, he had participated in this mission not because of some reward, but because of his interest. Interesting. Lin Ling faintly smiled. He no longer concealed his identity, and stepped forward. Who are you? His sudden appearance, open and honest, caused all the black-clothed men's pupils to constrict. You must be the youth that disrupted our plans. Very fierce, you actually found this place. The short black-clothed man was also surprised, but he soon calmed down. At the same time, he guessed Lin Ling's identity. Your cultivation is only at the early heavenly spirit realm, but you can summon King Spirit Realm powerhouses. Your status should be very high. Lin Ling faintly smiled. Since you've seen through it, then there's nothing to hide. Not only can I summon them, I can also summon countless king spirit realm cultivators. The black-clothed man frowned and continued, what do you mean by coming here? He couldn't see through this youth. This matter clearly had nothing to do with the youth, but the youth seemed to insist on interfering. Moreover, the youth was confident and calm, as if he didn't fear him at all. So, what did the youth want to do? Capture you. Yes. Lin Ling lightly exhaled, and the smile on his face deepened, carrying a trace of coldness. Good courage. I thought you had some other goal. So you're here to capture me. However, you're only at the late heavenly spirit realm. Do you think you can capture me from king spirit realm cultivators? The black-clothed man was startled, and instead laughed. He was afraid that Lin Ling would inform Di Jichuan and disrupt his plans. However, he hadn't expected this youth's actions to be so unexpected. He had come to capture him. If I say I can, then I can. Lin Ling shrugged. The spirit chi in his body surged, and the cry of a vermilion bird rang out in the mountain valley, intimidating the surroundings. Boom! At the same time, 4,000 vermilion bird flames erupted from Lin Ling's body, turning him into the vermilion bird flame god. A pair of blood-red wings appeared behind him, and his aura instantly became terrifying. This aura, he's not an ordinary king body. Sensing the eruption of Lin Ling's aura, all the black-clothed men's pupils constricted. As for the leader, his expression changed drastically, he's at least a third-grade king body. Genius, a rare genius. However, his foundation is too low, and he's still not my match. An expert at the early stage of the king's spirit realm laughed coldly. They were surprised by Lin Ling's natural talent, but they weren't afraid of him because the 5 black-clothed men present were all king spirit realm cultivators. This youth could block 1 king spirit realm expert, but could he block 5? Facing an unknown opponent, you'd better be careful. Vermilion bird dance. Lin Ling stretched out his palm, and a palm-sized vermilion bird appeared. It constantly danced, emitting gorgeous flames. Go! With a light push of his right hand, as if opening a taboo flame, the vermilion bird drew a gorgeous trajectory and pounced towards one of the king's spirit realm cultivators. Insignificant skill. That cultivator also erupted with a terrifying aura and used a tyrannical king stage martial art. However, after colliding with the vermilion bird, any king stage martial art was burned. Not good, it's the true meaning of fire. The cultivator let out a terrified voice, but in the next moment, he was burned into nothingness. Those words were the last words he said in his life. The true meaning of fire was above king stage martial arts. Unless he had a high-grade king stage martial art, it would be difficult to resist. However, it was clear that he only had a first-grade king stage martial art. True meaning of fire, this genius is truly terrifying. The remaining 4 people's pupils constricted. Without saying anything else, they all pounced towards Lin Ling. King Stage, Demonic Blood Fusion Saber. King Stage, Space-Splitting Spear. Chapter 492. Lin Ling at full combat strength paw. Lin Ling faintly smiled. With a flap of his wings, his speed was as fast as a vermilion bird's. After he used the vermilion bird's flames, his body had already transformed into an ancient vermilion bird. His body was tyrannical, and the power of his flames was surging. This was caused by the 4,000 vermilion bird's flames within his body. The vermilion bird's flames covered his entire body. He dodged it. All the martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. That speed was too fast. They could only vaguely see a gorgeous fire shadow, and all of their martial arts had missed. I've caught you. Heavenly demon blood devouring saber, let me devour your blood. Suddenly, a strange saber appeared behind Lin Ling's head and slashed down. Obviously, the opponent's strength was also extremely formidable. At the critical moment, he had captured Lin Ling's tracks. Even when I've used all my trump cards and fully activated my combat strength, you can still capture my tracks. You can be considered a powerful early-stage King Spirit Realm expert. Lin Ling softly said. This time, he did not dodge. His right hand reached out and grabbed the blood-red saber. Gotcha! His hand was like a vermilion bird's claw. The saber was crushed by Lin Ling's grip, and even the saber was burned into water by the flames. What a powerful strength, what a fierce fire. The martial artist sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt as if he was fighting an ancient vermilion bird, and a humanoid vermilion bird. Was this a youth at full combat strength? Die! An ice-cold voice sounded. Lin Ling's body bloomed with light. The power of his flames soared into the sky. The martial artist was too close and was instantly burned to ashes. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, 2 early-stage King Spirit Realm martial artists had fallen. Moreover, they were not ordinary King Spirit Realm martial artists. They were proficient in all kinds of King stage martial arts, but they still could not stop the descent of the vermilion bird. 40% true meaning of fire, and he can use it without using any martial arts. This youth is terrifying. Take the Lord and retreat. Retreat. The remaining martial artists trembled in fear. They faintly had thoughts of running away. It's too late to run now. 4,000 vermilion birds. Lin Ling spread out his arms and vermilion birds began to swim out from his body. In the next moment, 4,000 ancient vermilion birds carried the true meaning of fire with them as they flew around the mountain valley. The scene was spectacular, turning the mountain valley into a world of vermilion birds. This was Lin Ling's current full strength. Chi! Wherever the vermilion birds danced past, even the rocks were incinerated. 2 of the remaining 3 King Spirit Realm experts had died in an instant. As for the last person, he was proficient in movement techniques and had a strange king body. He disappeared into the ground. Earth escape. However, could he escape? Blade of Nirvana. Billowing soul fluctuations blossomed, transforming into a terrifying small knife. It ignored the thick soil and shot towards the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The escaping martial artist's soul collapsed. After 3 incense sticks of time, the battle was over. 5 early King Spirit Realm powerhouses had fallen. Not only that, but they were not ordinary King Spirit Realm martial artists. In the middle 3 regions, each one of them had strength equal to a master of a region. In the mountain valley, there was only the short black-clothed man left. At this moment, his pupils constricted as he looked at Lin Ling. There was a deep shock in the depths of his eyes. He had seen all sorts of geniuses, but this was the first time he had seen such a perfect genius like this youth. Perhaps in terms of strength, this youth could not compare to the top geniuses of the 7 profound martial house. But in terms of talent and potential, this youth had perfectly surpassed them. Now, are you going to wait for me to capture you, or do you want me to personally attack you? Lin Ling restrained his aura and faintly smiled at the black-clothed man. His smile caused the black-clothed man to tremble. He subconsciously said, "Do you know who I am?" An innate pressure swept over him. It seemed that this black-clothed man's status was not low at all. "I don't know. I only know that you are my captive." Unfortunately, Lin Ling was undaunted. Instead, he stretched out his right hand, and flames turned into a chain that tied up the black-clothed man. "Tell me where your subordinates are hiding. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye." A faint voice was left in the mountain valley. Then, Lin Ling and the black-clothed man both disappeared. The mountain valley was still burning with flames, and the rocks were constantly melting. It seemed that this was proof of the terrifying battle that had occurred not too long ago. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, on the other side, Emperor Inch and the others were encountering a terrifying ambush. They were surrounded in a mountain range, and at the peak of the mountain, a massive number of rolling stones came crashing down. These rolling stones were magnificent. They did not fear a single rolling stone, but there were too many of them. Even if they had a king spirit powerhouse, they still could not block so many rolling stones. Puff! One of the guards was smashed by a rolling stone, and the protective astral energy around his body slightly dispersed. But soon, dozens of rolling stones came crashing down, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was crushed to death. These are heavy mystic stones. The guards could be considered knowledgeable. They immediately saw that these were not ordinary rolling stones. And they were thrown out by a catapult. An older martial artist said with a solemn expression. Some martial artists were skilled in the study of arrays and weapons. Through constant research, they could forge ordinary catapults into weapons. With spirit crystals as the foundation, they could carve rare arrays into weapons to form weapons of heaven and earth. These weapons could deal great damage to martial artists. However, these weapons were inconvenient to use in battle, so most martial artists did not use them. But now, they were trapped in a corner of the mountain range, and the catapult weapons could be used to their full potential. Who attacked us? Elder Lu, you chose this path. You said that changing the route would prevent that youth from finding us, but why is there a trap here? The martial artists roared angrily. How would I know? Perhaps that youth is still following us. He's so cunning. Must he kill us? Elder Lu's cold voice sounded. He pushed all the blame onto Lin Ling. If that youth really wants to frame us, why did he help us when he tried to kill us? Now that the youth is not here, we are in danger again. Perhaps we shouldn't have driven him away. At least with him here, our combat strength can be improved. That's right. Everyone has witnessed his strength before. Although most people were cautious and did not believe Lin Ling, there were still one or two martial artists who felt that Lin Ling had no ill intentions. Of course, the most important thing was that they were in danger again, so they subconsciously thought of the youth's help. Stop arguing. How to avoid this crisis is the key. A burly guard shouted. He looked at Elder Lu, hoping that Elder Lu could find a way. After all, Elder Lu was in charge of everything now. Unfortunately, Elder Lu was silent at this moment, and even a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. How could he possibly find a way? In fact, he wished that Emperor Cun would die in the hands of those people. Because only then could he obtain the reward and complete his mission. From the beginning until the end, it was he who'd led Cun to death, and he'd constantly exposed himself in the dark. He'd originally been able to kill Cun the last time, but who knew that Lin Ling would suddenly arrive and cause the assassination to fail? So, after Lin Ling appeared, he'd done all he could to slander Lin Ling and drive Lin Ling away. Not good. Shoot the heavens. Chapter 493. Breaking the trap. Whoosh. An arrow shot down from above. One of the guards barely dodged it, but the next moment, the arrow circled in the air and shot out again. These arrows could attack people on their own. Fly up and take the initiative to attack. Many guards shouted, but as soon as they moved, arrows rained down from the sky and forced them back to the ground. They were trapped in the mountain like wild beasts, about to be shot to death at any moment. How terrifying! They're going all out to kill young Master Di. Many of the guards were anxious, and Di Jichuan's face was gloomy. Was he going to die here? Only old Lu was expressionless, and there was even a hint of complacency in his eyes. His plan was about to succeed. How lively! But is it appropriate to use hidden arrows in a battle between cultivators? Just at this moment, an indifferent voice resounded, and it caused everyone's hearts to tremble. They looked towards the source of the voice, and their expressions instantly changed. They saw a slender figure standing silently on a peak not too far away, and a wisp of piercingly cold wind emanated from that figure. It's that young man. Yes. Everyone on Di Jichuan's side narrowed their eyes, but for some reason, they were looking forward to it. Perhaps the young man had saved them not long ago and turned the situation around, so they were looking forward to him saving them again. It's him again. Yes. Old Lu's expression was unsightly. In his heart, that handsome and otherworldly figure was detestable, like a malefic star. Young hero, please help us. Finally, one of the guards couldn't help but ask. You're all shameless. Brother Lin Ling saved us, but you suspected him of plotting against us, and now you're asking him for help. Yes. As soon as the guard finished speaking, Di Jichuan's anger surged, and the other guards didn't dare to face the young man. Not long ago, the young man had saved them, but because of old Lu's words, they suspected him. Now that a life and death crisis was approaching again, they were asking the young man for help again. Brother Di, I said I'll return your favor. Moreover, I hate being slandered, and I hate people who call me a thief. As for them, I'll just save them. Yes. On the peak, Lin Ling smiled. Di Jichuan was facing a life and death crisis, but he didn't ask for help first. Instead, he felt that it was unfair for him. Based on this point alone, he could be a friend. Whoosh! The sword light slashed out, and a mountain peak in the distance was sliced apart. Rocks flew everywhere, and the black-robed man hiding behind the mountain peak was also killed by the sword intent. That young man keeps ruining our plans, kill him first. Kill. The rest of the men in black were furious. All of their arrows were aimed at Lin Ling. The arrow is not bad, but it's a pity that if the person holding the bow dies, then everything will be empty talk. Looking at the large number of arrows flying towards him, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He slashed out with the large sword in his hand. After cutting off the arrows, his body disappeared into the mountain range. Then, the sword flashed and the men in black hiding in the mountain range were all killed by the sword. The black-clothed men hid in the mountain and relied on catapults and arrows to ambush Di Jichuan and the others on the ground. But if their hiding place was exposed, then that was all they could do. Di Jichuan and the others didn't know where the black-clothed men were hiding, so they couldn't do anything. But Lin Ling knew everything from the leader of the black-clothed men. No, how did you know I was hiding here? Who are you? Cries of pain came from the mountain, and the guards' expressions changed. That young man was so powerful. He actually knew where the enemy was hiding. Bang bang bang. At the same time, catapults fell from the cliff. These catapults were dismantled by Lin Ling. He seems to know all the enemy's arrangements. When there were no more arrows or rocks, all the guards relaxed. They stared at the sky. That faintly discernible figure made them feel incomparable admiration. That young man had saved them once again. Before long, the mountain range gradually quieted down. All the guards relaxed. It seemed that everything had come to an end. At this time, beneath the endless green mountains, a figure in blue and white robes appeared once more. He slowly walked over, and as the guards saw this handsome and otherworldly youth, all of them knelt down on one knee and thanked him from the bottom of their hearts. They were the subordinates of Elder Sword and were responsible for escorting Di Jichuan. If they had failed, they would have died. Luckily, at the critical moment, this young man had saved them. I'm sorry. The words I said to you before were too excessive. You can insult me as you wish. Me too. The guards spoke out, but Lin Ling ignored them. Instead, he looked at old Lu and faintly smiled. Old Lu, your whereabouts were hidden, but these people tried to assassinate you again. Do you think I called them here?" Old Lu's eyes flashed with anger. This young man had once again disrupted his plans. He wished he could grind this young man's bones to dust. Now that he heard the young man's words, he wanted to find an excuse to slander him again. But as he saw the grateful faces of the guards around him, he knew that it would be difficult to do so. This shouldn't be the case. He forcefully squeezed out a smile. "You said I approached you because I wanted to kill Dijichuan. Is that the case now?" Lin Ling asked again, causing old Lu to be angered. He knew that this young man was slapping his face. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling's indifferent voice rang out once more. "You said that I'm ruthless and shrewd, isn't that right? You said I deceived Dijichuan. Is that right?" Lin Ling's voice was louder and louder, and his aura was overbearing, causing old Lu to take a step back. His expression was somewhat unsightly. This young man was so domineering. The surrounding people fell silent. This time, they didn't speak up for old Lu. After all, this young man had saved them twice. How could they have the nerve to doubt him? Old Lu clenched his teeth, unable to speak. "Speak!" Lin Ling coldly shouted. This old man was so treacherous. He wanted to frame Dijichuan, but he put the blame on himself. Lin Ling wouldn't show mercy to such a person. "I admit that I've wronged you. Let me apologize to you here." Old Lu's heart was filled with humiliation as he bowed. "I can't hear you." Lin Ling coldly shook his head, causing old Lu's eyes to narrow. This young man was so ruthless, clearly wanting to humiliate him. Old Lu forcefully suppressed his anger and said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have wronged you." After speaking, he continued, "In truth, I'm thinking for young Master D. At this critical moment, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If you have any anger, you can vent it on me. But this has nothing to do with young Master D. Please don't blame him." Hypocrite. Seeing that his wishful thinking had been seen through, he decided to play the pity card. Dijichuan had a kind personality and couldn't bear to see old Lu lose face again. He helped old Lu to extricate himself. "Brother Lin Ling, in any case, our losses aren't great. Let's just forget about this matter." "That's right, young hero Lin." Old Lu was only thinking for young Master D. The other guards also spoke up for old Lu, causing old Lu's eyes to flicker with pride. Although he had failed this time, he would definitely succeed the next time. He was going to act personally. Sadly, he didn't know that there wouldn't be a next time. Chapter 494. You killed Dijichuan, I killed him. Let's forget about the previous matter, but I still have a doubt in my heart. I hope old Lu can explain it to me. Lin Ling coldly said as he looked at old Lu. His gaze caused old Lu's heart to subconsciously tremble. I heard that you brought Dijichuan and the others along this road. Do you want to explain this? This road is close to the 7 profound martial house, so I brought them along. Old Lu said. Because it's close, you took this road. But you said that your whereabouts were hidden, so how did the enemy know? Explain this. Lin Ling said again. How would I know? Old Lu's frown deepened. Are you suspecting me? As he spoke, he looked at Dijichuan, his face full of grief and indignation. Young master, I have served you for many years and have always been loyal and devoted. You should know my heart. Today, this outsider has doubted me in front of so many people. What is his motive? Is it because I slandered him before, so he wants to take revenge? His voice was filled with the sorrow of an old man, causing the guards to sympathize with him. However, Lin Ling's complexion became even colder. This old man was too shameless. He simply didn't bother to ask any more questions. How long do you want to keep up this act? Brother Lin Ling, there must be some misunderstanding. Di Zichuan was extremely embarrassed. Lin Ling asked, he has always worked for your family. What is his temperament like? He has always been kind and amiable. Many people in our Di family like him. Di Zichuan recalled. Kind. Amiable. Why is it that when I never offended him on the dragon boat, he spoke such harsh words to me? Why is it that when I saved him the first time we were attacked, he slandered me and even drove me away? Lin Ling slowly said, causing the guards to be a bit puzzled. It had to be known that when they had been with old Lu, he had given them a kind and amiable feeling. But for some unknown reason, after Lin Ling had arrived, old Lu's attitude had been very tough. He had directly driven away Lin Ling. Elder Lu opened his mouth. Clearly, he didn't realize that he had changed so much. If you can't say it, then I'll say it for you. You chased me away because you didn't want me to mess up your plan. You led them on this path because you secretly told those assassins about the whereabouts of the Emperor's Inch and had them set up a trap on this path. Lin Ling sneered. You've been hiding by Di Zichuan's side for so many years just for this moment. You've really put a lot of thought into this. You've wronged me. Old man Lu roared. His heart trembled violently as he began to fear Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed to know everything. Whether you're innocent or not, it's very simple. Just hand over the things on your body and let everyone see. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing old Lu's eyes to flicker continuously. Although the guards in the surroundings believed old man Lu, there were still many suspicious points. After all, old man Lu was the one who led them on this path. But why would there be so many assassins around? Old man Lu, I know this is unfair to you. At most, we'll take out the things on our bodies for everyone to see. Also, don't blame us for being suspicious. After all, we only have one life. We've escaped death twice, and this mistake won't be repeated a third time. One of the guards spoke up. At this crucial moment, believing was believing, but what needed to be proven still had to be proven. All of you are bullying an old man like me. Old man Lu pointed at the crowd with righteous indignation. Then, he looked at Lin Ling. He's just an outsider. Why should we believe his words? Because I've saved all of you twice. That's enough. Lin Ling smiled lightly, causing the wavering hearts of the guards to once again believe in Lin Ling. If Lin Ling really wanted to harm them, why would he save them twice? The previous calamity was enough for all of them to die. Hence, they believed in Lin Ling. Old man Lu's expression kept changing. Don't dare. Or do you still want to rely on me? Lin Ling smiled faintly. That calm look of his made old man Lu gnash his teeth. This young man was so hateful. Not only did he ruin his plan, but he also made everyone suspect him. Old man Lu, take out the things on your body and show them to everyone. Although Emperor's Inch still believed in old man Lu, if old man Lu didn't take out the things on his body, it would be hard to convince everyone. Moreover, everyone else had taken out their rune bags. It was up to old man Lu now. Old man Lu's expression kept changing. His rune bag had the insect fragrance. It was this fragrance that exposed everyone's whereabouts. If he took it out, it would be even more difficult to explain. Old man Lu coldly stared at Lin Ling. Finally, his gaze turned cold. His current mission was to kill Emperor's Inch and satisfy the lords in exchange for a reward. Since that was the case, he might as well kill Emperor's Inch directly. Whoosh! He pretended to take off his rune bag, but while everyone's attention was on his rune bag, his body moved, and he shot towards Emperor's Inch and seized it. Young Master D, my apologies. I have always been one of their people. I hid in the D family to watch over you. If you hadn't stubbornly insisted on going to the 7 profound martial house, you wouldn't have died. The lords will absolutely not allow you to go to the 7 profound martial house. Old Man Lu coldly said as he grasped Emperor Inch's neck. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be surprised, and then they all glared at each other. Old Man Lu was really a traitor. Young man, you are very intelligent. You were able to force me out with just a few clues. Unfortunately, you are still too inexperienced. You don't know that my mission is to kill young Master D. So even if you saw through me, what use is it? Ignoring everyone's anger, Old Man Lu looked at Lin Ling and smiled with satisfaction. He wanted to see Lin Ling's furious appearance. After all, this young man had failed. However, Lin Ling's face still had a smile on it. He indifferently looked at Old Man Lu, causing Old Man Lu to frown. Aren't you afraid that I will kill him? Why should I be afraid? If you want to kill him, then kill him. If I'm not wrong, you killed Emperor Jichuan for a reward. But if you don't have your life, you have no place to spend your money. Lin Ling faintly smiled. His calm appearance caused Old Man Lu's complexion to change. But soon, he laughed and said, "You are smarter than them. You can still remain calm in such a situation. It seems that you have seen many big scenes. But you missed a point. If I kidnapped young Master D and then killed him, then when you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have been able to find me." Despicable. All of the guards angrily shouted. But Emperor Jichuan's face was also pale. He did not fear his own death, but he did not think that the enemy would be hiding by his side. He had always thought of the enemy as his own family. Paw paw paw. At this moment, Lin Ling gently clapped his hands. His fearless appearance caused Old Man Lu to feel uneasy. This young man was too mysterious. It was as if he had everything under control from the beginning to the end. Suddenly, he regretted it. If he had known that this young man was so difficult to deal with, he would have tried to curry favor with him from the beginning. He would have thought of a way to make him stay away from young Master D instead of using force and slander to force him to leave. After all, the more this young man forced him, the more ruthless he became. "You are too inexperienced," Lin Ling said indifferently. Then, he walked into the forest behind him. When he reappeared, there was one more person in front of him. A sword was hanging on that person's neck. This person was the leader of the black-clothed men. You kill Emperor Jichuan, I will kill him." Chapter 495. Get over here and die. Lu Fei, release Emperor's Inch. The leader of the black-robed men was very calm, and his cold voice carried an unquestionable majesty. "You're that lord." Old Lu's expression changed as he recalled the terrifying experts hiding behind the scenes. Those experts could turn him into ashes with a single move, or even make him wish he was dead. That was the most terrifying thing. Release Emperor's Inch. The leader of the black-robed men didn't say anything and shouted again. Since Old Lu dared to kill Emperor's Inch, then Lin Ling would kill the leader of the black-robed men, exchanging a life for a life. If the leader of the black-robed men had an ordinary identity, Old Lu wouldn't have cared. However, it was clear that the leader's identity wasn't small, and Old Lu was extremely wary. "You're ruthless." Old Lu coldly looked at Lin Ling. He didn't expect this youth to be so ruthless. No wonder he wasn't afraid of killing Emperor's Inch. It turned out that he had been playing with him in the palm of his hand. Then, he unwillingly released Emperor's Inch, and Emperor's Inch ran towards Lin Ling. "I've already released him, you should also release the Lord." Old Lu immediately looked at Lin Ling, but he heard Lin Ling's smiling voice, "Did I say one person for the other? Don't go too far." Old Lu was so angry that his face turned red. "I'm going too far. Do you have the qualifications to say that?" Your young master treats you like family, but you always want to kill him. You even slandered me for no reason, and dared to scold my family. I forgot to tell you, those who scolded my family are all dead. Lin Ling still had a smile on his face, but it was very cold. He waved his left hand at old Lu. Get over here. Get over here. That youth actually wants me to get over here. Old Lu's eyes narrowed, and he panicked. What do you want to do? Of course I want to kill you. I want you to get over here so I can kill you. Lin Ling's voice was filled with killing intent. He wouldn't show mercy to someone like old Lu. No, I definitely won't go over. Old Lu kept shaking his head. He was already thinking of running away, but when he saw the black-clothed man in Lin Ling's hands, his complexion immediately turned ugly. That young man had his lifeline in his hand, sending him to his doorstep to die. This kind of death wasn't the young man chasing after him, but he had to obediently stretch his head out and let the young man kill him. Was this the result of insulting the young man's family and slandering him? Elder Lu, if you don't want to live a life worse than death, you'd better come over, said the black-robed man coolly. Old Lu's face flickered as he thought about how terrifying those powerful figures were. In the end, he walked over to Lin Ling, his face pale. Kneel. Lin Ling coldly said, making old Lu kneel down with a plop. No one can humiliate my family. If you hadn't done anything wrong, perhaps I would have spared your life. Unfortunately, you have done something wrong. Flames appeared on Lin Ling's left hand, surging with scorching heat. I didn't expect that the plan that Milord and I had prepared would be broken by you alone. You are very powerful. Before you die, can you tell me your name? Old Lu's face was ashen. He seemed to know that his time was up, but before he died, he wanted to know the young man's name. Lin Ling. Boom. The world-cleansing demonic flame gushed out, burning old Lu into ashes. Di Jichuan sighed softly, but for some reason, he didn't sympathize with old Lu. After all, without Lin Ling's help, he would have died 3 times. He couldn't help but sigh. Just because of a piece of fire elemental jade, Lin Ling had saved him 3 times. Lin Ling was indeed a man of his word. He had repaid all the favors he owed. I've already done as you asked. Let me go. Let me go. The black-robed man had maintained his composure from beginning to end. Of course. Let me go. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't kill the black-robed man. After all, he didn't have any conflicts with the black-robed man. Your name is Lin Ling. I'll remember it. The black-robed man looked at Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to be slightly stunned. His eyes were cold, but there was no killing intent. Instead, there was a kind of anticipation, as if he was looking forward to meeting his match. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that his eyes were very beautiful and had very long eyelashes. After the black-robed man disappeared into the forest, Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Di Jichuan. Di Jichuan also looked at Lin Ling and said guiltily, I'm sorry, big brother Lin Ling. I almost implicated you. I didn't expect old Lu to be the one who betrayed me. His face was a bit gloomy. It was obvious that he still couldn't accept the truth. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, in this world, the weak are prey to the strong. In order to become stronger, many people will abandon everything, conscience, principles, and so on. Some people become strong to rule the world, some to protect the peaceful place in their hearts, and some to bully others and enjoy the feeling of being above others. It's the same for all kinds of people. Di Jichuan's heart trembled. Lin Ling was at most 2 years older than him, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to know so much. Obviously, Lin Ling's experience was much more than his. Brother Lin Ling, you must be the first type of person. Di Jichuan smiled. Lin Ling shook his head. I become strong to rule the world, but I also belong to the second type of person. I want to protect the peaceful place in my heart. At this point, Lin Ling looked up at the sky. It was blue, and he could faintly see the faces of his family. Grandfather, Yu, Xiaolan, Mengyun, and Yu. These were also the reasons why he had become strong. I don't know how they are now. After I go to the 7 profound martial house, I will go back and see them. Lin Ling's heart was filled with nostalgia. He smiled, but his eyes were filled with determination. Sometimes, in order to protect the world in your heart, you must kill to stop killing. You must be free and unrestrained, and do not feel guilty. Because some people are not worthy of you feeling guilty. You should cherish those who are important to you. Di Jichuan was startled. He knew that Lin Ling was comforting him. He didn't need to feel guilty or uneasy about old man Lu's death. Those who were important to him, he would raise his sword to protect them. Those who tried to destroy the peaceful place in his heart, he would cut them down with his sword. This was free and unrestrained, this was life. I understand. Di Jichuan nodded. He knew that Lin Ling must have encountered many injustices in the past. But Lin Ling had survived and even grown up. Compared to a greenhouse flower like him, Lin Ling was much more mature and decisive. Let's go. I'm also going to the 7 profound martial house. We can go together. Lin Ling gathered his thoughts and smiled. Thank you, big brother Lin Ling. Di Jichuan nodded. As the group moved forward, Lin Ling asked a question that he wanted to know. Di Jichuan, who is Di Wuji to you? Chapter 496. The 100 Territories geniuses gathered. Lin Ling nodded. It was no wonder that Di Jichuan had been assassinated. It was obvious that the person who had framed Di Wuji in the past did not want someone with the Di surname to enter the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling also wanted to help Di Wuji. After all, he owed the limitless sword saint a favor. But Lin Ling still needed some time to reach that height. Time slowly passed. The sun was setting in the west, and the brilliant sunlight illuminated the earth. In the distance, a vast mountain range appeared in sight. Layer upon layer, it was ancient and mysterious. Above the pure white clouds in the sky above the mountain range, there were 4 words that would never dissipate. 7 profound martial house. I've arrived. Lin Ling's lips curved up in a smile. He had finally arrived at the martial arts hall of geniuses. Di Jichuan's mind shook. He bid farewell to Lin Ling and also left. Lin Ling followed the jade token and walked towards the registration area. At this moment, in front of the 7 profound martial house's northern gate, there was a surging tide of people. Their imposing aura soared into the sky, causing the air to turn illusory. Most of these people were youths, and each one of them was powerful. They were all geniuses from the 100 Territories. I came from the dragon boat in the east. On that boat, I am the #1 genius. Are you proud? I'm not on your boat, otherwise you wouldn't be so proud. Long Shaoqin and the others are also here. They are the 3rd-ranked genius of the 100 Territories. They are even fiercer than Tang Yu. Voices of discussion rose and fell, but most of the focus fell on the top 3 geniuses. The 1st-ranked genius was currently a mystery, no one knew who it was. The 2nd-ranked genius was Xiaoqin Tian, who had the title of Little Overlord. This youth was at the late heavenly spirit realm, and it was said that his king body was the 3rd-grade brilliant gold tyrant body. What sort of concept was the 3rd grade? With his king physique, he could crush any genius in the same realm as him. No matter how powerful that genius was, they would still lose to him. This was also why he was the one with the lowest cultivation but the strongest strength among all the geniuses. With the Overlord saber in hand, he could easily kill an early-stage king spirit realm cultivator. He had once fought with the third-ranked genius for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he had defeated him with a single strike. Why did he need 3 days and 3 nights to defeat him? That was because his opponent was at the early stage of the king's spirit realm, while Zhao Qingtian was only at the late stage of the sky spirit realm. From this, it could be seen that he was a true genius, or even a monster. He's so cold. He's standing there motionlessly with a saber in his hand. His aura is terrifying. Many people secretly looked at a corner where there was a maple tree. Leaning against the maple tree was a tall and sturdy young man wearing a brown robe with his eyes closed. That young man was the little tyrant, Zhao Qingtian. Are you done admiring me? Slightly opening his eyes, Zhao Qingtian revealed a disdainful smile. His confident aura blossomed along with his smile, causing many people to feel a little dazed. Plop! Even a few of the weaker geniuses fell to the ground in fright. Zhao Qingtian's aura was too shocking. It felt like a sleeping monster awakening. Ha! Zhao Qingtian laughed loudly as if he found it very amusing. His overlord aura has always been terrifying. If you want to admire him, it's better to admire him from afar. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. A young man with a long spear on his back walked over. He was vigorous and full of energy. The long spear on his back was extremely majestic. There was a dragon coiling around it, emitting the aura of a dragon. Ranked 3rd, young master divine dragon, Long Shaoqin. He was at the early stage of the king's spirit realm. His divine dragon spear swept the world. He had once defeated a powerful mid-stage king spirit realm cultivator. Among his peers in the 100 territories, he was famous. These two should be the most dazzling stars of this year. Tang Yu, Zhua Mo, and the others are still lacking. Many geniuses exclaimed in admiration. Subsequently, more and more geniuses arrived, causing the square to become even more lively. What a powerful aura! The weakest is at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. The early stage of the king's spirit realm can be seen everywhere. The cloud region is indeed the tip of the iceberg. The rainforest's sacred land is the place where geniuses gather. At this moment, Lin Ling also arrived at the square. He quietly spread out his soul power. After scanning the geniuses in the square, he immediately admired them. Many of the geniuses here were very strong. They were young and talented. If he didn't use his trump card, he didn't have the confidence to win. A frog at the bottom of a well. This is the first time you've seen a genius at the early stage of the king's spirit realm. No wonder you're making a fuss. Behind him, a few young men in gorgeous robes walked over. One of them disdainfully said to Lin Ling, "Scram, don't block the way." These people seemed to have a high status, so after coming to the gathering place of geniuses, they looked down on everyone. They could even trample on the geniuses of the various regions to prove their superiority. They were extremely satisfied. The surrounding geniuses were silent. They knew that these young men were from the upper 3 regions. Then, they looked at the young man who was being reprimanded and shook their heads. In the world of geniuses, the weak had no dignity. Are you talking to me? However, when they thought that the young man in blue and white robes would humbly move aside, a calm voice came from the young man's mouth. That young man actually didn't lower his head and move aside. The surrounding geniuses were shocked. What courage! Ha! The young man in front frowned. One of the handsome young men said indifferently, "I'm talking to you. I'm telling you to scram and move aside. But you don't seem to be convinced. You've broken the rules." "I don't know what rules are. I only know that I'm shocked by the strength of the geniuses here. But you seem to be lecturing me and telling me to scram. I just want to ask you, is this your home?" Lin Ling looked indifferently at the young men. These young men seemed to be pampered and were used to teaching others a lesson. As expected, no matter where it was, there would always be martial artists who used their status and strength to bully others. They just wanted to enjoy the feeling of being superior. This isn't my home, but we're from the upper 3 regions. Also, do you know Swemo? He's from the same family as me. The handsome young man said indifferently, his eyes full of arrogance. Swemo was ranked 5th among the geniuses of the 100 regions this year. In other words, among the tens of thousands of geniuses here, only 4 people were above Swemo. It was enough to prove his pride. No wonder, he's from the Zwo family. When the crowd heard that voice, they all inhaled sharply. So that handsome young man had a backer. Slap his face. The handsome young man was very satisfied with the respect of the geniuses around him. He waved his hand and said. Behind him, a young man instantly walked forward with a smile. As he walked, he shook his head. Move your face closer. Slapping your face is a small punishment for you. If this wasn't the sacred land of the rainforest, you would be crippled if not dead for daring to scold brothers Watian. He came in front of Lin Ling, smiled coldly, and was about to slap him. Slap. However, Lin Ling's hand was faster than him. His left hand waved, and a crisp slap sounded, landing on the young man's face. The young man's eyes narrowed, and the surrounding people were also shocked. That young man in blue and white actually dared to hit someone from the Zwamo family. Just because you're from the upper 3 regions, you think you're better than others. Just because there's a genius Zwamo, you think you can be so tyrannical? As for who Zwamo is, I have no interest in knowing. I only know that in the 100 regions, strength is not everything. The 7 profound martial house is the true beginning. If there's nothing important, don't provoke me. Chapter 497. The 7 profound martial house recruiting. You dare to hit my people. Zwatian's face was gloomy. In front of so many geniuses, this youth had not given him the slightest bit of face. This was an insult to his dignity. If he were to enter the rainforest holy land, how would he be able to raise his head? You really want to die? Zwatian's eyes flashed with killing intent. Are you done with your bullshit? Lin Ling's voice was even colder. He arrived in front of Zwatian, and his palm did not stop. Another slap flew out, and Zwatian crashed into the ground. So ruthless. The surrounding youths sucked in a breath of cold air. Who was this blue and white-robed youth? He was so arrogant. Zwamo's strength is Zwamo's, and you use Zwamo's reputation to feel superior everywhere. Don't you think you're losing face? Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. Zwatian crawled up from the ground, his face ugly, his anger surging. At this moment, his eyes suddenly brightened. Not too far away, a familiar figure appeared. It was his cousin Zwamo. Brother Zwamo, he hit me. Zwatian angrily shouted. The crowd's pupils constricted, and they subconsciously looked over. They saw that on the other side of the crowd, there was a short but handsome youth coldly glaring at them. That was Zwamo. That blue and white-robed youth was dead. Let me tell you, my cousin Zwamo has already passed the assessment, and his results are excellent. He will become a disciple of one of the 36 scholars. So even if he kills you here, the 7 profound martial house will not speak for you, because you cannot compare to my brother Zwamo. Zwatian proudly smiled. Is that so? Lin Ling coldly nodded, and stepped forward. He arrived in front of Zwatian Nian, looking down at him. What do you want? The youth in front of him was not old, but for some unknown reason, Zwatian's heart trembled. In front of your brother Zwamo, I'll hit you. Paw! The crisp sound of a slap sounded out again, causing the crowd to stiffen. This youth really dared to hit him, and he did it in front of Zhuemo. Subconsciously, many people looked at Zhuemo in the distance. They wanted to see how the genius Zhuemo would teach that blue and white-robed youth a lesson. It's him. Yet Zhuemo's brow furrowed and he became completely silent. Originally, he had wanted to teach them a lesson. He wanted to see who was so arrogant in the holy land of the rainforest to dare to teach the people of the Zhuo family a lesson. However, he was far too familiar with that blue and white-robed figure. It was the #1 genius of their dragon boat, the one who had beheaded the dragon head with a single sword strike, Lin Ling. How could he be a match for such a genius? It's your own fault. Solve it yourself. Zhuemo said coldly to Zhuotian. Then he looked coldly at Lin Ling. Being strong now doesn't mean you will be strong in the future. The rainforest holy land is just the beginning. Soon, I will make you lose all face. Lin Ling had beaten up a member of the Zhuo family in front of so many people. It was hard for him to swallow the anger in his heart, but he knew that he was no match for Lin Ling, so he could only say this helplessly. It was a pity that after he finished speaking, the crisp sound of a slap sounded again, causing Zhuemo's heart to shake. Now, that blue and white-robed youth had hit his cousin in front of him. Not only that, but this was the 3rd time. As his cousin, don't you think you should teach him how to be a man? Lin Ling's lips moved, and his soft voice floated out, causing everyone's eyes to widen. This slap was even more powerful than the previous one. After Zhuemo had arrived, this slap had been delivered in front of his face, as if it were a provocation. Big brother Zhuemo, you are the 5th-ranked genius of the 100 territories. On the ground, Zhuotian was also shocked. Shut up. Zhuemo felt as if he had lost all face. He wished he could leave this place immediately. He coldly said, "See you at the 7 profound martial house." Then he turned and left. You aren't the overbearing and arrogant type. You aren't as condescending as your cousin. Otherwise, today I would have also hit you. However, just as he took a few steps, Lin Ling's icy voice sounded out. Zhuemo paused, his face turning red and blue. In front of so many geniuses, Lin Ling had actually said that he would also hit him. This was a thick humiliation. How is this possible? Zhuotian sat on the ground, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Your big brother Zhuemo is indeed very strong, but that doesn't mean that no one can surpass him. It's just that some people don't like to use their fame to bully others. Lin Ling shook his head as he spoke, then left as well. The surrounding crowd looked at Lin Ling with surprise. They suddenly had a guess in their hearts. This youth might be a hidden genius, and his strength was above Zhuemo's. He was ranked 4th among the 100 territories geniuses. It was just that he was low-key, so not many people knew about him. Thinking this, many people looked at the handsome youth on the ground, and couldn't help but laugh. That handsome youth thought that he came from the Zhuo family, and that he had Zhuemo's support, so he acted as a tyrant. He didn't know that today he had kicked an iron plate. His swollen face was extremely ridiculous. Ignoring the previous episode, Lin Ling went to the crowd, and quietly waited for the 7 profound martial house's disciple recruitment. In the memories of the limitless sword saint, the 7 profound martial house was mysterious and vast. It had a massive amount of ancient martial arts and cultivation grounds. It was currently the most suitable place for Lin Ling to cultivate. After all, compared to those geniuses with rich family backgrounds, Lin Ling could be considered a loner. Therefore, he valued the 7 profound martial house's cultivation resources very much. This year's disciple recruitment is still the same. At this moment, a loud voice sounded out, causing the entire square of tens of thousands of geniuses to quiet down. They all looked up and saw that not far from the square, on a mountain peak, a middle-aged man wearing the 7 profound martial house's robes was quietly sitting on a chair. He was like a powerhouse looking forward to the future. This year, Su Fan will be presiding over the disciple recruitment. The voice sounded out again, causing the blood of many youths to boil. The 7 profound martial house had 36 apprentices, and each one was formidable. If one could obtain the attention of an apprentice, then they would be heavily trained, and become a proud son of heaven. Unfortunately, the 36 apprentices were like masters in the sky, and rarely took the initiative to recruit disciples. Only the top 10 geniuses of the 100 territories each year would be actively recruited by the apprentices. Apprentice. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. In the past, Lin Xuanwu had lost to him, and it was very likely that he had an apprentice guiding him. An apprentice was equal to a master. Before, you all came from all over the 100 territories, took the dragon boat, and also passed the assessment. But if you want to become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house, many of you are still lacking. The names in the sky will become candidate disciples first. On the mountain peak, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and a large number of names appeared in the sky. They were candidate disciples. Candidate disciples were not official disciples. They had to work for the 7 profound martial house, such as gathering herbs, sweeping the floor, cooking, and so on. Only after passing the assessment could they become official disciples. Of course, the assessment was absolutely difficult. It was very cruel, but also very realistic. Many genius disciples gently sighed. Their names appeared in the sky. Obviously, they were candidate disciples, but they did not give up. Only in the 7 profound martial house could they be reborn, and amaze the world in the future. Next is the official disciple. You can enter the star level. At this moment, Su Fan spoke again, and many more names appeared in the sky. Official disciples did not have a master to guide them. Everything depended on themselves, but they did not need to do anything. Moreover, their status in the 7 profound martial house was higher than that of candidate disciples, and they had a certain level of authority. I'm sorry, there was an impromptu meeting today. I just got off work and did not inform everyone. I'm very sorry. Chapter 498. Su Fanlin stared at the sky and found that his name was not there. This meant that he was not a candidate disciple, nor was he an official disciple. Of course, this was normal. Not long ago, the red-haired man had told him that his results were very good, and he would certainly be valued by the 7 profound martial house. The next proud son of heaven will be my, Su Fan's, disciple. Su Fan quietly sat on the mountain peak, speaking again. As one of the 36 apprentice masters, he also had a massive number of disciples. I'm so envious. Many of the talented youths thought to themselves. If they could become apprentice master Su Fan's disciple, they would be able to avoid detours. For instance, if they entered the 7 profound martial house, it wouldn't be long before those geniuses who became apprentice master Su Fan's disciples would surpass them. This year's first-ranked genius of the 100 territories will become my direct disciple. Ranked second is Xiao Qing Tian. Ranked third is Long Xiaoqin. Ranked fourth is Lin Ling from the Cloud Domain. Wait a minute, this Lin Ling can only be a candidate disciple. Su Fan was constantly reading a book in his hand. It recorded the top 20 outstanding talents, but when he read about Lin Ling, he frowned and then announced it. The 4th-ranked genius in terms of strength and talent was actually a candidate disciple, not even an official disciple. Wasn't this the same as sending Lin Ling to the 7 profound martial house to do odd jobs? If this was an ordinary genius, then it would be fine, but this was someone who was ranked 4th. Everyone's pupils shrank, and then they all laughed. That youth called Lin Ling was so pitiful. It seemed that he had offended apprentice master Su Fan. Ranked 5th is Tang Yu. Ranked 6th is Zuemo, Su Fan continued to announce, but it seemed that he had already eliminated Lin Ling. Why is it like this? In the crowd, Lin Ling frowned. He was also surprised by this result. He had gone through the assessment on the dragon boat, but in the end he was only a candidate disciple. This was too unfair. Moreover, he hadn't offended anyone when he first came to the Seven Profound Martial House, so why was Apprentice Master Su Fan targeting him? Anger rose in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. A guess rose in his heart. Could it be that the powerful Master Su Fan was Lin Xuanwu's master? Wait, Lin Ling was the most talented and powerful person on my ship. Why did he become a candidate disciple in the end? At this moment, a loud shout rang out. The person who came seemed to be indignant on behalf of Lin Ling, so he stood up for Lin Ling. After all, the Seven Profound Martial House was a place where geniuses were cultivated. It was a sacred and dignified place. How could the rules be changed in front of countless people? Everyone looked at the person who spoke and discovered that it was a middle-aged man with long red hair. He was the red-haired middle-aged man from Lin Ling's ship. On the mountain peak, Su Fan was still sitting in his chair, his expression calm. He picked up a cup of tea from a nearby table and took a sip before slowly speaking. I am the host of this disciple recruitment. If I say yes, then that is it. Zhang Hongfa, your responsibility is to assess these talented youths. You do not have the qualifications to decide where these youths will go. Not to mention, the cloud domain is just a tiny place in the lower three realms. How could there be a fourth-ranked genius here? You shouldn't have been bribed by someone. Su Fan, you. The red-haired middle-aged man's face was ugly. Although his status in the Seven Profound Martial House was not low, it was obviously below the 36 apprentice masters. This Lin Ling's heart of martial arts is not firm, and his killing intent is too heavy. In fact, he is not suitable to become a disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. If he wants to become my disciple, then that is just a dream. I do not want this kind of youth who constantly kills others in order to become stronger. But in the end, he came from thousands of miles away, so I will not be too excessive. I will still give him a chance to become a candidate disciple. Su Fan opened his mouth again. His eyes fell from the mountain peak to the youth in the square. The corners of his mouth curved up in a cold smile. Lin Ling had killed his apprentice Lin Xuanwu, and had also killed his nephew Qing Chuanming. If it weren't for the fact that the square was the center of attention, and that he was the apprentice master of the Seven Profound Martial House this year, he would have already taken his revenge and turned Lin Ling into ashes. However, if Lin Ling wanted to enter the Seven Profound Martial House, he would not refuse. Instead, he would become a candidate disciple of Lin Ling, and become everyone's slave, slowly toying with him until he died. Su Fan, I don't know what grudges you have with Lin Ling, that a great character like you would humiliate him like this. But don't you think that you are abusing your power for personal gain? You have gone too far. The red-haired middle-aged man roared again. He didn't know what had happened between Su Fan and Lin Ling, but he wasn't a fool. He knew that Su Fan had a problem with Lin Ling, and wanted to toy with Lin Ling, this ant, to death. After all, according to the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House, the top 20 talents of the 100 territories would all be accepted as disciples by the apprentice master. Even if Su Fan didn't want to accept Lin Ling as a disciple, Lin Ling still had the qualifications to become an official disciple, and not a candidate disciple. A candidate disciple, from a certain point of view, was a servant, without any dignity. I'm abusing my power for personal gain. Do I need to do this to an ant? Go and ask the people around you, did this boy Lin Ling rob others of their treasures, or did he kill them? Then ask Lin Ling, did he kill anyone? If he kills too much, sooner or later he will turn into a demon. I gave him a way out and recruited him into the Seven Profound Martial House, that is a gift to him. On the mountain peak, Su Fan lightly said. What apprentice master Su said is right. Lin Ling has no principles. In order to become strong, he killed his own family. That's right, I was just blocking his way, and he almost killed me. Luckily, this is the 7 profound martial house, he doesn't dare to mess around. This kind of person is ugly. The voices of many youths came from all around the square. These youths all wanted to become Su Fan's disciples, so they naturally understood. You've gone too far. The red-haired middle-aged man's face was gloomy. From his impression of Lin Ling, this boy was relatively low-key. From the moment he boarded his ship, he didn't provoke anyone. It was always others who provoked him, and he didn't go around bullying other youths just because he was the strongest. But now, all of this had been reversed by Su Fan. Some of the talented youths who didn't understand the whole story began to despise Lin Ling. Thank you, senior red-haired. At this moment, a soft voice rang out, causing the square to fall silent. Countless eyes looked over, only to see a young man in a blue and white robe walking out step by step. His face was indifferent, but the anger in his eyes was like flames blooming. He came out. The many talented youths were slightly surprised, but they could understand. After all, Lin Ling was ranked 4th among the 100 territories geniuses, but he had been reduced to a candidate disciple. Anyone would be unwilling to accept this. However, in the face of the powerful apprentice master Su Fan, what could he change? This boy is the murderer who killed my nephew. Chapter 499. Young Master Divine Dragon. Everyone's eyes stared at Lin Ling. Many of them had gloating expressions on their faces. It had to be known that their purpose in coming to the 7 profound martial house was to surpass all the other geniuses and soar above the clouds. Therefore, they subconsciously did not like others to surpass them. They liked to see others in a worse state than themselves. Lin Ling ignored the gazes all around him. He faintly looked at Su Fan. At this moment, he was almost certain that Su Fan was targeting him in order to avenge his nephew and disciple. It was just that Clearspring Ming and Lin Xuanwu, one had tyrannically wanted to destroy Extreme Ice Temple, and the other had wanted to kill him after losing to Nine Shade Mountain. These two people had played with him like an ant, and in the end they had met their end. And now, their elder, Su Fan, in order to take revenge, had also played with him like an ant. Did he think that because he came from the cloud domain, he would have to lower his head and give up his dignity to be humiliated to death? Moreover, he had only met that red-haired senior once, but he had also fought for a spot for him. How could he not do anything about it? Lin Ling's eyes rippled with anger. He looked at Su Fan and coldly said, I want to ask apprentice Su Fan. The 7 profound martial house does not accept disciples based on talent or strength, but on personal preference. How dare you? You think you have the qualifications to speak to an apprentice like that? His words had just fallen, but they were soon met with a large number of disdainful voices. Lin Ling was only a late heavenly spirit realm martial artist, but apprentice Su Fan was a top powerhouse. He could turn Lin Ling into ashes with a single finger. What qualifications did Lin Ling have to ask apprentice Su Fan? Apprentice Su Fan, you really raise a lot of dogs. You said that I bribed that red-haired middle-aged man, but it seems that there are many people who are flattering you. Did they also curry favor with you, so they easily became your disciples? Facing all sorts of taunts, Lin Ling was indifferent. He spoke again. You. Those geniuses who were disdainful of Lin Ling narrowed their eyes. This Lin Ling's mouth was truly poisonous. He had even pushed them into the limelight. Su Fanchua frowned. He thought that Lin Ling would flatter him and beg for mercy, but who knew that Lin Ling would question him and not fear him in the slightest. However, he was not angry. He was a dignified and ancient apprentice of the 7 profound martial house. How could he be angry at an ant? Master, have some tea. At his side, it was unknown when, but a youth wearing the robes of the 7 profound martial house had arrived. He respectfully poured a cup of tea for Su Fan, and then quietly stood to the side. You don't dare to speak. If you say that I don't have the qualifications, then I don't have the qualifications. It seems that all of this is up to you to decide. Since it's like this, then you might as well directly say that the 7 profound martial house is yours alone. You can recruit whoever you want as a disciple. Why do you need to hold a recruitment ceremony and deliberately mystify things? Lin Ling said again. Su Fan picked up the teacup and gently sipped from it. He didn't seem to hear Lin Ling's words. From beginning to end, his eyes were closed, and he still didn't bother to speak. Seeing his master's indifferent appearance, the youth at his side naturally understood. He took a step forward and said, You are nothing but a clown from the cloud domain. What qualifications do you have to question our master, and what qualifications do you have to doubt others? Others are at least top geniuses of the 100 territories. But you only managed to bribe Redhead, that's why you are ranked so high. You have spoken so much and deceived everyone, what intentions do you have? The youth's voice was like a brilliant heavenly might, bringing with it an irresistible pressure that caused the entire square to fall silent. Those who knew this youth were secretly surprised. This was Su Fan's disciple, Extreme Moon Jean. This person was a true disciple of the 7 profound martial house. His robes were embroidered with a moon on the chest. This also represented his superior status in the 7 profound martial house. The 7 profound martial house was as vast as the sea. It was strictly divided into ranks. Star Guard disciples, Moon Guard disciples, Sun Guard disciples, official disciples, and candidate disciples that had no dignity at all. The massive ranks of the disciples allowed the 7 profound martial house to stand for thousands of years without falling. So, the disciples that Master Su Fan recruits are very fierce, and I come from the tiny cloud domain. The reason why I can become a genius of the 100 territories is because I bribed others. Lin Ling lightly said. Yes. The youth Extreme Moon Jean nodded. Although he didn't know why his master was deliberately making things difficult for this youth had come from the cloud domain, and his strength was only at the late heavenly spirit realm. Therefore, he didn't believe that this youth could be ranked 4th. Yes, he's only at the late heavenly spirit realm. Among this year's batch of geniuses, his strength is the lowest. Is he really ranked 4th? There must be something fishy about this. The crowd was talking. Besides the youth on Lin Ling's ship, no one believed in Lin Ling. This trash called Lin something, who do you think you are? Master Su Fan said that you are a candidate disciple, so you should obediently admit it. You actually dare to question Master Su Fan again and again. You simply don't know what you're doing. At this moment, in the square, a youth in white lightly said. He didn't even care what Lin Ling's name was, and directly called him trash. Of course, he had never heard of Lin Ling, and didn't know where he had come from. For such a youth to be ranked below him, this was simply the biggest joke in the world. It's young Master Divine Dragon. Everyone's complexion slightly changed. The 3rd-ranked genius of the 100 territories was young Master Divine Dragon, Long Shaoqin. He had already become Su Fan's disciple. When he saw Lin Ling questioning Master Su Fan, he stood up and spoke up. Moreover, he seemed to be very unhappy that Lin Ling was ranked 4th. Of course, this was also normal. Young Master Divine Dragon came from the upper 3 regions' 18th domain, Dragon God Bay. He was a nameless nobody, and had only managed to win 2nd place in a great competition of the 18 domains. Since then, his name had shaken the 100 territories. But now, Lin Ling had almost overtaken him. Moreover, he hadn't participated in the upper 3 regions' sacred competition of the 18 domains. How could young Master Divine Dragon accept him? There were even many people in the square who refused to accept Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling become the 4th-ranked genius of the 100 territories? There must be something fishy about this. Master Su Fan really has a lot of dogs. I only asked a question and they immediately started barking like wild dogs. Do the 36 apprentices of the 7 profound martial house specifically recruit dogs as disciples? Facing young Master Divine Dragon's arrogant words, Lin Ling didn't give him any face, and instead mocked him with cold words. His words caused the faces of all the youths in the square to change. This Lin Ling really didn't lower his head. Even if he was the enemy of the entire world, he still wouldn't retreat. Dog? You say I'm a dog? Long Xiaoqin's complexion turned icy cold. He suddenly looked at Su Fan and said, Master, this boy has no respect for his elders and mocked me in front of everyone. Please allow me to fight him. Also, didn't he question Master's vision? Then let's use this battle to prove Master's choice. Challenge. All the youth's pupils shrank. Chapter 500. Fight. Permitted. Moreover, he has no respect for his elders, so you are permitted to cripple him and make him the servant of countless geniuses for the rest of his life. On the mountain peak, Su Fan finally spoke. He was as aloof as ever. But his words were ruthless. He did not kill Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant to him. Killing him would not be satisfying. But he wanted to cripple Lin Ling and make Lin Ling a slave to everyone, a candidate disciple for the rest of his life. Lin Ling's pupils turned icy cold. This Su Fan had a formidable status and strength, so he did not want to kill him, but wanted to play him to death. What? You don't dare. You have the courage to question apprentice Master Su Fan, but you don't have the courage to accept my challenge. Humph, you actually don't believe me when I say you are trash. Long Xiaoqin's right hand pulled out the dragon god's spear from his back. His foot kicked the spear point, and the spear was pointed at Lin Ling. Come, trash. A-oh. As the spear came out, its aura rippled, like a dragon swimming in the sky. Young Master Divine Dragon has the innate king body, the dragon spirit body. It is said that he has the bloodline of an ancient dragon. What is most terrifying is his spear, the divine dragon spear. It is said that this spear and young Master Divine Dragon have become one. It is extremely fierce, and the spear has reached the level of a medium-grade weapon. Someone whispered. Obviously, this youth was very familiar with young Master Divine Dragon, and even worshipped him. No wonder he was able to become this year's third-ranked genius. He is truly terrifying. Lin Ling's background cannot compare to his, and even his cultivation is inferior. He doesn't dare to go up. The surrounding youths whispered. They thought that Lin Ling did not dare to go up. After all, Lin Ling was inferior to them. Only the young geniuses on Lin Ling's ship knew that Lin Ling was not weak. Being ranked 4th was well deserved. But facing young Master Divine Dragon, it was still a bit difficult. I only want to ask apprentice Master Su Fan, does the 7 profound martial house only recruit disciples based on what he likes? But you insist on challenging me. You don't even want to be ranked 3rd. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd roared with laughter. This Lin Ling was really daring. He seemed to think that young Master Divine Dragon would definitely lose and fall behind Lin Ling in the rankings. Sure enough, not asking for your name was the right choice. An arrogant person like you can only be trash for the rest of your life. Long Xiaoqin shook his head and shook his spear, emitting a dragon's roar. Do you dare or not? Hurry up, I still have to go to the martial house to receive my disciple robe. I don't have time to play monkey games with you. Lin Ling nodded and finally took a step forward. Su Fan thought that he had bribed the red-haired middle-aged man and was not really ranked 4th, so he let him become a candidate disciple. Now, he would use his strength to tell Su Fan, to tell everyone, that Su Fan, would accept a disciple based on his personal preference. They're fighting, and it's crazy. When the crowd saw Lin Ling walk out, their blood boiled. The battle between the third and fourth ranked geniuses was about to take place. Everyone was eager to see how powerful the two top geniuses were. "You're a man at last." Long Xiaochen nodded. "I'm a king spirit realm cultivator, and you're a heavenly spirit realm cultivator. I won't take advantage of you. In order to curry favor with your master, you think of ways to step on me. What's the point of that?" Lin Ling didn't say anything else. Since his opponent let him make the first move, then he would make the first move. Chi. Scorching green flames bloomed, enveloping Lin Ling's entire body in flames. At the same time, a purple heavenly spirit origin core rippled out. Many people looked over and were secretly shocked. Although this Lin Ling was a heavenly spirit realm cultivator, his foundation was very solid. After all, that was a top heavenly spirit origin core. No wonder he's so arrogant. Long Xiaochen's eyes flashed, but he still shook his head. Heavenly spirit origin core was a characteristic of heavenly spirit realm cultivators. However, ordinary heavenly spirit realm cultivators only had ordinary heavenly spirit origin cores. True geniuses, on the other hand, had solid foundations and had purple heavenly spirit origin cores. This was not rare. Whoosh! Ignoring Long Xiaochen's voice, Lin Ling took a step forward and threw himself at Long Xiaochen. Obviously, this year's third-ranked genius, he wanted to see just how strong he was, and how much stronger he was compared to Tang Yuan's Wemo. What a slow speed. Long Xiaochen smiled contemptuously. He even lazily waved the dragon god spear in his hand. Lunar shadow flower cut. At this moment, a dazzling palm shadow appeared in front of him. It was like a flying flower, a moon, and a gale swept towards Long Xiaochen. King Step Martial Arts. Feeling this terrifying aura, the crowd's pupils shrank. They didn't think that Lin Ling would actually know a King Step martial arts. The 7 profound martial houses first-grade King Step Lunar Shadow Flower Cut. This boy really has some skill. No wonder he was able to kill my disciple Lin Xuanwu. Su Fan narrowed his eyes. He didn't know how his disciple had died. He only knew that he had died at the hands of this boy, Lin Ling. Now that he saw Lin Ling use the Lunar Shadow Flower Cut, his heart was filled with a trace of anger. This King Step martial arts was one of his disciples' favorite martial arts. Lin Ling came from the cloud domain and had never had the opportunity to learn it. It was obvious that he had secretly learned it from his disciple. Using his disciple's martial arts in front of him was like a silent slap to Su Fan's face. The martial arts aren't bad, but the one using it is too weak. Long Xiaochen waved the dragon god's spear in his hand. It was like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, dazzling the eyes. Pang pang pang. All of the flying flower moon slashes were pierced by his spear. So fierce. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This was worthy of being the third-ranked young master divine dragon. Suemo and the other top 10 geniuses frowned. Although they were slightly lower ranked than young master divine dragon, they could see the disparity. After all, if they had to face that move, they could only avoid it. They couldn't break it one by one. In your hands, a King Step martial art doesn't even have the qualifications to make me take a step back. Look carefully, I didn't even take a step back. A mocking voice floated out of Long Xiaochen's mouth. His arrogance soared to the clouds. The dragon god's spear was invincible. Very powerful indeed. Lin Ling was slightly surprised. He didn't stop rushing forward. The Ling energy in his body surged and rushed to his right hand, causing his right hand to turn red. First grade King Step, Mortal Fish Technique. Mortal Regrets. King Step martial arts had a special characteristic, and that was that any king physique could use it. Of course, after using it, it would also have some characteristics of the king physique. For example, Lin Ling's mortal fist technique had some fire characteristics. Another king step martial art. Long Xiaoqun frowned. This Lin Ling's foundation was really deep, but it still couldn't move him. Hidden dragon, don't use. He pointed his spear, and the dragon's spirit body bloomed with dazzling light. The spear was like a dragon, piercing straight at the mortal fist technique. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and a terrifying shock wave swept out in all directions, causing the hearts of the youths in the square to fiercely tremble. The strength of these two geniuses was really terrifying. There was no need to talk about Long Xiaoqun. There was no doubt about his strength, but Lin Ling was also so strong. He had endless trump cards. Chapter 501. Did they see it clearly? Look over there. At this moment, a youth shouted in surprise. In the center of the square, spirit energy rippled. An azure dragon was colliding with a fist emitting a red glow. They were evenly matched. Is it a draw? Many people's eyes narrowed. Who said it's a draw? Didn't you see that I didn't move at all? I just didn't make a move. I just wanted to tell this trash that no matter how strong he is, he doesn't even have the qualifications to make me take a step back. At this moment, Long Xiaoqun's arrogant voice floated out from his mouth, causing the crowd's eyes to focus. Long Xiaoqun was looking down on Lin Ling. He didn't take the initiative to make a move, but instead easily broke it. Of course, Long Xiaoqun was a king spirit realm cultivator, and Lin Ling was only a heavenly spirit realm cultivator. If Long Xiaoqun used his full strength, even if he won, it wouldn't be glorious. Therefore, Long Xiaoqun first proved his strength before defeating Lin Ling. These king-tier martial arts are useless in your hands. Is your sword just for show? Use your sword. Long Xiaoqun raised his spear with one hand and said indifferently. King stage martial arts were based on one's cultivation level, and Lin Ling's cultivation level was too low, so the martial arts power didn't affect Long Xiaoqun much. It's really useless. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Long Xiaoqun was stronger than he imagined, but he didn't believe that Long Xiaoqun was invincible without a sword. 7 Phantom Evil King Steps. His body disappeared in an instant, and a strange aura spread out. When he reappeared, he was already behind Long Xiaoqun. 7 Phantom Evil King Steps transformed into a Shadow Evil King, killing without a trace. It was as if he rushed out from the shadows and killed with a single strike. If the Lunar Shadow Fantasy Flower Slash was a group attacking martial art, then the Secular Fist Art was a 1 versus 1 martial art. Its destructive power was very strong, and the 7 Shadow Evil King Steps was a fatal martial art. If one couldn't see through the steps of this martial art, and if they didn't defend in advance, then the damage they would receive would definitely not be light. He's disappeared. The crowd stared at Lin Ling with a serious expression. They didn't expect Lin Ling to know so many king stage martial arts. Long Xiaoqun frowned. The young man in front of him had disappeared. Where had he gone? It's the 7 Shadows Evil King Steps. Su Fan's expression changed slightly as he instantly guessed Lin Ling's martial art. After all, he was the one who personally taught Lin Xuan with this martial art. Then, after a slight ripple in the air, Su Fan's incredulous voice sounded out, 7 Shadows Evil King Steps, Perfection Stage. As soon as these words fell, his expression turned ugly. How ironic. His disciple, Lin Xuanwu, had only cultivated the 7 Shadow Evil King Steps to the large success stage. However, that young man was even more proficient and had reached the great perfection stage. Was the young man saying to him, Su Fan, that as the other party's teacher, the disciple he taught was so bad? Master, that's junior brother Lin's 7 Shadow Evil King Steps. This young man is too much. Tai Yuzhan's face turned ugly. Whoosh! At the same time, a pair of sharp fingers shot out from the shadows, aiming straight for the back of Long Xiaoqin's neck. This finger was fatal, unexpected, and extremely terrifying. King stage martial arts not only allowed the martial artist to unleash 120% of his strength, but also allowed him to borrow the power of heaven and earth to enhance his attack, defense, speed, and other areas. Not good. However, Long Xiaoqin's strength was indeed powerful. When the finger came from behind him, he took a step forward and floated forward like the wind, dodging the terrifying finger. What a pity! The finger missed. Lin Ling appeared and shook his head regretfully. The Seven Shadows' evil king's steps and fatal finger could only be used to attack at close range. The attack could not be allowed to break through the opponent's body. If the opponent dodged the attack, then the fatal finger would also fail. However, Lin Ling was only slightly disappointed. He did not intend to use the Seven Shadows' evil king's steps to defeat Long Xiaoqin. Earlier you were shouting and telling everyone that you did not even take a step back and that you were invincible with a spear. Now, I see it clearly. After shaking his head, Lin Ling looked at Long Xiaoqin in the distance. Long Xiaoqin's expression instantly turned ugly. He had been arrogant and confident before, thinking that Lin Ling, who was in the late stage of the sky spirit realm, could not hurt him at all. Therefore, he had let everyone see clearly that he had not taken a step back as he fought. Now that Lin Ling had told him to see clearly, not only had he taken a step back, he had retreated more than a dozen steps like a stray dog. Ha, interesting. The surrounding youths couldn't help but laugh when they heard Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling had slapped young noble divine dragon in front of everyone. Long Xiaoqin's breathing quickened. This Lin Ling is so hateful. He's clearly just an ant, but he's made me, who's high and mighty, lose face. The battle is not over yet and you're already so proud. No wonder you're only in the late stage of the sky spirit realm. How can you go far with such a heart of martial Tao? Now that you've made your move, it's my turn. Long Xiaoqin took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Obviously, he didn't plan to humiliate Lin Ling anymore and was ready to make his move. It seems like you're the one who's proud. You invited me to a battle, but you used your spear to fight. You wanted to prove your strength and nobility. Now that you've lost face, you're saying that I'm proud. Can your face be any thicker? Lin Ling's mocking words made Long Xiaoqin grit his teeth. He couldn't care less about his face and stabbed out with his spear. Divine Dragon Spear Art, Flame Tree Silver Flower. His body shot towards Lin Ling, and the Divine Dragon Spear in his hand seemed to come alive as he attacked crazily. Pop! Pop! The air was pierced and exploded. Thousands of spear shadows bloomed like a flame tree blooming with silver flowers. The ground of the plaza was pierced with thousands of holes. This martial art was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Lin Ling frowned. He finally pulled out the tyrannical song from his back and frantically blocked the attacks. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, causing the crowd's expression to become serious. Previously, Long Xiaoqin was only blocking. Now, he finally made his move, and the result was very shocking. The spear seemed to have turned into an azure dragon that was suffocating. Every spear attack emitted a destructive aura. If one wasn't careful and didn't block it, they would definitely die. Lin Ling is going to lose. Sigh. Many people looked at Lin Ling and shook their heads. Do you still have the right to be proud after I made my move? You used a first-grade king-level martial art before, but let me tell you now, I'm using a second-grade king-level martial art. Sigh. Long Xiaoqin pressed forward, his spear aura domineering. Whoosh! Lin Ling's body floated back. Long Xiaoqin actually knew a second-grade king-level martial art. This Long Xiaoqian was indeed stronger than Zuo and the others. Just as he floated back, the terrifying divine dragon spear chased after him again. The divine dragon spear art is said to be the ultimate art of the dragon god Bei clan. It seems that this ultimate art is quite powerful and has reached the power of a second-grade king level. However, Long Xiaoqian hasn't cultivated it for long and has only reached the realm of great success. On the mountain peak, Su Fan drank a mouthful of tea and said indifferently, "The realm of great success is enough to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling's realm is lower than Long Xiaoqian's, and his martial arts are inferior to Long Xiaoqian's. Unless he has a third-grade king-level martial art, or if he is also at the early stage of the king's spirit realm and has the true meaning of martial arts, he will not be able to escape death." "Yes." At the side, Tai Yuzhan said respectfully, then smiled and said, "Master, are you going to kill Lin Ling?" "Yes." Chapter 502. The secret of the divine dragon spear. Master is right. "Yes." Tai Yuzhan nodded and looked down with a cold glint in his eyes. Bang! 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 At this moment, the battle was still going on in the square. The speed of the two figures was so fast that many of the young geniuses couldn't even see them clearly. They couldn't help but sigh. Although Lin Ling wasn't a match for young noble divine dragon, he deserved to be ranked fourth. Lin Ling was being suppressed and beaten. This made his previous complacency extremely laughable. Yes. However, some of the young geniuses ignored Lin Ling's radiance and didn't confirm Lin Ling's ranking. Instead, they gloated. They all thought that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt. "Speak, why aren't you speaking?" "Yes." Long Xiaoqian's cold voice was accompanied by his spear. He wanted to oppress Lin Ling in all aspects. "You stop before you go too far." "Yes." At this moment, a cold voice floated out. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling actually stopped blocking. Instead, he held his sword with both hands as if he was preparing for a powerful attack. Lin Ling was definitely crazy. He was only at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm and his martial arts were only at the first grade of the king realm. If he wanted to resist, how could he block Long Xiaoqian's divine dragon spear? Perhaps, if his attack failed, he would lose his life. 50,000 soaring dragons. Long Xiaoqian's expression turned indifferent. Since Lin Ling wanted to fight to the death, Long Xiaoqian would make him lose in shame. The divine dragon spear in Long Xiaoqian's hand became even more terrifying. It was as if it had turned into a god of spears. Countless green dragons roared out. This was 50,000 spears in a breath. It was extremely powerful. Only this sword sings hegemony under the heavens. At this moment, a fierce aura spread out. It was overbearing and majestic as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. It made the hearts of the surrounding people tremble fiercely. Lin Ling seemed to be hiding a trump card. Whoosh! A sword came from the horizon. It wasn't an elegant and sharp sword, but a sword that could annihilate 1,000 armies. Clang! Clang! The sword intent finally bloomed at this moment. The black greatsword was like a black dragon that collided with the countless azure dragons. Crack! However, the black dragon's sword was invincible. It was like a domineering arm that swept away all the dragon god's spears. Long Xiaoqian's expression changed. A terrifying word appeared in his mind, true meaning of the sword. It was the true meaning of martial that was above king stage martial arts. What? On the mountain peak, Su Fan's face changed. He never thought that Lin Ling would actually know the true intent of the sword. Moreover, he could see that it was the tyrant sword art. Not only did this Lin Ling know a king stage martial art, but he also knew the hegemon sword art. Just who taught him this? Tyrant sword art, and that's the tyrant song sword. At the same time, at the edge of the square, a young man in a black robe narrowed his eyes as a sense of familiarity rose in his heart. If someone recognized him at this moment, they would definitely be shocked because this young man was this year's #1 genius of the 100 territories, the enigmatic Tian. However, no one noticed that at this moment, everyone's eyes were on the square. Your arrogance has come to an end. The sword in Lin Ling's hand bloomed with a domineering aura. He took a step forward and pounced towards Long Xiaoqin. You were so arrogant before. Now, let me see where your arrogance lies. Clang! The true meaning of sword gushed out. This time, Lin Ling's sword was like a storm. You! Long Xiaoqin's face changed drastically. The divine dragon spear in his hand kept blocking, but at this moment, he realized that Lin Ling's sword had become extremely terrifying. Every time he blocked, he had to use up a lot of spirit qi. The true meaning of sword was truly terrifying. Previously, he was suppressing Lin Ling, but now, Lin Ling was suppressing him. This was a huge humiliation to him. So powerful. Looking at this dramatic scene, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Things had changed too quickly, like a glimmer of hope. No one would have thought that the one who had the upper hand in the end would be Lin Ling. He seems to be only at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Someone shouted in surprise, causing everyone's heart to fiercely tremble. This was the most terrifying thing. If Lin Ling was at the early stage of the king's spirit realm, then it would be easy for him to suppress Long Xiaoqin. However, Lin Ling was only at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. There was a difference of 2 realms between them. Moreover, Lin Ling came from the cloud domain, a place as small as a village. As for Long Xiaoqin, he came from the upper 3 regions. His bloodline was ancient and his martial arts foundation was extremely deep. But now, the one being suppressed was Long Xiaoqin. All of this was like a dream. Wait, look! At this moment, someone in the crowd cried out in surprise. Lin Ling's sword danced, sweeping everything in its path. His true meaning of sword gushed out, but Long Xiaoqin's divine dragon spear shone with an azure light that became more and more dazzling. Long Xiaoqin hasn't lost yet. He seems to be preparing an even more powerful martial art. The crowd was shocked. As expected of the 3rd-ranked genius, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had also noticed Long Xiaoqin's strange behavior. This genius seemed to have some ability. He was actually able to block the true meaning of sword. Moreover, it seemed like he was about to lose, but in reality, he was preparing an even more terrifying attack. As expected, the geniuses of the 100 domains were indeed very powerful. I forgot to tell you. My spear is called the Divine Dragon Spear. It's a mid-grade weapon. In addition to its powerful attack, its defense is also very strong. Every time it blocks, it can absorb the enemy's attack. Your true meaning of sword is being absorbed by my Divine Dragon Spear and will become my spear's true meaning. At this moment, Long Xiaoqin's cold voice sounded. A weapon that can absorb other people's true meaning of sword. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. With that spear, Long Xiaoqin was almost invincible. No wonder he was able to fight with the 2nd-ranked little overlord for several days. Lin Ling's expression also changed slightly. This was the first time he had heard of such a powerful weapon. But was it really so heaven-defying? Suddenly, his soul force quietly spread out. At the same time he was attacking, he was constantly investigating the Divine Dragon Spear. That spear was indeed very strange and unfathomable. After the true meaning of sword was slashed out, a portion of its power was actually absorbed. This was why Long Xiaoqin was not defeated. Innate king physique, martial arts, and weapons are all a display of a person's strength. You can't be thinking that because I have a powerful weapon, it's an unfair victory, right? Long Xiaoqun indifferently laughed. He seemed to have seen the hope of winning. At the beginning, he did not put Lin Ling in his eyes. However, once the true meaning of sword was released, he knew that Lin Ling's strength was not weak at all. Lin Ling was indeed ranked 4th, and could even threaten his 3rd place. Fortunately, he had hidden a powerful trump card. Your weapon is indeed powerful, but it has its limits. Everything in the world has its own way of restraining it. Just like the 5 elements, there is no such thing as being invincible. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, causing Long Xiaoqun's heart to fiercely tremble. This Lin Ling was not only strong, but his will to battle was also extremely terrifying. Even though he knew that Long Xiaoqun had the divine dragon spear, he still seemed to be fearless and extremely calm. When fighting with others, the most terrifying thing was to encounter such a calm genius. I don't know how to say it, but I can break it. Long Xiaoqun said with a forced smile. Clang! Chapter 503. Caught in a trap of one's own, the divine dragon spear is of the wood attribute. It looks like metal, but in reality, it should be forged from the trunk of a divine tree. Unfortunately, the forging is not perfect. Its weakness is that metal restrains wood. If it is someone with the king physique, as long as they attack continuously, your spear will not be able to withstand it. Lin Ling said softly. Long Xiaoqun's pupils constricted as he recalled what his father had said to him. This spear is forged from the azure dragon sandalwood. It looks like wood, but it is not afraid of fire. If you meet a genius with the same strength who has the king physique of the metal attribute, you must not use the spear. Because every time you touch the spear will be damaged. This was the secret of the divine dragon spear. All these years, no one could see through it. However, the young man in front of him had only exchanged a few hundred rounds and immediately saw through it. What a terrifying insight. You are very powerful. But I'm sorry, you seem to have the king physique of the fire attribute. Long Xiaoqun laughed again after he recovered from the shock. I forgot to say that this spear has a flaw. That is, if it exceeds the power it can accumulate, it will self-destruct. Lin Ling said indifferently. Long Xiaoqun's face turned ugly. Lin Ling was right again, but he still gritted his teeth and said, so what if you know? Can you make this spear self-destruct? Try it and you will know. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. The great sword in his hand became even more majestic. The sword intent gushed out and continuously suppressed Long Xiaoqun. Long Xiaoqun's divine dragon spear became brighter and brighter as it continued to absorb the sword intent. It seems like the critical moment is coming. Although the crowd did not know the secret of the divine dragon spear, they could faintly guess that the critical moment had arrived. Could Lin Ling's sword intent last until the last moment? Bang! 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 The spear and sword collided repeatedly. The terrifying frequency of the collision set the ground on fire. It was extremely powerful. You lost. At this moment, Long Xiaoqun shouted arrogantly. Countless people's pupils constricted. Was it going to end? As expected, 20% sword intent is still a bit weak. Lin Ling furrowed his brows. The divine dragon spear could absorb his sword intent and turn it into its own, and the only way he could break it was to make the divine dragon spear unable to bear the burden and explode from his sword intent. This was just like a martial artist cultivating. Sometimes, a huge amount of spirit chi would not be beneficial, but rather harmful. It would cause the martial artist's body to explode. Of course, the prerequisite for exploding was naturally a huge attack. But now, he had failed. Your sword intent has already transformed into my spear intent. Next, I'll let you see the radiance of my divine dragon spear. Boom! The spear in Long Xiaoqun's hand seemed to come alive. Not only did it transform into an azure dragon, it also seemed to transform into an ancient towering divine tree. At the same time, a terrifying spear intent emanated out. It was at least 30% spear intent. So powerful. He absorbed Lin Ling's sword intent and turned it into his own spear intent. The crowd looked at this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling frowning slightly. Obviously, he was helpless. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling had actually abandoned his sword. Had he given up? Whoosh! Under countless surprised gazes, Lin Ling put down the tyrannical Song sword and pounced towards Long Xiaoqin. At the same time, he clenched his left fist and a terrifying flame bloomed. Everyone thought that he was a swordsman, but in reality, they did not know that he was even more terrifying after abandoning his sword. Because he was a fire-attributed martial artist. This fist will break your spear. Cold. The crowd could only see a fist flying towards Long Xiaoqin. Even sword intent is useless, what's the use of fists? Long Xiaoqin laughed loudly. The divine dragon spear in his hand stabbed out. He did not display his spear intent, but was prepared to leave it for the final moment. Now, facing Lin Ling's casual attack, he naturally used a normal attack. Clang! The fist and the spear collided, and a deafening sound was heard. A scorching flame with the two of them as the center bloomed in all directions. It was extremely gorgeous. Then, under countless gazes, Long Xiaoqin's pupils constricted. His body trembled, and the divine dragon spear in his hand made cracking sounds. The next moment. Crack! The spear cracked. Crack! Crack! The spear turned into powder. Silence. The crowd was silent. The power of the divine dragon spear was obvious to all. It seemed to be able to absorb any attack and turn it into its own strength. But now, the spear had shattered. What was going on? The most surprised person was none other than Long Xiaoqin. He did not know why the divine dragon spear had self-destructed. Whoosh! After the scorching flame fist shattered the divine dragon spear, its power did not stop. It pounced towards Long Xiaoqin. The strong wind blew Long Xiaoqin's long hair, and a stream of air cut his cheek, causing blood to flow out. However, he did not dare to move. He could only watch the fist coming towards him. But in the next moment, the fist stopped in front of him. It was as if he had walked a circle under the Grim Reaper's scythe. How terrifying! Divine Dragon Spear, you've been caught in your own trap. You relied too much on your weapon, so you lost even faster. Crack! Lin Ling raised his left fist and said indifferently. Impossible, your 20% sword intent couldn't even shatter the divine dragon spear. How could your fist succeed? Long Xiaoqin muttered to himself. He could not believe his eyes. Who told you that I only know 20% of sword true intent? I even know the true meaning of fire, and it's 40%. Crack! Lin Ling said coldly, causing Long Xiaoqin's eyes to widen. Caught in his own trap. The divine dragon spear kept absorbing the opponent's attacks, but there was a limit. Lin Ling's tyrannical Song sword did not break that limit, but his fire intent did. Because Lin Ling's fire intent was even more terrifying. It had reached 40% fire intent. 40%, what a terrifying genius. He's a monster. Crack! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. One true intent of martial arts was already very terrifying, but this young man had actually grasped two, and it was 40%. Such a youth had been abandoned by apprentice master Su Fan, and had even become a candidate disciple? In the history of the Seven Profound Martial House, had there ever been such a strong candidate disciple? You said before that you didn't even care to know my name, and directly called me trash. But now, you've lost to a trash like me. Are you worse than trash? Lin Ling coldly looked at Long Xiaoqun. Long Xiaoqun's face paled. He had lost, and he was sincerely convinced of his loss. Plop. He knelt down on one knee. I have never liked trash, but I am sincerely convinced by a genius that is stronger than me. Today, I, Long Xiaoqun, have lost. In this year's 100 Territories tournament, you are ranked second. You are even stronger than the little overlord Zhao Qin Tian. Surrender. He had admitted defeat. In front of countless people, he had been convinced by Lin Ling, and even worshipped. This worship caused Su Fan's complexion to become incomparably ugly. Long Xiaoqun was a genius that was about to become his disciple, but now he worshipped Lin Ling. Wasn't this the same as slapping his face? You won disgracefully, and you even used the 7 profound martial house's martial arts. So, the previous battle does not count. Surrender. Chapter 504. Third grade talent King Body. He has learned the 7 profound martial house's heaven step martial arts. This is unfair to everyone. After all, no one knows a heaven step martial arts. If he can be ranked in the top 10, then that is not because of his talent or perseverance, but because of his heaven step martial arts. This is cheating. Tai Yuezhan said again. His words left the crowd silent. Was this really cheating? It didn't seem like it. After all, Long Xiaoqun had used a second-grade heaven step martial arts, and his strength came from the divine dragon spear. He had not shown his talent or perseverance, but Long Xiaoqun could become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house, and Lin Ling could not. This reason was just too far-fetched. And most importantly, Lin Ling had not used the 7 profound martial house's king step martial arts to defeat Long Xiaoqun, but had relied on the true meaning of martial arts. Did you not hear my words? As if he was aware of the crowd's silence, Tai Yuezhan shouted again. Many of the talented youths echoed him. Although it was unfair, they would not do something as stupid as offending apprentice master Su Fan. Is the 7 profound martial house a place where hypocrites like you gather? In the silence, Lin Ling's mocking laughter spread out. Everyone was silent. They were in the wrong, and did not have the face to speak. Shut up. If you did not learn the 7 profound martial house's heaven step martial arts, then are you Long Xiaoqun's match? If you don't believe me, then ask Long Xiaoqun. Tai Yuezhan coldly shouted. He wanted to regain face for his master. His words made everyone look at Long Xiaoqun. Long Xiaoqun frowned, but in the next moment he laughed. A loss is a loss. It has nothing to do with the heaven step martial arts, talent, or perseverance. Apprentice Master Su Fan, you have disappointed me. You. On the mountain peak, Su Fan's pupils shrank. He was very surprised. He did not think that Long Xiaoqun would not give him face. Did Long Xiaoqun not want to become his disciple? Although I, Long Xiaoqun, am proud, I can still distinguish between right and wrong. If you do not want to recruit me, then don't go. I will follow Lin Ling. Long Xiaoqun laughed loudly, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. This Long Xiaoqun was really open and candid. After losing to Lin Ling, he was wholeheartedly convinced. You too do not have the qualifications to become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. One of you relied on stealing the martial arts of the 7 profound martial house to rise above others, and the other relied on a weapon to show off his prowess. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Tai Yuezhan's expression turned ugly. Long Xiaoqun's rejection made him feel deeply humiliated. Then, he once again spoke for his master Su Fan. No matter what, when the 7 profound martial house recruits disciples, they must have exceptional talent and perseverance, and they must not have a murderous heart. You have not met these requirements, you can only become candidates. I've already said that when the 7 profound martial house recruits disciples, the truth is that all of you who think you are strong and powerful, all of you are doing it according to your heart's desire. What powerful king body talent! Now, can you find someone with a more powerful king body talent than me? Lin Ling indifferently said. At this point, it didn't matter whether or not he went to the 7 profound martial house. But now, he had to fight for his dignity. Ridiculous. Little Overlord Zhao Qingtian, you go out and let him know just how small an ant he is. Great Moon Zhan shouted, causing the second-ranked little tyrant, Zhao Qingtian, to nod his head. I will let them know just how much of a waste they are. But master, I never fight, and when I do, I will use my full strength. If I kill someone, don't blame me. Step. The little overlord slowly walked out. He carried a broadsword on his back and licked his lips as he looked at Lin Ling. On behalf of my master, I say that the 7 profound martial house does not kill too many people. Also, for such a talented youth to die, it may be a good thing for everyone. Tai Yuezhan coldly nodded. Today, he had wanted to slowly torture Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's strength had surpassed his imagination, making it difficult for him to control. Since it was like this, then he might as well kill him, and end all troubles. Long Shaoqin, you are standing on the wrong side. If you kill Lin Ling, then it will be your turn next. Don't think that because we fought for a long time last time, I won't dare to kill you. I am only jealous of your divine dragon spear. Now that you don't have the divine dragon spear, you will die without a doubt. Yes. After walking out, the little overlord Zhao Qingtian looked at Long Shaoqin, causing Long Shaoqin to frown. Young Master Divine Dragon, you are so pitiful. You supported Lin Ling, but the result is that not only do you not have the qualifications to enter the 7 profound martial house, but you will also die. The surrounding talented youths secretly shook their heads, rejoicing that they had not supported Lin Ling before. In this world where the strong were revered, sometimes you knew that the other side was wrong, but you still had to say that the other side was right. Otherwise, your end would be the same as Long Shaoqin's. Moreover, many people were aware that Long Shaoqin's death was in fact the extreme lunar/establishing prestige for student Su Fan, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. As for Lin Ling, the truth was that when he came to the rainforest Holy Land, his fate was death. Lin Ling, I don't understand why you are so stubborn. If you want to become a candidate, then become a candidate. Why do you have to go against your master's wishes? You have no background. Do you really think you can set off such a big wave? Zhao Qingtian looked at Lin Ling with contempt. Then he sighed and shook his head. What a pity, another genius has died at my hands. Let me tell you, my king body is the 3rd grade brilliant gold tyrant body. My king body is very terrifying. It can absorb the world's metal attribute spiritual energy, and has a tyrannical offensive and defensive power. My weakness is only my speed. As he spoke, he gently waved the overbearing saber in his hand. An endless saber wind bloomed, forming a golden membrane of light that wrapped around Zhao Qingtian. At the same time, countless golden fireflies fluttered out. Not good, I feel a bit dizzy. Some of the geniuses in the distance had a drastic change in expression. You have a metal attribute king body, right? Quickly leave the square. If you encounter a 3rd grade king body, you are like an ant, and he is like a king. He can absorb your strength from a distance. Some of the youths who were familiar with the little tyrant Zhao Qingtian anxiously said, causing the youths in the square to have a drastic change in expression. What a terrifying king body. He seemed to be a metal attribute king. Have you noticed? My strength is getting stronger and stronger. Although I am at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, I am invincible against early stage king spirit realm martial artists. A tyrannical voice floated out from Zhao Qingtian's mouth. He had the strength to kill all early-stage King Spirit Realm martial artists. He could be said to be invincible. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but shake their heads. Could Lin Ling still win? Are you done showing off? However, in the next moment, they heard an arrogant voice. Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid at all. You will know how powerful I am. Zhao Qingtian didn't get angry and said indifferently. He had absolute confidence that he could kill Lin Ling. Then, he wanted to say something, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, they suddenly stopped. His pupils constricted. At the same time, everyone in the square quieted down. They sensed a terrifying power of fire blooming. You are not the only peerless early-stage King Spirit Realm martial artist. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. At this moment, he stretched out his left hand. On his palm, a vermilion bird condensed from flames kept dancing, releasing an innate power of fire. At this moment, he was like a king of fire. Paw! On the mountain peak, Su Fan was drinking tea. However, when the tea reached his mouth, the teacup was instantly crushed by his grip. The tea splashed all over his body, but he didn't feel it at all. His pupils constricted as he stared at the flaming youth below. Vermilion bird flame. At. Chapter 505. Is that all you've got? What kind of fire is that? It's so hot and there's a vermilion bird flying around. After a short moment of silence, the square was filled with surprised voices. They noticed that Lin Ling, a young man from the cloud region, had a hidden king body. It was a flame body that was completely different from the green flames from before. But now, it was blood red. Even though they were far away, they could feel the terrifying temperature. You pervert. Not far behind Lin Ling, Long Xiaochen's eyes widened. He thought that Lin Ling had reached his limit, but now he realized that Lin Ling still had a hidden trump card. That meant that his evaluation of Lin Ling was still too low. You're very arrogant. You actually hid your king body. But against my brilliant gold tyrant body. Is your king body useful? Let me tell you, my brilliant gold tyrant body has been revived. A drop of blood can revive me. A deep voice sounded. Zhao Qingtian did not put Lin Ling's king body in his eyes. He waved his overlord blade and walked out step by step. Origin gold body. The crowd looked at the dazzling Zhao Qingtian and their pupils constricted. At this moment, Zhao Qingtian seemed to have turned into a golden man. His whole body was shining with golden light and was filled with terrifying power. The most terrifying thing was that around the golden tyrant body, there were countless blade radiances. Those blade radiances even created a vacuum in the air. That was his protective blade radiance. Third grade king body. Zhao Qingtian is very powerful. I wonder what level Lin Ling's flame is. If it's a second grade or even a third grade, he will die. Looking at Zhao Qingtian, who was like an ancient giant, the young geniuses sucked in a cold breath. Not only was this year's genius ranking competition, but it was also a battle between king bodies. Unknowingly, many people's hearts trembled. Lin Ling might not be Zhao Qingtian's opponent, but with his current strength, he deserved to be ranked in the top 10. The story of him bribing the red-haired middle-aged man in exchange for a spot was obviously debunked. Die! Zhao Qingtian was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. Within a radius of 100 meters, under the blade, it was a death zone. This was his powerful defense. Then, Zhao Qingtian's fist broke through the air at the same time. It was said that his innate talent was the king's physique, which doubled his attack power and defense power. If that was the case, then even a mid-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator wouldn't dare to casually receive that punch. But that was indeed the case. At this moment, many Star Guard disciples were watching the battle from afar. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Although Zhao Qingtian was in the late stage of the sky spirit realm, the power of that punch was enough to intimidate them. After all, their strength was at the middle stage of the king's spirit realm, and some were even at the late stage. From this, it could be seen how terrifying a third-grade king body was. All eyes were on Lin Ling, wanting to see how Lin Ling was going to defend himself. Even Su Fan and the red-haired middle-aged man had their gazes fixed on him. The former was curious about how powerful Lin Ling's vermilion bird flame was, while the latter had already tested Lin Ling's talent and knew that Lin Ling's strength was unfathomable. However, he had no idea how powerful Lin Ling was. And now, everything was about to come to light. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. He didn't say a word and allowed the flames on his body to continue burning. Many people's eyes narrowed. He doesn't seem to have reacted. Many people were puzzled. When Zhao Qingtian's fist came, Lin Ling seemed to be dumbfounded and stood there quietly without moving. What was he trying to do? Humph, he must be frightened by my aura. Zhao Qingtian sneered. He had a third-grade king body and had been favored by the heavens since he was a child. He had always been domineering, and that was how he got the title of Little Overlord. Although Lin Ling's flames were magical, how could they compare to his brilliant gold tyrant body? I'll crush you with one punch. The terrifying fist carried an aura that could destroy everything. It was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. He's dead, he's dead. It's too late to retreat now. The crowd shook their heads. Lin Ling was still standing. Boom! The fist landed squarely on Lin Ling's cheek. A terrifying gale swept out in all directions, causing some of the weaker youths to lose their balance and fall to the ground. However, their eyes were fixed on the center of the square. They wanted to see what would happen to Lin Ling. Is he dead? The crowd swallowed their saliva. At this moment, in the center of the square, the gale gradually dispersed. Under countless gazes, Zhao Qingtian's terrifying brilliant gold fist landed on Lin Ling's cheek. This was a real punch that landed squarely. However, Lin Ling still stood there like a pine tree. His cold face finally spat out a voice, "Is that all you've got?" What? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a cultivator in the middle stage of the king's spirit realm wouldn't dare to take a real punch head-on. However, after Lin Ling took the punch, he asked Zhao Qingtian indifferently, "Is that all you've got?" In other words, Zhao Qingtian's punch didn't hurt Lin Ling at all. No wonder Lin Ling didn't even try to dodge. It wasn't that he was stupid, but that he didn't even bother to dodge. So what if he had a third-grade king body? So what if he took a punch from you? That was all. Impossible. As the person involved, Zhao Qingtian was more shocked than anyone else. After all, no cultivator in the early stage of the king's spirit realm could block his punch. They would all be smashed into pieces. However, Lin Ling easily blocked his punch. All of this was like a dream, but to Zhao Qingtian, it was a great humiliation. "I'm going to kill you. Die." Rumble. Zhao Qingtian's other hand slashed out with the Overlord blade. A terrifying golden blade swept out. This blade was executed by the king body. It wasn't an ordinary blade. After using the brilliant gold tyrant body, Zhao Qingtian's attack power had more than doubled. Pop! 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 The air was sliced into a vacuum. That blade slashed down like a thunderbolt, instantly leaving a blade mark on the ground. However, just as the blade was about to land on Lin Ling's head, Lin Ling gently stretched out his right hand and caught the blade. "With this little strength, you dare to be proud of being ranked second?" A cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. Flames spewed out, and the blade that was caught by Lin Ling melted like water. What a scorching flame! It can even melt a weapon. The crowd's heart trembled. This Lin Ling had a terrifying king body. I have a third-grade king body. Why is it that it doesn't affect you at all? What rank is your king body? Zhao Qingtian stared blankly at the scene in front of him. There was no longer any arrogance on his face. At this moment, he was absent-minded. He was easily suppressed in 2 moves. Unless he was an idiot, how could he not know the difference between him and Lin Ling? Only the vermilion bird knows what it is. However, the bird is called vermilion. The feather race soars in the sky with a scarlet flame. This flame is the 4th-grade vermilion bird's flame, the 4 motifs true fire. Lin Ling's face was still cold as he spoke. He slowly stretched out his right hand. 4th grade. Zhao Qingtian's pupils constricted. He thought that with his 3rd-grade king body, he could sweep through everything. However, who knew that this unknown young man in front of him was a 4th-grade king body? He was high above him. 4 motifs true fire. The surrounding geniuses' hearts trembled. Lin Ling's talent, martial arts foundation, and battle experience were all perfect. Did they still have the qualifications to laugh at Lin Ling? Chapter 506. Begging for mercy was useful. Boom. At this moment, a huge pillar of flame shot up into the sky. It even burned the clouds. The flame was 1,000 feet wide and was extremely dazzling. If one looked carefully, the pillar of flame was like magma that constantly shot up into the sky. However, within the flame, there were many vermilion birds that symbolized the flame. They slowly flew up into the sky and were extremely dazzling. Look at the flame. Someone forced himself to look at the dazzling pillar of flame and suddenly exclaimed. Within the huge pillar of flame, countless vermilion birds were slowly flying up into the sky. Below the vermilion birds, a young man stood there like a pine tree. His right hand reached out and grabbed a person like a vermilion bird's claw. That person's body was suspended in the air. His feet were constantly kicking, but he could not break free from the vermilion bird's claw. And the endless flames were burning that person. From afar, this scene was extremely pleasing to watch. The young man in the flame grabbed a strong enemy and burned him with flames. That is Zhao Qingtian. A young man said with difficulty. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They finally witnessed the terror of the vermilion bird's flames. Zhao Qingtian was completely powerless against Lin Ling. Your brilliant gold tyrant body is reborn from a drop of blood. What if it burns to nothing? A cold voice came out from the pillar of flame. Everyone saw that the young man in the flame was extremely cold. He was like a flame god, but more like a fire demon. No. Spare me. I admit defeat. With his head being grabbed, Zhao Qingtian said with difficulty. Previously, when he slashed at Lin Ling with his overlord blade, even the air was cut into a vacuum. However, it was easily grabbed by Lin Ling and melted. This made him realize that the vermilion bird's flames were also a tyrannical king body. Moreover, the degree of tyrannical strength was above his. The most terrifying thing was that after his head was grabbed, endless flames were burning him. Even his powerful brilliant gold tyrant body could not block the scorching flames. Fire was the most unyielding yang. No matter how strong the defense was, no matter how hard the metal was, if it was continuously burned, it would still melt. Is there any use in admitting defeat? Earlier, you said that you never attack, but when you attack, you will use your full strength and want to kill me easily. A cold voice rang out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Zhao Qingtian's eyes to widen. He shook his head with all his might. I was wrong, I didn't know you were so strong. If not, I wouldn't have dared to say those words. In fact, I wouldn't have even participated in the battle. Lin Ling sneered, it's because I'm stronger than you that you're regretting your actions. If I was weaker than you, the one who would die today would still be me. Geniuses from the upper three regions are all like this. When you bully the weak, you're arrogant, but when you face the strong, you're like a stray dog. His words were filled with mockery, leaving Zhao Qingtian speechless. Not long ago, he thought that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than him, so he wanted to kill Lin Ling to prove his strength. At the same time, he wanted to flatter Su Fan. However, when he found out that Lin Ling was stronger than him, he immediately begged for mercy like a stray dog. However, would begging be of any use? You are Su Fan's proudest disciple. I want to ask you, why are you so proud? Lin Ling said again, causing Zhao Qingtian's face to become extremely pale. He couldn't be proud anymore. Pitiful, in order to flatter others, you even threw away your own life. At least, Long Shaoqin is not as stupid as you, he still has his own principles. You are about to die, but your master won't be moved at all. Lin Ling sneered, causing Zhao Qingtian's pupils to constrict. He looked at Su Fan in the distance with difficulty. However, Su Fan was surprised by Lin Ling's king body, he didn't seem to care about his death. A sadness rose in his heart. He flattered Su Fan, but in the end, he ended up like this. In your next life, open your eyes and don't provoke people you can't provoke. Without any sympathy for Zhao Qingtian, Lin Ling's body burst out with 4,000 vermilion bird flames. Countless vermilion birds circled around Zhao Qingtian. The scorching flames burned him into a metal solution, and then the metal solution was burned into nothing. At this point, the second-ranked genius, Zhao Qingtian, was defeated. The square was silent. The result was beyond everyone's imagination. No one thought that when Lin Ling was forced into a corner, he would finally erupt with terrifying strength and become this year's second-ranked genius. All of this was like a dream. Especially the red-haired middle-aged man and the others, they were shocked. When they were on the dragon boat, Lin Ling didn't burst out with his full strength. Even when he fought Long Shaoqin, he didn't use his full strength. This young man seemed to have no limit, they couldn't see through him at all. Vermilion bird flames. Su Fan muttered to himself, and memories rose in his mind. Not long ago, his nephew and disciple said that they were going to the cloud realm to give him a surprise. At that time, he was afraid that something would happen to his nephew, so he secretly investigated and found that his nephew was only going to the cloud realm. That place was the lower three regions, so he wasn't worried. Moreover, he also found out that Qingchuan Ming and Lin Xuanhua's goal was the vermilion bird flames. But he completely didn't expect that Qingchuan Ming and Lin Xuanhua would die in the cloud realm and didn't get the vermilion bird inheritance at all. And now it was clear that the vermilion bird inheritance's owner was the young man below. Without a doubt, the young man gave him a crisp slap in the face again. Not only did he learn his disciple's heaven-class martial arts, but he also stole the vermilion bird inheritance from his disciple and nephew. Lin Ling. Su Fan finally couldn't calm down and drink tea. This ant was not someone he could play with at all. If he was careless, he would lose face in front of countless people. Master Su Fan, you said that I bribed the red-haired senior to become the fourth-ranked genius, and I can only be a candidate disciple. Now, you can choose any of this year's geniuses to fight, I'm happy to accompany you. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Lin Ling. Su Fan roared in a low voice. Even the second-ranked Zhao Qingtian was defeated. Who could be Lin Ling's opponent? Only the first-ranked Tian. You dogs only know how to flatter others. You don't even know your own martial arts heart. Now, I'll give you a chance to flatter Master Su Fan. Come out and fight. Lin Ling looked at the geniuses around him and shouted again. Silence. The surroundings were completely silent. The geniuses had complicated expressions. Fight? Do they dare? Absolutely not. They were not Lin Ling's opponent at all. Didn't you bark loudly as a dog before? Now you don't dare to speak. Lin Ling coldly said again, making the crowd even more silent. All the geniuses were humiliated by Lin Ling. They wanted to flatter Master Su Fan, so they couldn't distinguish right from wrong and ostracized Lin Ling. And now, Lin Ling invited them to fight. Do they dare? Dogs are afraid of evil people. Long Xiaochen sneered from the side, making the faces of the geniuses turn even uglier. In the 7 profound martial house square, the geniuses of the 100 territories had been cursed as dogs, but they had no way of refuting. Shut up. At this moment, Extreme Lunar Zhan's cold voice sounded out. How could he allow his master to be humiliated? Also, because his master had scruples about his status, he was embarrassed to come out and suppress Lin Ling. But he had to come out. Another dog. Chapter 507. Ranked first, Heaven, don't be too arrogant. Heaven. Tai Yuezhan's face was ashen. He was a Moon Guard disciple. Who was Lin Ling? How dare he call him a dog? You're the arrogant one. I clearly won, but you turned black into white. You said that I relied on a king's step martial art to rank 4th, and that I had no talent or willpower. And now, the genius that you think has talent has also lost to me. Don't you think your words are very shameful? Lin Ling said coldly. Tai Yuezhan's face became even more unsightly. He had said that Lin Ling had no talent and relied on a heaven-step martial art to suppress other geniuses. But now, did he still have the right to say that? In terms of king body, who could compete with Lin Ling? Tai Yuezhan was speechless. No matter how he turned black into white, he still needed an explanation. But now, he couldn't find any. The youth in the square was too perfect. Talent, martial arts, battle experience, and the heart of martial arts were all perfect. It was difficult for him to find fault with him. Lin Ling, among this year's geniuses, other than the enigmatic Heaven, no one is his opponent. Heaven. Although the surrounding youths were cursed by Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling did have the right to be arrogant. Although you have some talent and strength, you kill too much. You consider everything beneath your notice. Zhao Qingtian was only sparring with you, but you killed him. Are you afraid that Zhao Qingtian will surpass you in the future? Is that why you killed him? Heaven. Tai Yuezhan shouted coldly. He finally found a way. As a disciple of the discipline hall, don't blame me for punishing you. Heaven. He didn't wait for Lin Ling to speak. A terrifying aura bloomed, revealing his killing intent. He wanted to kill Lin Ling. So domineering. Heaven. Many people shook their heads. Tai Yuezhan's actions were getting uglier and uglier. At first, he kept making things difficult for Lin Ling, but Lin Ling countered each and every one of them. He even slapped Tai Yuezhan's face, causing him to lose his dignity. In the end, Tai Yuezhan became angry and directly killed him without any reason. This was a shameless move. Ugly, extreme moon / Su Fan, if I don't die, you'll regret it in the future. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as a resolute aura burst forth from him. Facing the extreme lunar / he still stood firm without fear. If he retreated, it would mean that he was afraid of Su Fan, and that he was in the wrong. What a tenacious young man. Seeing Lin Ling fearlessly face the extreme moon / the crowd's hearts froze. It seemed that Lin Ling was able to become this year's number 2 genius. In addition to his talent, his heart of martial arts was also much more resolute than all of them. On the path of martial arts, one must bravely move forward without fear. However, many martial artists found it difficult to achieve this. When faced with difficulties and setbacks, they would feel fear and hesitate. At that time, their heart of martial arts would be flawed. Originally, they would be able to break through in one go, but because of their hesitation, their momentum would weaken. And Lin Ling was that kind of genius who bravely moved forward without fear. You can't compare to others, so you want to renege on your debt. As the extreme lunar/'s giant hand reached towards Lin Ling, a mocking voice sounded out. Under countless gazes, a white sword slashed down, and with a loud bang, it cut off the hand that was reaching towards Lin Ling. A figure slowly walked out from the crowd. He held a jug of wine in his hand, drinking as he walked. His carefree and calm appearance caused everyone's eyes to widen. Who was this person? Even the extreme lunar/ was puzzled. He didn't know who this person was. However, his eyebrows furrowed together in anger. You dare interrupt my fun? Are you tired of living? Does apprentice Su Fan raise dogs that randomly bite people? Ha, it seems that apprentice Su Fan is nothing more than this. After the person walked out, he shook his head. Then, he disdained the extreme lunar/ and turned his gaze towards Lin Ling. No one knew who this person was. They could only see that he was around 19 years old. His face was covered with a beard, and his long hair cascaded down his back. He looked like a martial artist that had traveled all over the world. Heavens, what is the meaning of this? On the mountain peak, Su Fan's icy voice sounded out, causing everyone's pupils to flash. Suddenly, a terrifying name rose up in their hearts. This year's #1 ranked genius, the enigmatic Heavens. Do you want to fight with Lin Ling? Su Fan asked again. In your dreams, you damned old ghost. I originally wanted to worship you as my master, but who knew that you would be so ugly? Luckily, this little brother allowed me to see everything clearly. The youth called Heavens lightly smiled. He seemed to have rejected Su Fan, not wanting to join Su Fan's sect. Heavens, what do you want to do? Su Fan's complexion was extremely ugly. The #1 ranked Heavens had rejected him, the #2 ranked Xiao Qingtian had been defeated, and the #3 ranked Long Xiaochen had also rejected him. This year, he was in charge of the disciple recruitment, but he had broken the record of the 7 profound martial house, becoming the apprentice that had been rejected by the most disciples. This was shameful. And all of this was brought about by that Lin Ling. However, the truth was that he wasn't too familiar with this Heavens. He only knew that this mysterious youth was extremely powerful, and his talent with a king body was also extremely terrifying. Thus, he had taken the initiative to recruit him as his disciple. I just don't like you, because you are too ugly. As for me, of course I want to protect my little brother. The youth called Heavens looked at Lin Ling and lightly smiled as he spoke. Little brother. The crowd's eyes widened. When had Lin Ling become Heaven's little brother? Even Lin Ling was extremely surprised. This was the first time that he had seen this free and easy youth, but he actually called him little brother. Because of the tyrannical singing sword. The youth looked at Lin Ling, a touch of warmth in his eyes. Then, he pointed at the sword not too far away from Lin Ling. Tyrannical singing sword. Lin Ling also frowned. This sword had been left to him by the limitless sword saint. Could this youth know the limitless sword saint? Those who have the tyrannical singing sword are my family, and you are younger than me, so I have to thicken my skin and call myself your big brother. Moreover, the previous you kept winning, but because you were fighting alone, they kept bullying you. They bullied you because you had no one to help you. Now, let us brothers fight side by side. After smiling, the youth's expression turned cold. A terrifying aura bloomed, and a sword made of bone floated in his hand, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Whoever dares to say another word about my little brother will die. The bone sword pointed at Tai Yuezhan, and a destructive aura spread out. A cold voice floated out from the youth's mouth. Tai Yuezhan, you bullied my little brother before. Now, take my sword. Exclamation point. Who the hell are you? Exclamation point. Tai Yuezhan roared. After this youth had appeared, his master had once again lost face, and then pointed his sword at Tai Yuezhan with disdain. He was simply too arrogant. This one is Sakra. Exclamation point. Shio. As the tyrannical voice fell, spirit energy surged, and a white skeleton appeared. It then exploded, turning into a huge bone sword, and slashed at Tai Yuezhan. What a terrifying aura, it's destruction. Destruction. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. The number one genius was indeed mysterious, and his strength was simply unfathomable. Chapter 508. The Sword Elder appeared in your dreams. Extreme Lunar Beheader's face was extremely ugly. But in the next moment, the bone sword slashed down, a faint aura of hell filling the air. Late King Spirit Realm. Extreme Lunar Beheader sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying talent. He wasn't even 20 years old and had already reached the late King Spirit Realm. He had almost caught up to a veteran disciple like him. Am I dreaming, or are you dreaming? The bone sword cut through the air, accompanied by a disdainful voice. Universe remorseless. Extreme Lunar Beheader's hands moved, and the aura of a king's step martial art erupted. His hands turned into a black and white spiritual energy wave that constantly fused together. It was like a black and white moon that slashed out. Kacha! However, the bone sword was extremely terrifying. With a single slash, the black and white moon was split in two. Extreme Lunar Beheader. What a terrifying strength. Before even entering the 7 profound martial house, he was already able to threaten a veteran disciple. With this, one could see just how terrifying Sakra's talent was. How bold. Su Fan could no longer sit still. An ancient aura blossomed, and smoke crazily gushed out, turning into an ancient fist that blocked the sword. Putong. Although Su Fan had saved Extreme Lunar Beheader was still affected by the bone sword's destructive aura. He fell from the high mountain peak and sprawled on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At least a 5th grade talent king body. His fearful voice sounded out at the same time. The crowd quieted down. At least a 5th grade talent king body. This Sakra was too terrifying. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. A cultivation realm that surpassed his peers, and an extraordinary talent king body. This Sakra was truly worthy of being the number one mysterious talent. But, his surname was Di. Di Jichuan was also surnamed Di. Limitless Sword Saint was also surnamed Di. Suddenly, Lin Ling had a conjecture in his heart. After beating the young, the old comes. Master Su Fan, you really are a disgrace to the 7 profound martial house. Sakra waved his right hand and the bone sword disappeared. He looked at Su Fan with a mocking smile. If Su Fan hadn't acted, that sword would have taken Extreme Lunar Beheader's life. Su Fan's face was gloomy, but he didn't speak. In his heart, he was surprised at Sakra's talent. This was a true proud son of heaven. But unfortunately, because of Lin Ling's fault, he had missed his chance. That damned Lin Ling. Su Fan looked at Lin Ling, and his anger grew even stronger. This ant had humiliated him time and time again. The crowd was also silent. They knew that Sakra wanted to kill Tai Yuezhan because of Lin Ling. Sakra had said before that if anyone dared to touch his brother Lin Ling, he would kill them no matter how far away they were. Lin Ling has a good brother. Many of the young geniuses became envious. Su Fan, this is only a disciple recruitment ceremony, and you've already caused such a sensation in the 7 profound martial house. Do you want to lose face for the 7 profound martial house? You really don't have any dignity as an apprentice. At this moment, a low and deep voice sounded out from the 7 profound martial house. Then, under countless eyes, two figures strode in. The first was an old man around 80 years old. This old man's hair and beard were all white, but his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He was like a sharp sword. Behind this old man was a youth. He was somewhat ordinary, but after he appeared, he immediately winked at the distant Lin Ling. It was the Emperor's inch. Lin Ling's pupils flashed, and he smiled and nodded. Su Fan greets Elder Sword. Looking at this spirited old man, Su Fan's complexion changed, and he quickly respectfully saluted. The 7 profound martial house had a strict status. Below the 36 powerful apprentices, there were also 12 elders Xian. They represented 12 different surnames, and were the foundation of the 7 profound martial house. According to legend, the previous martial house masters were born from these 12 surnames. Moreover, the martial house master had a powerful authority, but when he made a decision, he had to obtain the consent of the 12 elders Xian. The 12 elders Xian were equal to the highly respected council of elders. Elder Sword was one of the 12 surnames. His surname was Di, and the bloodline of this surname was once the 7 profound martial house's martial house master. You still know to see me. Tell me, this is just a recruitment ceremony, and you've made such a foul atmosphere. What is this? A cold voice floated out from Elder Sword's mouth, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. They did not dare to raise their heads to look at Elder Sword. Elder Sword, please calm your anger. This year's genius youth has violated the 7 profound martial house's recruitment rules. He has not yet entered the 7 profound martial house and has already killed people for fun. That is why I stopped him. Su Fan quickly said, but his eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Ling. Trash. However, just as his words fell, Elder Sword angrily shouted. Su Fan's complexion turned ugly. After all, there were so many talented youths watching, but he had been cursed as trash. In the future, what dignity would he have in front of these talented youths? However, all of this was brought about by Lin Ling. Today, in front of Elder Sword, he would make Lin Ling die in front of the 7 profound martial house's main gate. He was just about to speak when he heard Elder Sword's voice in his ear, but it was not directed at him. Lin Ling, you speak. Let Lin Ling speak. Elder Sword was such a powerful and respected character, yet he actually knew Lin Ling. Su Fan's pupils constricted, as if he could not believe his own ears. Lin Ling coldly smiled. At the beginning, because there was no one to support him, no matter what he did, Su Fan would make things difficult for him. But now, there was finally someone to support him. Emperor's inch, it was definitely Emperor's inch that was helping him. You dare to speak. Today, I want to see just who dares to bully you. The 7 profound martial house has a long history. It is not the turn of a small apprentice to have the final say. Elder Sword said again. Elder Sword seems to be helping Lin Ling. The youths in the square were aware of Elder Sword's meaning. This made them even more envious. Lin Ling came from the tiny cloud domain. First, he had the mysterious youth Sakura to help him, and now he had Elder Sword to help him. His luck was just too good. They were very clear that in the vast palace of martial arts that was the 7 profound martial house, if one did not have a backer to support them, then it would be much more difficult to grow. For instance, Lin Ling was like this. No matter how he tried to prove himself, Su Fan would always make things difficult for him. This was the reason why he did not have the right to speak. But now, Lin Ling had it. Even his backer was extremely powerful. He was one of the ancient 12 elders. Greetings, Elder Sword. Lin Ling stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Elder Sword. Then he coldly looked at Su Fan and said, "This old dog said that I bribed the red-haired senior and did not have the qualifications to become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house, so he wanted me to be a candidate disciple." You called me an old dog. Su Fan's face turned ugly. Lin Ling had always called his disciple a dog, but now that he had Elder Sword support, he had directly called him an old dog. You are not only a dog, you are also a shameless old toad. Lin Ling's lips curved into a taunting smile. Su Fan was so angry that he almost wanted to slap Lin Ling to death. But with Elder Sword here, how could he dare to act recklessly? Old toad. As the crowd heard this, they all covered their mouths and laughed. Even Elder Sword shook his head and smiled. You said that I bribed the red-haired middle-aged man, but then I defeated the third-ranked Long Xiaoqin and the second-ranked Xiaoqing Tian. Do you recognize my strength? Lin Ling said again. Chapter 509. A 3-month bet. I killed too much. Did I kill your entire family? Lin Ling sneered. Facing Su Fan, who was a picky person, he did not give him any face. Then, he looked at Tai Yuezhan, who was not far away. That trash wanted to kill me before. Why didn't you say that he killed too many people? He has a position in the discipline hall, and has the authority to punish the thugs of the 7 profound martial house. He is innocent of murder. Su Fan's voice was extremely low. Lin Ling's aura was oppressive, and he did not fear him in front of everyone. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Not too long ago, this boy was nothing but an ant. What you mean is that he can kill people at will, but I cannot. Once I kill someone, I will enter the demonic path, and in the future I will have to kill my fellow disciples. If others want to kill me, I cannot resist, and can only raise my neck for them to kill. But that trash has a position in the discipline hall, so he can kill me at will. Then, may I ask apprentice Su Fan, have you ever killed anyone? Lin Ling sneered. Su Fan's face became increasingly ugly, and the anger in his heart caused his blood to boil. You don't have to answer, but I already know the answer. For a scum like you, how could you not have killed anyone? Then, let me ask you again, have any of the geniuses here not killed anyone? Lin Ling opened his mouth again. The eyes of all the youths in the square flashed. As a martial artist, how could they not have killed? Sometimes, even if you did not want to kill, others would force you to. If they came to kill you, it was impossible not to resist. All the youths were silent, apparently tacitly agreeing. They have all killed people. Do they not have the qualifications to become disciples of the 7 profound martial house? Lin Ling asked again, causing Su Fan to grind his teeth. This boy's mouth was too poisonous. With just a few words, he had pulled all the geniuses into the same boat, making it difficult for him to refute. Also, apprentice Su Fan, you do not have a position in the discipline hall. You have also killed people. Do you not have the qualifications to become an apprentice of the 7 profound martial house? Lin Ling said with a smile. Nonsense. I am an apprentice, how could I not have the qualifications to kill? Su Fan coldly snorted. Ha, so you can casually kill people, but we can't. If we resist, then we will kill too many people, and fall into the demonic path. Like this, the 7 profound martial house is your world. You are the martial house master. If others resist and kill your enemies, then they will kill too many people. Lin Ling coldly snorted, causing Su Fan's face to darken like the bottom of a nest. In the 7 profound martial house, only he was allowed to kill, but no one else was allowed. This was obviously difficult to convince the masses, and if he didn't handle this well, it was easy to arouse the dissatisfaction of the other powerhouses. This boy's mouth was simply a flowery lotus. You can't say it, apprentice master Su Fan. You only allow the government to set fires, but you don't allow the common people to light lamps. Also, you say that I have killed too many people, but the truth is that I killed your disciple. That's why you have been targeting me. As an apprentice master, your tolerance is too poor. You have simply lost the face of the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling said as he pointed at Su Fan. It was as if he was scolding Su Fan while pointing at his nose. No wonder Master Su Fan wanted to target Lin Ling. He was abusing his power for personal gain. The crowd finally understood why Su Fan had repeatedly made things difficult for Lin Ling. You're courting death. Su Fan was so angry that he almost went mad. His powerful aura was about to erupt. You dare. The Sword Elder's voice rang out. Su Fan forcibly suppressed his aura. He clenched his teeth and said, "No matter what you say, I will not accept you as my disciple. You think too highly of yourself." Did I say I wanted to be your disciple? Please don't think too highly of yourself. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. The last 4 words were like pearls, and his voice was loud. Think too highly of yourself. His voice floated out like a great bell. The young geniuses in the square could not help but laugh. Su Fan was thinking too highly of himself. That seemed to be the case. Lin Ling did not intend to take Su Fan as his master. But Su Fan actually refused to accept Lin Ling as his disciple. It was as if he was saying, "I will never accept you as my disciple." Wasn't this just thinking too highly of himself? Su Fan's skin was really thick. You! Su Fan trembled with anger. His terrifying cultivation was about to erupt, but because the Sword Elder was present, he did not dare to move. That kind of sullen feeling could be imagined. After all, Lin Ling was just an ant to him. Student Su Fan is shaking with anger. The crowd saw Student Su Fan's appearance and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Fan continued to take deep breaths. His energy sank into his dantian, and he forcibly suppressed his anger. He coldly said, "According to the rules of the 7 profound martial house, if this year's student does not accept you as a disciple, you only have 2 choices. One is to become an official disciple, and the other is to become a candidate disciple. Without the help of a student, you will not be able to go far in the 7 profound martial house. In less than 3 months, you will not be able to mingle in the 7 profound martial house, and will obediently roll out of the 7 profound martial house." His words were obviously arrogant, as if he wanted to regain his last bit of face. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. What if, after 3 months, I managed to persist? Me? Su Fan was speechless. I will speak for him. After 3 months, if Lin Ling can become a Moon Guard disciple from a Star Guard disciple, then Su Fan's status as a student will be stripped away. But if after 3 months, Lin Ling fails, Elder Sword, you should at least show some sincerity. At this moment, an old woman appeared in the sky. She looked down at the crowd below and said, "Great Sun Elder." Su Fan looked up, and his heart was suddenly filled with joy. If he could become a student of the 7 profound martial house, then he naturally had a backer supporting him. And that backer was that old woman. One of the 12 elders, Xian, Great Sun Elder. She was also a person of virtue and prestige. With a single move of her foot, she could cause monstrous waves in the 100 territories. However, Elder Sword and Elder Child were obviously not on the same page. After the old woman appeared, Elder Sword frowned. If Lin Ling loses, then I, Elder Xian, will withdraw. Elder Sword, for Lin Ling, is actually gambling with Elder Xian's status. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Elder Sword seemed to hold Lin Ling in high regard. This Great Sun Elder was also surprised, but soon smiled and nodded. Elder Sword's promise is as good as gold. I believe in your words. Lin Ling looked at Elder Sword with surprise. He did not understand why Elder Sword would hold him in such high regard. But now, Elder Sword's sword was already shining. The sword was pointed at Great Sun Elder, and he had the aura of an invincible swordsman. Since this was the case, how could Lin Ling refuse to fight? 3 months of gambling. If I lose, Elder Sword will give up his status as Elder Xian. But if I win, Su Fan will give up his status as a student. This gambling stake is not fair. Old woman, shouldn't you show some sincerity? Lin Ling looked at Great Sun Elder. He guessed that this old woman was one of the 12 elders Xian. She had a terrifying status, but he had never offended this old woman. But this old woman actually used him to suppress Elder Sword. Did she really think that he, Lin Ling, was a soft persimmon? Do you know who you are talking to? Great Sun Elder's pupils shrank. What a frivolous youth. Lin Ling, good courage. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This youth was about the same age as them, but facing one of the 12 elders Xian of the 7 profound martial house, he was not afraid. With this courage, they were ashamed of their inferiority. Moreover, Lin Ling dared to call Great Sun Elder an old woman. Chapter 5:10. 3 slaps, why do you care who I speak to? Now, the Sword Elder has said that if I lose, I will give up the position of Elder Xian. If you lose, do you dare to give up the position of Elder Xian? Lin Ling coldly said. The newborn calf does not fear the tiger. As the Great Sun Child Elder looked at Lin Ling, she only had this thought in her mind. This youth was showing off his ability. But to bet the position of Elder Xian, this price was a bit too high. She didn't dare to gamble. After all, she had come here to support Su Fan, but she hadn't thought that things would become so big. Do you dare or not? Lin Ling shouted again. You swaggered around and made others pay such a heavy bet, but you don't dare. Are you really the 12th Elder Xian? His aura was like a swordsman's, like a tyrant's. His eyes were firm as he looked at the Great Sun Child Elder, causing the Great Sun Child Elder to frown. Ha, forget it. Lin Ling, if she loses, she doesn't need to give up the position of Elder Xian. But, I will give her 3 slaps and let her know the price of being mean. The Sword Elder praised. He wasn't familiar with Lin Ling, but Di Jichuan had a very high evaluation of Lin Ling. Not only that, but Lin Ling had saved Di Jichuan. In addition, he had been paying attention to Lin Ling in the previous battle. He knew that Lin Ling was the descendant of their Di family bloodline. Therefore, he supported Lin Ling. Good, I'll add in my 3 slaps. Lin Ling faintly smiled. His bold words caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. This youth Lin Ling really dared to speak. With his little status as a disciple, he actually dared to hit Elder Xian. You have courage, a hero from the youth. The Sword Elder laughed. In Lin Ling, he seemed to see his old brother, the limitless Sword Saint. A swordsman, showing off his ability. The descendant of the tyrant sword art, overbearing and magnificent, uncompromising. Good. 3 months from now, everything will be revealed. Also, the Sword Elder is not allowed to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling must cultivate as an official disciple of the 7 profound martial house, otherwise the bet will not count. Great Sun Elder's face twisted as she looked coldly at Lin Ling. She didn't expect this teen to not fear her and even raise the stakes. Ugh! The Sword Elder furrowed his brows. With his status as the 12 Elder Xian, it was not difficult for him to make Lin Ling a Moon Guard disciple. However, the Great Sun Child Elder had requested that Lin Ling could not accept any help and could only rely on his own efforts. In the 7 profound martial house, there was no one to guide them. In addition, there were no cultivation resources, so it was very difficult for them to grow. Not to mention anything else, just take a King's Step martial art as an example. Without the guidance of an elder, it would be impossible for an ordinary genius to learn such a profound martial art in less than a year. In addition to cultivation resources, official disciples did not have any cultivation resources. They had to rely on themselves for everything. Without cultivation resources, no matter how powerful one's talent was, it was just empty talk. Obviously, it was very difficult for Lin Ling to advance from a star guard disciple to a moon guard disciple in 3 months. Sword Elder, I can do it. Lin Ling turned around to look at the Sword Elder, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. He was very grateful to the Sword Elder for helping him, but he did not want to rely on the Sword Elder too much. After all, on the road of martial arts, if one relied too much on the help of a powerhouse, then it would create a sense of dependence. When one encountered difficulties and setbacks, they would lack the courage to cut off all means of retreat. In the past, Lin Ling had relied on himself to overcome all difficulties and obstacles to become the #1 king of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Then, in the 7 profound martial house, he could also do the same. This 3-month bet would be the motivation for his growth. Good, you are truly worthy of being his descendant. You have a sharp spirit. The Sword Elder nodded with satisfaction. Although he had not seen Lin Ling much, this youth had always given him a series of pleasant surprises. Relying on your sharp spirit, you won't be able to go far. The great Sun-Child Elder sinisterly smiled and waved his hand, wanting to take Su Fan away. Hold on, I've already agreed to the bet. The Sword Elder will not help me. Don't you want to express your gratitude? The dignified 12 Elder Xian, a character that stands above tens of thousands of people, are you really so petty? Lin Ling coldly said. What do you want to do? The great Sun-Child Elder stopped in her tracks. Towards this youth in front of her, she hated him more and more. He was obviously an ant, and his strength was not strong, but he had never placed these seniors in his eyes. Apprentice Master Su Fan slandered me before, saying that I was picky. This is simply a disgrace to the status of a 7 profound martial house student. Since he dared to do this, then he must pay the corresponding price. In front of everyone, I want to slap him 3 times. Lin Ling slowly said, his attitude extremely tough. How could he casually let go of the matter that had been made difficult for him? Did he think that he, Lin Ling, was someone that could be bullied as he wished? You want to slap me 3 times. Don't forget your status. Su Fan was so angry that he laughed. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. His eyes were indifferently looking at the great Sun-Child Elder. He was forcing the great Sun-Child Elder to make a choice. The great Sun-Child Elder's face was gloomy. From this youth's eyes, she could clearly see that this youth would not compromise. If he refused this request, then the 3-month bet was likely to be rejected by this youth as well. And this was not what she wanted to see. Su Fan, you also made a mistake before. Slap him 3 times. The great Sun-Child Elder faintly said, and then slowly left. In order for the Sword Elder to continue the bet, she could only sacrifice Su Fan. Great Sun-Child Elder, I. Su Fan's pupils widened. Did he really want to slap Lin Ling's face? Lin Ling coldly smiled. He walked forward step by step until he arrived in front of Su Fan, his eyes indifferent. You dare to slap me? Su Fan clenched his teeth, and a terrifying aura bloomed from his body. This was an aura that surpassed the king's spirit realm. To these young geniuses, this was like an insurmountable mountain. Su Fan wants to use his aura to make Lin Ling feel fear. Everyone's eyes focused. To them, Su Fan's aura was truly terrifying. It was like if he moved a finger, they would turn to ashes. Paw! However, in the next moment, there was a crisp sound of a slap. A clear palm print appeared on Su Fan's face. As a teacher, you are narrow-minded, unable to distinguish between right and wrong, you deserve to be slapped. As a teacher, you invert right and wrong, you deserve to be slapped. As a teacher, you don't follow the principle of fairness, you do things as you please, you deserve to be slapped. Paw paw. 3 consecutive slaps sounded, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was not afraid of Su Fan's aura and really slapped him. Su Fan's face was burning with pain. Those slaps had landed on his face, and the pain was in his heart. In the depths of his eyes, the crazy killing intent was boiling. Unfortunately, no matter how strong his killing intent was, would he dare to touch Lin Ling in this place? He did not dare at all, he could only be humiliated by Lin Ling. Get lost. After the 3 slaps, Lin Ling coldly shouted. I will remember these 3 slaps. In the future, you will regret it. Su Fan coldly said. In his heart, Lin Ling was a person he must kill. Do you want to be slapped again? Get lost. Get lost. However, his threat was met with another shout from Lin Ling, killing intent towards Lin Ling. It was not as if Lin Ling had not seen such people before. He could not possibly give up his dignity and speak humbly just because the other party had a high status. On the path of martial arts, how could one retreat just because the other party was powerful? Chapter 5:11. D family bloodline, you have guts. Su Fan nodded. He coldly glanced around at the silent, but in fact, he was secretly laughing. He knew that today he had lost all face. This was the first time that he had lost so much face in the 7 profound martial houses recruitment process, that he had lost so much face. He had even created a new record in the 7 profound martial house, becoming the apprentice that had been rejected by the most talented youths. And all of this was brought about by Lin Ling. With a cold snort, Su Fan strode away. Master, wait for me. Not too far away, Tai Yuezhan shouted out with a pale face. He had not thought that things would turn out like this. His respected master had not only not punished Lin Ling, but had instead been slapped 3 times, losing all face. Pang! At this moment, a white bone sword hung around his neck. A cold voice sounded out, Old Toad, get out of here. You dog, leave behind your dog life. Exclamation point. It was Sakura. Tai Yuezhan's pupils constricted. Sakura was a terrifying genius. He was frivolous and unrestrained. He did not fear an old disciple like him. Leave him to me. Before, he was constantly making things difficult for me. I will use my own strength to personally resolve the grudges between us. At this time, Lin Ling walked over and said. Sakura nodded. Lin Ling did not seem to want to deal with Tai Yuezhan for the time being. He wanted to personally deal with him after he was strong enough. But not doing so did not mean that Lin Ling did not care about Tai Yuezhan's previous difficulties. Paw paw paw. 3 crisp slaps sounded out on Tai Yuezhan's face. When you were so arrogant, did you ever think that you would have such a day? Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. Tai Yuezhan's face was extremely ugly. The 3 palm prints on his face were very clear. He had also been slapped in the face. A dignified Moon Guard disciple had been slapped in the face in front of countless people. It had to be known that with his status and strength, he could go anywhere in the middle 3 regions with the status of a master of a region. But now, he was also being humiliated. Get out of here. 3 months from now, I will personally come and find you. Exclamation point. Lin Ling enunciated each word clearly. He would personally avenge the grudge between him and Tai Yuezhan. Good. I only hope that the next time you see me, Sword Elder will not be present. Tai Yuezhan clenched his teeth and replied. What he meant was, if it wasn't for the Sword Elder, would Lin Ling have the qualifications to be so arrogant? Get lost. Lin Ling didn't want to waste words with him. He coldly shouted, causing Tai Yuezhan's teeth to creak. Then, he strode away. However, the square remained silent. This year's 7 profound martial house disciple recruitment was obviously different from the previous years. No one would have thought that a simple disciple recruitment ceremony would draw out the appearance of two Xian elders. And all of this was because of Lin Ling. It seemed that this year's 7 profound martial house recruitment had become Lin Ling's stage. Many of the talented youths were jealous. Lin Ling had just arrived at the 7 profound martial house, and he had immediately become famous, causing them to be extremely jealous. However, although they were incomparably jealous, Lin Ling did not rely on the Sword Elder to become famous. His strength was also extremely terrifying. At the very least, among all the talented youths present, besides Sakura, who else could be Lin Ling's match? Lin Ling is indeed very fierce. But he has become an official disciple, and we have a master to guide us. It won't be long before we surpass him. Zhua Mo, Lan Feng, and the others whispered. Lin Ling had already left a heavy shadow in their hearts, and even affected their hearts of martial arts. Therefore, they had to surpass Lin Ling. Otherwise, if they wanted to make a breakthrough in the future, it would be very difficult. We can definitely do it. Lin Ling doesn't have any cultivation resources, but we do. Sigh. The other disciples also thought in their hearts. Perhaps this was the only way they could comfort themselves. 7 profound martial house, 10,000 swords peak. This mountain was extremely strange. It was like a huge island, vast and boundless. Moreover, it floated in mid-air. Countless swords were inserted on the island. These swords were of various types. There were thin swords, long swords, axe-like swords, swords that flickered with blood light. This was like a graveyard for swords. At this moment, 4 figures were walking on top of the 10,000 swords peak. The 7 profound martial house is so big. This is the place where the Sword Elder lives. It really is mysterious. Lin Ling followed the Sword Elder as they walked forward. As he looked around, he was secretly surprised. He could feel that these swords all seemed to have a sword soul. These swords were all left behind by the D family bloodline. So far, the D family bloodline only has 3 pure descendants. Stopping at the summit of the mountain, the Sword Elder looked at Lin Ling and the others. Then, he looked at Sakura and said, "Tian, you have been out adventuring since you were a child. Now that you have finally returned to the 7 profound martial house, I hope that you can bring glory to the D family bloodline, and wash away the shame of the D family bloodline." This was the first time that Sakura had seen the Sword Elder. He had been out adventuring since he was a child, and had only just returned. But Di Jichuan had seen this elder brother of his, but he did not have a deep impression of him. "I will challenge the martial house master, and take back the glory that we have lost." Sakura's face was cold and indifferent. In the past, the Limitless Sword Saint's father had received a disciple, and that disciple had colluded with others to frame the martial house master, and had even stolen the Limitless Sword Saint's sword bone, causing their D family bloodline to decline. This was a disgrace, and also the goal of Sakura's life. The Sword Elder nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Di Jichuan and said, "Jichuan, you must also work hard." Di Jichuan had grown up in a branch family, and had never seen a great storm. Therefore, his temperament was somewhat timid, and he was not decisive enough. However, Di Jichuan also nodded. "Lin Ling, although you are not of the D family bloodline, you have obtained the only sword, Tyrant Song of the World. That is Di Wuji's sword, and this means that you are Di Wuji's successor. Therefore, no matter what, our D family bloodline will treat you as a family member, and we will protect you forever." The Sword Elder finally looked at Lin Ling and said. This young man had appeared out of nowhere, and his name had shaken this year's genius disciple recruitment with the Tyrant Song of the World. At that time, the Sword Elder was very surprised, and he had never thought that Di Wuji's successor would appear. After that, he personally saw the young man's arrogance soaring to the clouds, and he had Di Wuji's pride and domineering aura. He did not lose face for Di Wuji in the slightest. Therefore, he knew that Di Wuji had found a good successor. After that, he used his name to protect the young man, and he did not hesitate to use Elder Xian's identity as a stake. He was so bold because he treated Lin Ling as his family member. "Little brother, don't worry. Even if the sky falls, I will support it for you." Sakura looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He punched Lin Ling's chest with his fist. Although this was the first time he met Lin Ling, he saw the shadow of Di Wuji in Lin Ling, not to mention that Lin Ling had the tyrant song of the world. "Big brother Lin Ling, from now on, we will be a family." Di Zhichuan also smiled. A family. Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering. This result was somewhat beyond his imagination. However, when he saw Sakura, Di Zhichuan, and the Sword Elder looking at him with eyes full of affection, his heart felt warm. After coming to this world, he had his own family and friends, but he had never had a brother. "Let us become sworn brothers. From now on, we do not ask to be born in the same year, month, and day, but we ask to die in the same year and month." Sakura once again laughed heroically, causing Lin Ling to nod heavily. Chapter 5:12. Star Sea Pagoda, I am the oldest, so I will shamelessly be your big brother. In the 7 profound martial house, if anyone dares to bully you, my sword will not spare them. Sakura said again, his voice incomparably overbearing. Di Zhichuan smiled and nodded, quickly saying, "Then I will be the second brother." "You seem to be younger than me, you should be the third brother." Lin Ling interrupted him with a smile, causing Di Zhichuan's handsome face to reveal a helpless expression. Clang! Then, 3 swords were drawn and clashed in the air, representing the oath of the 3 brothers. The Sword Elder smiled as he looked at the 3 of them. In fact, this was the first time that he had seen these 3 youths, but to him, these 3 youths had a feeling of blood being thicker than water. As for Sakura and Di Zhichuan, their goal was to regain the martial house master position. As for Lin Ling, the Sword Elder did not want him to be involved in this maelstrom, so he only wanted to protect Lin Ling. But what he did not know was that in Lin Ling's heart, Limitless Sword Saint was his benefactor. To help Limitless Sword Saint, Lin Ling was absolutely duty-bound. This was also one of the reasons that he had come to the 7 profound martial house. It was just that Lin Ling's current strength was too weak, so he had not spoken of his goal. Lin Ling, the 7 profound martial house has a clear hierarchy. If a Star Guard disciple wants to become a Moon Guard disciple, they must pass an assessment. 3 months from now, do you have confidence in passing the assessment? The Sword Elder asked Lin Ling. Sakura and Di Zhichuan also looked at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with worry. Then, Sakura laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if you lose. At worst, you won't go to the 7 profound martial house. In any case, if anyone dares to touch you, I will be the first to oppose them." Lin Ling's heart warmed. The Sword Elder was not sure whether he would win, but he still supported him. Sakura was not afraid of the heavens or the earth. Once he recognized him, even if he had to fight against the heavens, he would protect him. These people treated Lin Ling with sincerity. "Rest assured, I will not lose." Lin Ling smiled and nodded his head, which made the Sword Elder and the other elders smile. They really liked the confident appearance of this youngster. After that, the few of them rested on the myriad sword's peak, chatting and laughing happily. The members of the Di family were generous by nature, and once they acknowledged each other, they would immediately treat each other sincerely. Back then, the Wuji Sword Saint was the same. He was sincere to his senior brother, but unfortunately, he was framed and betrayed by his senior brother. "Come, let's drink." Loud laughter could be heard from time to time. What made Lin Ling upset was that although Di family people were all generous and carefree, every single one of them was a drunkard. Even Di Zhichuan, a gentle and handsome young master, was like that. The night light was like water. In the vast 7 profound martial house, some places were brightly lit, and some places were pitch black. It was filled with an ancient and mysterious flavor. The Shanghai Tower was a huge tower that towered into the clouds. It had a total of 99 floors, and it was a symbol of the status of a star guard disciple. It was also a cultivation tower. It was said that if one could cultivate on the 99th floor, then becoming a moon guard disciple was just around the corner. This was where Lin Ling would cultivate. He had to go from a star guard disciple to a moon guard disciple within 3 months. Around the Shanghai Tower, there were large and small houses. When Lin Ling came here alone, a voice sounded out. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." As Lin Ling walked down the road, under the illumination of the moonlight, a slender figure appeared in front of him. It was Long Xiaoqin. Long Xiaoqin had not become Su Fan's disciple, so he had naturally started to cultivate from the very beginning, and had also become an official disciple. Long Xiaoqin. Lin Ling smiled. Although this youth was very arrogant, he was also straightforward and upright. Therefore, he had a good impression of Long Xiaoqin. The challenge of becoming an official disciple begins. "Lin Ling, do you know how many disciples there are here?" Long Xiaoqin shrugged his shoulders and walked towards Lin Ling. But Lin Ling shook his head. In the memories that Limitless Sword Saint had left him, there was indeed some information about the 7 profound martial house. But the Star Guard level was the most basic disciple camp, so Limitless Sword Saint didn't know much. "I've heard that there are at least 90,000 disciples. Besides this year's disciples, there are also the geniuses from last year and the year before," Long Xiaoqin solemnly said. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. There really were a lot of people. These geniuses only have one goal, and that is to rush to the 99th floor of the Shanghai Tower. Only then will they have the qualifications to be a Moon Guard level disciple. However, there are so many geniuses here, but there are very few that can become a Moon Guard level disciple. You tell me, how difficult is that test? Some people even spend 3 years trying to reach the 99th floor. As the two of them walked, Lin Ling saw that the lowest cultivation of these geniuses was at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. But Lin Ling's cultivation was the lowest among these geniuses. If the peak of the heavenly spirit realm were placed in the lower 3 realms, then any one of them would be a tycoon of the lower 3 realms. But here, they were only the lowest level disciples. The 7 profound martial house was more terrifying than he had imagined. To become a Moon Guard disciple in 3 months, no one in the 7 profound martial house can do that. Long Xiaoqin pointed out. "I'll do it." Lin Ling confidently smiled. "I won't lose to you. If you can do it, then I can do it too." Long Xiaoqin's eyes exuded an endless fighting spirit. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled and said, "Then let's see who's faster." Moreover, Lin Ling had a feeling that besides Long Xiaoqin, there were many other geniuses that wanted to see him fail. They all wanted to surpass him, and the next time they met, they would be above his head. However, although their ambitions were good, they would never have the chance to realize them. "Let's go, we'll find our residence." The two of them moved forward again. Official disciples were not given any cultivation resources. Everything depended on themselves, but they had already arranged a place to live. The massive Star Sea Pagoda was surrounded by a massive number of wooden huts. Each wooden hut had a genius living in it. When Lin Ling and Long Xiaoqin arrived at their own wooden hut, they helplessly discovered that someone was actually living in it. Although a martial artist did not care about where they lived, no one wanted to cultivate in front of so many people and have their cultivation method seen through. Therefore, they planned to have the genius living in the wooden hut leave. After all, according to the rules, the wooden hut belonged to them. Gee! At this moment, the wooden hut's door was pushed open, and a tall and sturdy figure walked out. He frowned as he looked at Lin Ling and Long Xiaoqin. "Why are you staying in my residence? Is there a problem?" He was around 19 years old, and should be a genius from last year. But his voice was extremely cold. My official disciple status is number 108. This wooden hut just happens to be number 108, so it seems to be my residence. Lin Ling frowned, and then slowly said. The genius youth froze for a moment, and then burst into laughter. There were many geniuses all around watching, and they could not help but laugh. This was the first time that these two little fellows had come to the Seven Profound Martial House. Newcomers. There is a garbage dump at the East Gate. That is where the newcomers live. Now, get out of here. The tall and sturdy youth coldly said, if you don't accept this, you can report to the Seven Profound Martial House. Just say that I, Huang Lin, have seized your residence, and see who will speak up for you. As these words fell, Lin Ling and Long Xiaochen were stunned. This person had seized their residence, but it seemed that he was in the right. What was going on here? Chapter 5:13. Newcomer rules. Newcomer, this is your first time cultivating in Star Sea Pagoda. Let me tell you, the houses near Star Sea Pagoda have much richer spiritual energy, so many geniuses choose to cultivate nearby. Your wooden house will naturally be occupied by others. In the distance, many youths jeered. Lin Ling nodded, so that's how it is. But now that we're back, can you return the wooden house to us? Ha, childish. Huang Lin once again laughed arrogantly. Was I not clear enough before? This wooden house already belongs to me, Huang Lin. You newcomers will live in the garbage dump at the East Gate. Aren't you afraid of violating the rules? Long Xiaochen couldn't help but ask. Rules? Do you think the vast Seven Profound Martial House will care about small characters like you? In Star Sea Pagoda, strength is revered. If you have the strength, you can go to the 99th floor without a problem. If you don't have the strength, you can only be a dog. Huang Lin disdainfully smiled, then shook his head and said, You've wasted a lot of my time. Now it will be difficult for you to leave. My door is a bit dirty, so clean it for me. Otherwise, don't blame me if you break bones and bleed. I forgot to tell you newcomers that although Star Sea Pagoda does not allow internal strife, if you are only seriously injured and not killed, then the Seven Profound Martial House will not convict you. It was very cruel. Here, unless you had amazing strength, you would fall into depravity. Now clean the floor for me. Huang Lin shouted again. Now that you've said it, I understand. If I seriously injure you, then the Seven Profound Martial House will not convict me. If I want to take back my wooden house, then I can only use martial arts to decide everything. Long Xiaochen had always been proud. Even if he was a newcomer, he did not fear the older disciples. However, after his words fell, there were even more jeers. Obviously, they had seen such a thing before. Every year, when a new genius arrived, they would inevitably be taught a lesson. After a proud genius came here, after experiencing a setback, they would eventually understand that there was always someone better than them. Their previous pride in the Seven Profound Martial House was nothing at all. This newcomer is going to suffer. He dares to challenge Huang Lin. Ha, I'll wait for him to be crippled. The crowd laughed at his misfortune. I just finished cultivating, it's a good time to stretch my body. Since Huang Lin was able to occupy a wooden house near the Star Sea Pagoda, it was clear that he had faced many challenges. Therefore, he walked out in large strides. Trash, come on up. Let this young master beat you into a dog. Kneel down and beg for mercy 3 times, and you'll become a cripple from now on. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted. Huang Lin's strength was at the early stage of the King's Spirit Realm. Ha, you're only at the early stage of the King's Spirit Realm. Your strength is on par with mine. I don't understand what qualifications you have to be so arrogant. Long Xiaochen was naturally unwilling to be outdone, and he strode forward as well. On the other hand, Lin Ling frowned slightly. He wanted to warn Long Xiaoqun, but he was too slow. This was because he sensed that Huang Lin didn't seem to be an ordinary early-stage king spirit realm cultivator. His aura was extremely deep, and it was obvious that his foundation was solid. Do you think you can disregard the old man just because you're at the early king spirit realm? You overestimate yourself. The crowd was not surprised by Long Xiaoqun's cultivation level at all. Instead, they were even more disdainful. In their hearts, a newcomer was a newcomer. No matter how high his cultivation level was, his strength was limited. 18 legs of the dragon god. Without saying anything more, Long Xiaoqun immediately used his martial arts. His dragon god spear had been destroyed by Lin Ling, so he could only rely on other martial arts. Swoosh! Clouds drifted out, and 18 illusory legs appeared. It was like a divine dragon swinging its tail, extremely powerful. This was the ultimate martial art of Dragon God Bei that was not passed down to outsiders. It was a powerful first-grade king stage martial art. Bang! 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 A dull sound rang out. Although it didn't seem too loud, everyone knew that once a martial artist reached the king's spirit realm, they would pursue martial arts skills and techniques, and not use brute force to break through brute force. To truly break through brute force with brute force was a result of a great disparity in strength. Therefore, what seemed like an ordinary leg was actually able to split mountains and rivers. Bang! 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 Dust spread out, and the sound was like a giant beast walking on the ground. However, facing Long Xiaoqun's 18 legs, Huang Lin had one hand behind his back. He stretched out his other hand and gently patted out. All 18 legs were broken. Huang Lin's martial arts foundation is getting stronger and stronger. He can easily see through the trajectory of that newcomer's martial arts. The crowd was secretly surprised. Get lost. As soon as the 18 legs were broken, a powerful aura erupted at the same time. A palm seemed to have come from the void, slapping straight at Long Xiaoqun. Rolling Stone Palm. Although this martial art had an ordinary name, it was in fact a second-grade king stage martial art. It had the power of rolling stones on a mountain. The more it rolled, the stronger it became. It was said that even a middle king spirit realm martial artist would not be able to block this palm. Pang! The palm slammed into Long Xiaoqun's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body glided across the ground, leaving a deep scar in the ground. You overestimate yourself. This young master will cripple you. After defeating Long Xiaoqun in a single move, Huang Lin did not give up. He took a step forward and chased after Long Xiaoqun. I thought it would be fierce, but it was only a single move. The crowd jeered and shook their heads. That newcomer dared to take back his wooden house with just this little bit of strength. Unfortunately, this was nothing but a dream. He could only be reduced to another genius that had been crippled. How could he be so strong? Long Xiaoqun's body flew backwards, his pupils constricting. Before, he was a genius of the 100 territories. However, after arriving here, he was first defeated by Lin Ling, and now he was defeated by a completely unknown person. This was not a small blow to him. The 7 profound martial house was much stronger than he had imagined. Just as he was feeling discouraged, the terrifying rolling stone palm appeared in front of him once again. Looking carefully, this palm had an illusion, as if it were a rolling stone that could shake the heavens and earth. Am I going to die? Long Xiaoqun's pupils constricted. As an old man, he dares to bully a newcomer. His face is too thick. At this moment, a flaming fist appeared, accompanied by the faint cry of a vermilion bird. Then, under countless eyes, it collided with the rolling stone palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided, and a terrifying astral wind blew out in all directions. The crowd's pupils constricted. Who had blocked Huang Lin's palm? At this moment, Huang Lin was also extremely surprised. He looked forward and saw that the heat in front of him had caused an illusory wave of air to surge. A slender figure appeared in front of him and blocked his palm with a fist covered in flames. It was the other newcomer from before. He's only at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. The crowd also saw the youth's figure, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They had thought that between the two newcomers, Long Shaoqin was the stronger, and the other youth was the follower. But now they discovered that the youth was actually the hidden master. My hand. After Huang Lin recovered from his surprise, he immediately saw the youth in front of him turn his fist into a palm, and suddenly grab his palm. At the same time, a terrifying heat spread out, and flames began to burn his palm. True meaning of fire. Huang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. His rolling stone fist was a second-grade king step martial art, but the youth had blocked it. This meant that the youth's attack was stronger than his second-grade king step martial art. Chapter 5:14. Breaking through a boundary. Wait, let go of my hand. Let go. Huang Lin felt a sharp pain as his arm was being burned by the flames. You said that you would beat us like dogs and cripple us. Lin Ling still held on to Huang Lin's hand, his cold voice sounding out. Although he hadn't used the vermilion bird's flames, he had used 40% of the true meaning of fire. The geniuses here were truly terrifying. Any one of them had forced him to use one of his trump cards. As for the world-purifying demonic flame that had once dominated the Heaven Mystics' kingdom, this flame was very ordinary in the Seven Profound Martial House. After all, the world-purifying demonic flame was only a first-grade king body talent. Let go of me, I admit defeat. Your flames are too terrifying, my hand is going to be crippled. Huang Lin's face twisted. He found that the flames burning his arm could not be extinguished no matter what he did. Didn't you say you were going to cripple us? Lin Ling said with an indifferent expression. The flames in his hand burned even more vigorously, burning Huang Lin's arm to nothing. Huang Lin fell to the ground with a thud, his face ferocious and terrifying. What a fierce newcomer. The crowd's hearts trembled. For a newcomer to defeat an elder, this was very rare among the Star Guard level disciples. After all, the elders had been cultivating in the Seven Profound Martial House for a longer time and had a deeper foundation. It was simply impossible for a newcomer to defeat an elder. Kowtow 3 times and then clean up the wooden house. Otherwise, I will cripple your other arm. Lin Ling said with an expressionless face. These words caused Huang Lin to grit his teeth. He had already lost an arm, and his combat strength had been greatly reduced. This damned youth still wanted to cripple his other arm. Bang! Aware of Huang Lin's resentful gaze, Lin Ling no longer spoke. He stretched out his right hand, and a blood-red flame bloomed. Sometimes it was better to use strength to awe others. I'll clean it. Huang Lin's face became even paler. He could feel a destructive aura from that flame. If he spoke another word, perhaps it wouldn't just be his arm that would be burned. He had never thought that there would be such a powerful genius among the Star Guard level disciples this year. He no longer spoke. He endured the pain of losing his arm and hurried to clean the wooden house. Right now, who else wants to snatch our wooden house? Lin Ling looked coldly at the Star Guard level disciples in the distance, which made them silent. Clearly, they were in awe of Lin Ling's strength. As expected, no matter where one was, strength was everything. Even more so, it was dignity and the right to speak. After that, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to him. He looked at the disheartened Long Shaoqin and couldn't help but shake his head. You said before that this is the beginning of the challenge. Now, you've only lost one battle, but your martial heart has been shaken. Remember, no shame and then courage. With that, he slowly walked forward. Long Xiaoqin's eyes flashed. You're right. This is just the beginning. The real challenge isn't over yet. Thank you, Lin Ling. His gaze focused and was filled with determination. Then, he stood up and chased after Lin Ling in large strides, causing Lin Ling's lips to curl into a smile. The surrounding people looked at the two newcomers, their hearts bitter. It was as if a newcomer had just arrived and had already surpassed them, making them feel as if they had been humiliated. There were 2 rooms in the wooden house. Lin Ling and Long Xiaoqin each had one. After cleaning up, the 2 of them moved in, seizing the time to cultivate. In the 7 profound martial house, if you were not strong enough, then you would not have any dignity. What you would receive would be a massive amount of humiliation and ridicule. Therefore, everyone raced against time to cultivate, grasping their own destiny, and even wanting to be above others. Just an ordinary star guard level disciple has to use one of my trump cards. But above a star guard level disciple there are still moon class disciples. Master Xian, Elder Xian, it seems that I have to work harder. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. The desire to become stronger in his heart was even stronger. At the same time, he thought of his family in the cloud domain. His grandfather, Yu, and the others. If he fell here, then in the future, when powerful enemies came to the cloud domain, who would protect them? Not only that, but he also had to find his mother. If he couldn't survive in the 7 profound martial house, then how could he talk about the rainforest holy land? The moon guard level disciple assessment is in 3 months. Before the assessment, I have to go back to the cloud domain and take a look. Lin Ling thought to himself. Then, he suppressed his thoughts and began to cultivate again. Now, he had the 50,000 medium-grade spirit crystals that the red-haired middle-aged man had rewarded him with. He had originally wanted to use them to refine the first true fire pill, but now he planned to use them for cultivation. After all, the first true fire pill required very few spirit grasses and herbs, and he wouldn't be able to gather them in a short time. After taking out the 50,000 spirit crystals, Lin Ling didn't use them to refine the heavenly crystal pill. He didn't have that much time, so he directly used them for cultivation. Lin Ling grasped the sparkling stones in his hand, and then they turned into spiritual energy that flowed into Lin Ling's body like a dragon, causing Lin Ling's heavenly spirit essence core to become even larger. Time slowly passed. The 50,000 spirit crystals turned into dust that dissipated with the wind. Lin Ling's heavenly spirit essence core's aura bloomed like a sea urchin, piercing thousands of holes in the wooden house. Peak of the heavenly spirit realm. In his dantian, the heavenly spirit essence core was even rounder, blooming with purple light. He was only 1 step away from the king's spirit realm. Unfortunately, this step seemed to be separated by a layer of gauze, but Lin Ling found it difficult to break through. The king's spirit realm was to comprehend heaven and earth and become one with the core. The higher the grade of the heavenly spirit essence core, the harder it was to break through. This was also the reason why Lin Ling found it difficult to break through. Of course, if he broke through, Lin Ling's foundation would be the most solid, and he would be able to easily defeat ordinary early-stage King Spirit Realm martial artists. There were disadvantages and advantages. After reaching the peak of the Heavenly Spirit Realm, Lin Ling would no longer be afraid of early-stage King Spirit Realm martial artists with his various powerful trump cards. No matter how strong an early-stage King Spirit Realm martial artist was, he would be able to instantly kill them, and he wouldn't even need to use his trump cards. 40% true meaning of fire, 20% true meaning of sword, and my trump card, the Saber of Nirvana. These are my trump cards. Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered as he pondered his next path of cultivation. As for the vermilion bird's flames, Lin Ling's current 4th adage true fire was obviously going to take some time to reach the 5th adage true fire. However, the fourth adage, true fire, was enough to sweep away many young geniuses, so Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry for now. As for the Tyrant Song sword, it was currently at 20% true meaning of sword, so he could upgrade it. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling chose to upgrade his true meaning of sword first. After all, it would be faster than upgrading his king body Vermilion Bird's flames. Tyrant Sword Art. Lin Ling slapped the rune bag with his right hand, and an ancient book appeared. It was the Tyrant Sword Art that Sword Elder had given him. In fact, Lin Ling already had the Tyrant Song sword and didn't need the Tyrant Sword Art anymore. However, if he learned the Tyrant Sword Art, he would be able to display the full power of the Tyrant Song sword. The book opened, and various ancient sword techniques appeared before his eyes. There were actually 365 sword techniques. Chapter 5:15. Sword Practice. After leaving the wooden house, Lin Ling walked around the Star Ocean Pagoda and soon found a quiet valley. There was a quiet pool in the valley, and a waterfall poured down from the side of the mountain. This place is very suitable for cultivation. Lin Ling nodded, took off his clothes, and walked into the pool with the Tyrannical Song sword in his hand. Qing Shan Sword Technique. Floating Cloud Sword Technique. Then, he began to cultivate. He slashed out crazily, making sure that not a single drop of water from the waterfall would fall into the pool. Rumble. However, the power of the waterfall was extremely strong, surging like a dragon. Lin Ling's sword was already heavy, and he used it with a light and graceful sword technique. This obviously required a high level of skill. I failed. There were actually 10 drops of water that fell into the pool. It seems that my sword speed is not fast enough. Lin Ling swung his sword continuously, comprehending his own flaws. Although he had a part of the Wuji Sword Saint's memories and had a deep understanding of martial arts, comprehending was one thing. Putting it into practice was another matter. I need to be faster. Time passed quietly, and for 3 whole days, Lin Ling did not stop swinging his sword. So far, he had already swung his sword more than 100,000 times. The heavy Tyrannical Song sword in his hand gradually became lighter, and he swung it as smoothly as flowing water. Moreover, he had also mastered all 365 sword techniques. My whole body hurts. The harvest was good, but the process was very difficult. The continuous swinging of the sword caused Lin Ling's meridians to ache, but the more tired one was, the easier it was to stimulate one's potential. Again. Xiao xiao. In the pool, the sword light was like the moon, bright and beautiful. Behind the mountain, the waterfall crashed down like a dragon, but it was blocked by the young man's sword. Not a single drop of water fell into the pool. This sword technique was at the peak of perfection. I can cultivate the Tyrannical Sword Technique now. The previous sword techniques were all to build the foundation and make up for Lin Ling's attainments in the sword. Now that his foundation was solid, he could naturally cultivate the Tyrannical Sword Technique. The Tyrannical Song sword was divided into 2 types, the Tyrannical Sword and the Singing Sword. In other words, they were the slow sword and the fast sword. The slow sword sounded simple, but it was the most difficult. It required a sword technique to break all techniques and dominate the universe. When it was cultivated to the Tyrannical Song sword technique, one could achieve more than 50% sword intent. This was very terrifying. If Lin Ling did not cultivate the Tyrannical Sword Technique, and Tyrannical Sword Technique was Tyrannical Sword Technique, he could add it was 50% of sword intent. But if he had both Tyrannical Sword and Tyrannical was martial technique. However, the slow sword was difficult to cultivate, so he had to cultivate the fast sword first. The fast sword technique was all about drawing the sword quickly, fiercely, and swiftly. There was a good saying, in all the martial arts in the world, only speed is invincible. If one's sword was fast enough, they would be able to kill their opponent before they could even make a move. And the quick sword technique had 3 realms. First, water drop sword, extremely fast sword, coupled with the terrifying sword intent, often the enemy would be killed before they could even react. Sword of the heart's eye, in the blink of an eye, it can deliver a fatal strike. Sword of understanding, able to see through the flaws in the enemy's martial arts and then deliver a fatal blow to break the enemy's martial arts. Requires extremely deep martial arts foundations. If you want to practice the slow sword, you must thoroughly understand the fast sword. Lin Ling came to a realization and left the pool. He found a place with maple leaves and began cultivating again. Here, the maple leaves were like a sea. When the wind blew, the leaves fell like snow. Water drop sword. Lin Ling bellowed. The seemingly heavy tyrannical song sword became illusory and elegant at this moment. Swish! Swish! The falling maple leaves were all cut in two, but Lin Ling wasn't satisfied. His soul force detected that there were 4,562 maple leaves, but he had only cut 3,733. This meant that his water drop sword did not meet the requirements. Again. Lin Ling sweated profusely again. Time passed quietly. Sweat dripped down along with the bitter training. If a martial artist wanted to move unhindered in the world, talent, perception, and opportunities were indispensable. But the most important thing was still hard work. Lin Ling was very clear on this point. Along with the sweat, the water drop sword was gradually controlled by Lin Ling. With one sword, it was as fast as lightning. Moreover, he had also grasped the second stage, sword of heart's eye. In this stage, there was only one sword, but it was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the enemy would be killed with one sword. As for the third stage, he had only just touched the threshold. It was sword of understanding. It could break the enemy's martial arts and find the weakness of the enemy's martial arts. 30% of sword intent. After a long time, Lin Ling closed his eyes and stood still, comprehending the sword in his hand. Although the tyrannical song sword could only display 20% sword intent, because he had practiced the tyrannical sword art, he could display 30% sword intent. A 30% sword intent was already very terrifying. It had to be known that the true meaning of martial arts was much stronger than a king's step martial arts. A 30% sword intent was above a third-grade king's step martial arts. It was able to compete with a fourth-grade king's step martial arts, and was even stronger than some martial arts. After all, a swordsman was swift and fierce. Moreover, if Lin Ling were to erupt with his king body vermilion bird flames, in addition to his sword, just what would his combat prowess be? Of course, facing an ordinary genius, Lin Ling did not intend to erupt with the vermilion bird flames. After all, in the world of geniuses, hiding a hidden card could be more unexpected. He believed that other geniuses also had this idea. Compared to when I first came to the 7 Profound Martial House, my strength has increased by more than half, and it has only been half a month. Looking up at the distant maple forest, Lin Ling faintly smiled. He guessed that his current strength could be ranked in the upper middle of the Star Guard level disciples. Then, he took out a blue and white robe from his rune bag. After putting it on, he slowly walked back with his great sword on his back. At this moment, all around Star Sea Pagoda, many disciples were still bitterly cultivating. Occasionally, they would compare notes with each other, laughing and joking with each other. There were even some geniuses who thought they were strong enough to humiliate others in order to win the favor of some young girls. Looking at this scene, Lin Ling shook his head. These youths might be a bit strong now, but they didn't know that while they were enjoying the superiority of strength, many others had already quietly surpassed them. Who is that? A newcomer. That sword is so domineering. What an elegant feeling. I don't know why, but his aura is so ethereal, as if he were floating in the clouds. TCH, he's just trying to be mysterious. Lin Ling was wearing a blue and white robe. With his handsome appearance and magnificent great sword, he attracted the attention of many young boys and girls. They realized that although Lin Ling's cultivation was not high, his aura was very strange. It gave people a feeling of the elegance of a sword. It seems that my control over my aura is not good enough. Lin Ling shook his head. He had comprehended the quick sword, which also meant that he had comprehended his own true meaning of the sword. This had led to the true meaning of the sword inadvertently diffusing out, causing many people to feel that something was strange. After all, the true meaning of martial arts was not something that just anyone could have. But soon, Lin Ling's heart sank into his dantian, and he quietly restrained the aura of the true meaning of the sword. Then, he went to his wooden house. He saw that there was a piece of paper on the door. It was a message from Long Shaoqin. Chapter 5:16. Martial Lecture Hall official disciples didn't have any cultivation resources, and they had to get their martial arts from other sources. However, there was a martial lecture hall near the Star Ocean Tower, and Moon-class disciples would come to the Star Ocean Tower to learn martial arts in order to get rewards from the martial house. To the geniuses who didn't have any background, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. They could learn heaven-ranked techniques there, and it was rumored that Moon-class elites would teach them level 3 heaven-ranked techniques if they were in a good mood. Heaven-rank martial arts were the highest level of martial arts among Star Guard level disciples. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had a lot of experience in martial arts, but he had to see martial arts in order to learn them. Since that was the case, he would go and take a look. Not long after he left, more than a dozen figures appeared in front of his wooden house. "Brother, this is the kid who crippled my arm," a tall and sturdy young man said with resentment. He was Huang Lin. "How dare you? You even dare to bully the people of my Tri-Mountain region," a thin young man said coldly. He seemed to be the leader of the group, and after he finished speaking, the other young men all started to flatter him. "That's right. At that time, no one was living in his wooden house, so I stayed there temporarily. Who knew that after he came, he would immediately attack me? He wouldn't even listen to my apology," Huang Lin said angrily again. This time, he wanted that newcomer dead. "You've gone too far." The thin young man waved his hand, and a few geniuses beside him walked out and used their martial arts, instantly destroying Lin Ling's wooden house. "Who is that? How dare he destroy a wooden house in the Star Ocean Tower? How domineering!" The crowd gasped as they stared at the thin young man. "It's Sky Eagle, early King Spirit Realm. It said that he has a heaven-rank martial art and has cultivated it to the minute subtlety stage. He once reached the 68th floor of the Star Ocean Tower," someone said seriously. As soon as this was said, everyone's heart trembled. A third-grade king step martial art. Moreover, it had been cultivated to the minute subtlety stage. This was very frightening. It was said that only the monstrous geniuses of the Star Sea Pagoda had such a martial art level. Moreover, to be able to reach the 68th floor of the Star Sea Pagoda, this also proved his strength. Star Ocean Pagoda had a total of 99 levels, and it was very difficult to break through. Those who could reach the 50th level and above were all top Star Guard level disciples. "Men, bring some excrement and piss over here. Leave half of it behind. We'll wait here for him to come back. I want him to finish eating all the excrement and piss. I want to see what kind of guy he is." The skinny youth shouted coldly again. Killing was not allowed here, so if he wanted to vent his anger, he would make him eat shit and drink piss. Moreover, even a newcomer was so arrogant. If he didn't show them who was boss, everyone would think that Sky Eagle could bully them as they wished. So ruthless. Who on earth is so foolish to provoke Sky Eagle? The crowd's pupils constricted, making people eat shit and drink piss. This humiliation was too much, but the Sky Eagle had such strength, so they were curious which poor soul had provoked the Sky Eagle. I think it's this year's newcomer. He taught Huang Lin a lesson not long ago. Even a newcomer is so bold. Hee, there will be a good show to watch. Daring to provoke an expert from the 68th floor of Star Sea Pagoda, he's dead for sure. Also, I heard that this year's newcomers are very different. For instance, Lin Ling and Long Xiaoqin. If those newcomers were them, then it would be a good show. I also heard that this newcomer dared to slap the apprentices. The crowd began to talk. They didn't leave, they were quietly waiting for a good show. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know any of this. He was still walking towards the martial lecture hall. The so-called martial lecture hall didn't even have a single room. Rather, it was an open space where a massive number of talented youths had gathered. They were looking at a youth explaining King Step martial arts, their eyes full of awe. King Step martial arts borrow the power of the world to strengthen one's attack, defense, and speed. A proud voice spread out from the open space. The youth was sitting in a chair. He was around 20 years old, and his expression was indifferent, like a highly respected senior. In front of him was a table, and he was drinking tea with his eyes closed, speaking as he did so. This youth was a Moon Guard level disciple. In order to obtain the rewards of the 7 profound martial house, he had taught some Star Guard level disciples. Even so, many disciples still worshipped and admired him. They stared intently at him, afraid that they would miss something. Only a 2nd grade King Step. Lin Ling shook his head. He currently had 30% of the true meaning of the sword. A 2nd grade King Step martial arts obviously wouldn't be of much help to him. If he wanted to be moved, then it would have to be at least a 3rd grade King Step martial arts, or even a 4th grade. Long Xiaoqin, senior apprentice brother Ren, spoke of a 2nd grade King Step martial art. Have you learned it yet? At this moment, a soft voice sounded out. The one who spoke was an 18-year-old youth. He held a white jade fan as he calmly spoke. After he spoke, many people looked at the youth with a frown. This youth was Long Xiaoqin. What are they doing? Lin Ling frowned, but he didn't walk over. Brother Xiaoqin, didn't you say that you were ranked 3rd in this year's genius rankings? Your talent is excellent, so you must be able to learn a 2nd grade King Step martial art. Show it, and let Sir Zhu see how fierce you are. In the open space, there was also a young girl wearing a pink dress. She was beautiful and sweet, and most importantly, her figure was hot. But her sweet voice could make any youth fall for her. It's me. Long Xiaoqin raised his head and looked a little embarrassed. He seemed to like this young girl very much, so he didn't want to lose face in front of her. Long Xiaoqin, senior apprentice brother Ren, has already demonstrated a 2nd grade King Step martial art. You said that you wanted to compete with me. Now, have you learned it? The youth with the white jade fan laughed again. They seemed to be betting to see who could learn a King Step martial art faster under the guidance of the Moon Guard. However, a King Step martial art was unfathomable. How could someone learn it after just one demonstration? Unless one was a real monster, no one could have such a strong comprehension ability. Therefore, Long Xiaoqin seemed to have lost, but he couldn't swallow his pride, so he still stubbornly wanted to continue the competition. Brother Xiaoqin, you can do it. Don't let me down. As long as you win, I promise to accompany you once. The young girl called Wan said again. Her sweet voice made people unable to bear to refuse. Okay. Yes. Long Xiaoqin nodded and then took out 10,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. He looked at the youth opposite him and said, Zhu Qin, I'll bet with you again. Let's see who can learn a 2nd grade King Step martial art first. Okay. The surrounding youths looked at all of this with ridicule and didn't say anything to interrupt. Well, you too, watch carefully. I'm now using a second-grade king step martial art, the Void Six-Gate Fist. This fist uses the talent of the king body as the foundation to increase the speed of punches. In the small success stage, 300 punches per breath. In the great success stage, 500 punches per breath. In the perfection stage, 800 punches per breath. In the nuance stage, 1000 punches. Okay. Chapter 5:17. Deception Pop. 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 The air exploded, creating a void space. What a terrifying martial art. One had to know that he could throw out hundreds of punches in a single breath. When facing an enemy, just this martial art alone would be enough to make the opponent run for their lives. So powerful. This is a moon guard disciple. His strength is comparable to the 8 heavenly kings of the Star Ocean Pagoda. Perhaps if the number 1 genius of the 8 heavenly kings fought with senior brother Ren, it would be hard to say who would win. The world of these geniuses is not something we can understand. The surrounding youths were all in awe. Alright, if any of you can throw 300 punches in a single breath, that means you have learned the basics. But remember, you must have the void energy, or it won't be called the Shuwu Six-Gate Fist. Senior brother Ren said proudly. Then he returned to his chair and picked up his teacup to drink. Long Xiaoqin and the other youth nodded slightly, indicating that they had learned it. Next, they would bet 10,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. Long Xiaoqin, when I first met you, you gave me the feeling that you were arrogant and unwilling to be inferior to others. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you would lose the spirit of a martial artist. Lin Ling looked at Long Xiaoqin in the distance and couldn't help but shake his head. Long Xiaoqin's mentality had changed. There were many geniuses here, and it was very cruel. After facing other geniuses, Long Xiaoqin's spirit was constantly being sharpened, and he had lost his fearless martial heart. He was the same as other geniuses. Moreover, Long Xiaoqin seemed to have fallen in love with the girl called Wan Er. He was blinded by her beauty and didn't know that a king stage martial art was not something that could be learned in a short time. Long Xiaoqin agreed to the bet, so he was bound to lose. Money was a small matter. The most important thing was that if he continued to lose, Long Xiaoqin's martial heart would be greatly damaged, and he would no longer believe in himself. Bang! 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 In the open space, the youth called Zhu Qin began to practice martial arts. His talent seemed to be very terrifying. He learned it with just a glance. He threw 300 punches in a single breath, and they had the void energy. Amazing, as expected of the younger brother of Zhu Qin of the 8 heavenly kings. The gazes of the youths were filled with envy and awe. Then it was Long Xiaoqin's turn. At this moment, the pressure on him was quite great. He constantly deduced and recalled, and then used according to his memory. However, because he was anxious and didn't know that there was something fishy going on, he failed. And because he had forcefully used a martial art, it caused his meridians to be damaged. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Humph, genius. I'm sorry, but I'm suppressing geniuses. You were beaten to the point of vomiting blood. That's embarrassing enough. Zhu Qin smiled faintly and took the 10,000 mid-grade spirit crystals from Long Xiaoqin. Brother Xiaoqin, I thought you must be very talented since you were ranked 3rd this year, but you've disappointed me. I'm sorry, but don't come looking for me in the future. Wan Er's face turned cold as she shook her head. She rejected Long Xiaoqin. Ha, what a shame. You have the nerve to call yourself a genius. You're just trash. Many of the surrounding youths also laughed in schadenfreude. You. Long Xiaoqin's face paled. He had lost, and that was already a great humiliation. In the end, the young girl he had been pursuing had laughed at him and rejected him. The people around him had also laughed at him like he was trash. One had to know that he had always thought of himself as extraordinary. When had he ever suffered such a blow? Trash, do you still want to bet? As long as you have spirit crystals, I'll accompany you at any time. But if you don't dare to bet, then fine, but if you see me in the future, you'll have to take a detour. You're not allowed to bother Juan again. Zhu Qin disdainfully said again. He was trying to goad Long Xiaoqin. His icy voice once again humiliated Long Xiaoqin's self-esteem. His eyes were red as he looked at Zhu Qin. He wanted to take out his family heirloom jade and bet again. He did not believe that his talent was weaker than others. Enough. You've already suffered internal injuries today. If you let your emotions affect your decisions, then your life's achievements will stop here. Also, can't you see that not only are they humiliating you, but they also want to waste your heart of martial arts? At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded out, causing Long Xiaoqin's entire body to tremble. He turned around and saw Lin Ling. He didn't know why, but his heart was filled with excitement. Perhaps in the world of geniuses like the Seven Profound Martial House, there were too many people who were stronger than him. Many people could easily humiliate him. Only when he was with this year's genius Lin Ling did he feel a sense of closeness. Lin Ling, it's me. Long Xiaoqin regained his composure. On the road of martial arts, you must bravely move forward. But that does not mean that you must constantly suffer setbacks and difficulties. You must also act according to your own strength. Otherwise, no matter how firm your heart of martial arts is, it will still collapse. Don't you realize that you are doing something impossible? But if you wholeheartedly want to do it, then you will eventually suffer from cultivation deviation. Lin Ling came to Long Xiaoqin's side and lightly said. Long Xiaoqin's body trembled. He seemed to understand a bit more. His heart seemed to be obsessed. Those closely involved could not see the situation clearly. How could he see as clearly as Lin Ling? You cannot look at a woman's appearance. Some women are not worthy of you chasing them. Lin Ling said again. He knew that the reason Long Xiaoqin could not wake up from his obsession was because he had met a woman he liked. But when a man fell in love, sometimes he would do things that would cause him to lose his cool. Most importantly, Lin Ling could see that Wan did not like Long Xiaoqin at all. She was just toying with him. She had probably joined forces with young Master Zhu to swindle Long Xiaoqin out of his spirit crystals. Long Xiaoqin's body trembled again, and he seemed to become even more clear-headed. Who are you? Since when did you have the right to interfere in our business? Seeing that Long Xiaoqin seemed to have reacted, Zhu Qin immediately frowned. Brother Xiaoqin, is this your friend? He is saying that you are not qualified to be a genius. He wants you to retreat after encountering a small setback and not dare to face a stronger challenge. Wan said sweetly. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling, as if she wanted to seduce Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling's temperament was even more otherworldly. He wore a blue and white robe, and spoke indifferently. She was somewhat moved. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling be tempted by her? What a cheap woman. If you don't like Long Xiaoqin, then just refuse. Why play with his feelings? Lin Ling said coldly. Wanner's pupils constricted. This young man was calling her a cheap woman. Brother Xiaoqin, today you must teach him a lesson for me. Otherwise, don't come looking for me again. Wanner angrily roared. Her previous sweet and lovely appearance was nowhere to be seen. Long Xiaoqin indifferently looked at Wanner. Under Lin Ling's persuasion, he calmed down. He now realized that the girl he liked was so ugly. She was simply toying with him, treating him like a slave. Cheap woman. He said coldly. His cold words caused Wanner's expression to turn ugly. Even Long Xiaoqun, who had always spoiled her, was scolding her. Lin Ling faintly smiled. He knew that Long Xiaoqun's fighting spirit had been restored. He finally calmed down and knew what was important. Are you going to continue gambling for Long Xiaoqun? If not, then get out of here. My martial lecture hall does not welcome you. Don't even think about learning any of my king-level martial arts. Chapter 5:18. I'm afraid you can't afford to gamble, why not? I'm afraid you can't afford to gamble. Lin Ling turned around and looked coldly at senior brother Ren. He naturally knew that Zhu Qin had already learned the king stage martial art that senior brother Ren had demonstrated. Otherwise, Zhu Qin wouldn't have been able to use it with just a glance. This meant that these people were in cahoots. Lin Ling was too lazy to care about them deceiving him, but Long Xiaoqun had supported him in front of everyone. Based on this, Lin Ling wouldn't just stand by and watch. Since they dared to gamble, he would play with them. Anyway, he was currently lacking spirit crystals. How could Lin Ling refuse someone who was willing to give him money? I wanted to teach you a lesson, but since you agreed to gamble, let's not talk about what happened before. Now, how many spirit crystals can you take out? Zhu Qin asked with a hint of interest. Cultivation resources were always indispensable to warriors, so no matter how big the grudge was, he would put it aside and win the spirit crystals first. Look at you, you're from the countryside. What I can take out, you might not be able to. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. The people around him were stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed mockingly. This young man was really arrogant. He actually said that what he could take out, Zhu Qin couldn't take out at all. Was he joking? Zhu Qin was the younger brother of Zhu Qin, one of the 8 heavenly kings of Star Ocean Pagoda. What couldn't he take out? Pretending. I'm too lazy to slap your face. Take out what you can take out. Zhu Qin waved his white jade fan with a look of disdain. Then take it. Lin Ling shrugged and threw the tyrannical song sword over. Zhu Qin's eyes flashed, and he was about to casually take it. However, when the sword smashed over, his face suddenly changed. What a heavy sword. His hands trembled anxiously as he stepped back and picked up the tyrannical song sword with difficulty. It's just a sword. You can't even take it. You want to gamble with me? You're courting death. Lin Ling indifferently said, causing Zhu Qin's complexion to become somewhat unsightly. He was in such a sorry state just to receive a sword, he felt somewhat embarrassed. This sword is indeed extraordinary. All right, I'll bet 10,000 spirit crystals. Zhu Qin swallowed his anger for the time being and said indifferently. He knew that this sword was probably worth a fortune. 10,000 spiritual crystals? Are you a beggar? I thought that someone who dared to gamble would be generous, but in the end, you can't even take out a single spirit crystal. Do you have the nerve to continue gambling? If you can't afford to play, then scram. Lin Ling smirked and snorted coldly. What an arrogant young man. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This unknown youth's aura was even stronger than Zhu Qin's. Zhu Qin's complexion turned ugly. His older brother was one of the 8 heavenly kings, and this was the first time in the Star Sea Pagoda that someone had dared to speak to him in such an arrogant manner. However, he truly liked that sword, so he endured it for the time being. The most I can offer is 50,000. Zhu Qin said. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. Get lost. You want to touch my sword with this little bit of money? You. Zhu Qin's face instantly revealed anger. This youth was so arrogant. I'll add another 50,000. At this moment, senior brother Ren, who had been silent all this time, slowly opened his mouth. Obviously, he had a good eye and knew that Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword was not a low-grade sword, and its price definitely exceeded 100,000. This meant that they had taken advantage of him today. Lin Ling looked at Senior Brother Ren indifferently. How could he not know what Senior Brother Ren was thinking? Unfortunately, Lin Ling's sword was not something that just anyone could touch. A total of 100,000 is barely acceptable. Alright, 100,000 spirit crystals is enough for me to cultivate for a while. Let's start the gamble. Lin Ling slowly said. Everyone was stunned, and then even crazier laughter rang out. This youth seemed to think that he had already won. He actually said that 100,000 spirit crystals was enough for him to cultivate for a while. Ridiculous, this youth probably didn't know that Zhu Qin and Senior Brother Ren knew each other. Later, when he suffered, he would probably kneel down and beg Zhu Qin to return his sword. Bold enough. Then let's start. Zhu Qin waved his fan and nodded with satisfaction. This sword was passed down in your family, right? I'll tell you in advance, after winning your sword, even if your father comes, I won't return it. Who knows, I might even teach your father a lesson. You won. Enough nonsense. Let me tell you, I'll take your 50,000 spirit crystals. Even if your grandfather comes, I'll beat him until he looks for his teeth on the ground. Lin Ling coldly replied, and then looked at Senior Brother Ren. Don't think that just because you're a Moon Guard disciple, you're very impressive. I'll take your 50,000 spirit crystals. If your grandmother comes, I'll beat her until she can't find her husband. Lin Ling didn't give any face to these ugly people, because he knew that they wouldn't give him any face either. You're courting death. Senior Brother Ren's eyes narrowed. This youth was so arrogant that he even dared to scold him. This youth's mouth is so poisonous. The crowd of youths covered their mouths and snickered. It was fine if this youth scolded Zhu Qin, but he even dared to scold Senior Brother Ren, a Moon Guard disciple. He really had guts. Moreover, he didn't use any vulgarities when scolding. He said that even if Senior Brother Ren's grandmother came, she wouldn't be able to find her husband. This was too funny. Do you want to bet or not? If you don't want to bet, then don't talk nonsense. Facing Senior Brother Ren's ashen face, Lin Ling indifferently said. I'll let you be arrogant first. Senior Brother Ren coldly said, and then walked out. He glanced at Zhu Qin and once again used the Shiwu six-gate fists. He knew that Zhu Qin had already learned a second-grade king step martial art. Moreover, Zhu Qin's brother was very strong in the Star Sea Pagoda and had taught Zhu Qin many second-grade king step martial arts. Therefore, he would definitely win this bet. And this unknown youth really thought that he was a monstrous genius. He thought that he could learn it with just a glance. Pop! 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 A terrifying martial art aura bloomed. Senior Brother Ren punched out 500 times in a breath, causing the surrounding youths to cheer. Then it was Zhu Qin's turn. He had already used it once, and this time he used it again. He punched out 300 times in a breath, barely managing to use the Shiwu six-gate fists. A king step martial art resonates with the heavens and earth. Unless one is a true genius, it is difficult for an ordinary person to learn it. Zhu Qin, your talent is not bad. At the very least, it took me 3 days to learn it. Senior Martial Brother Ren pretended to praise him. I was just lucky. In this world, geniuses are as common as clouds. There are many geniuses stronger than me. Pop! After using the martial art, Zhu Qin pretended to be modest. However, the surrounding gazes of admiration still made him feel very satisfied. Then, the two of them looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see Lin Ling's dignified and regretful expression. However, when they looked over, their pupils constricted. Lin Ling had unknowingly arrived at Senior Brother Ren's chair. He even picked up Senior Brother Ren's tea and drank it. Moreover, He indifferently said, "You two are flattering each other. Don't you feel ashamed? It's just a second-grade king step martial art, and you only punched out 300 times in a breath. You dare to bet with me? And you, senior brother Ren, who is in charge of teaching me, you only punched out 500 times in a breath. Don't you feel ashamed?" That calm voice, coupled with the admonishment of a senior, caused the crowd to fall silent. This youth was too arrogant. I'll update 2 chapters first, there will be more later.